Okay, because you're gonna be.
Ryan Donahue, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Everybody needs to mute.
That's gonna drive you crazy.
Please make sure you're muted.
You're not.
You.
Kelly. Can we turn the sound down in the room?
Right, we get another sound check. Veterinarian spouses. Yeah. Brian.
Cause I think he's.
Yes.
That's too loud, or is that gonna go down a little bit?
Yes, that's
No,
what-
go Dwayne.
That's okay.
Keep talking a little bit.
Ryan, can you say good morning to us?
Sing a
Good
song.
morning.
Keep
Oh,
talking.
you don't want to hear me sing when my voice sounds normal, let alone right now.
We hope you feel better, Ryan.
Thank you.
Cameras.
Also, I don't know that this matters, but the key to the room still says the mail.
Ryan, what's that?
See, I never.
I said the video feed for the room is still listed as the mail, just small.
Go to Mexico. He's nothing.
He is.
He said the video feed still says.
I think it's because we have.
Oh,
the
that's,
computer.
yeah, we have the milk.
Oh, yeah. You can probably change that.
But when people first.
I had a super chip.
Well, you didn't have to say
Just
it.
change her. So the super chip, you just hook it up and it changes and it's like.
That's why I missed.
The taser can actually fly, so I can actually go in while I'm driving and change things. I can walk, I can set up a pin, so when I started, I put in like a up, down, down, or else the left tires lock, so it's not.
There's the hair.
You know, okay.
There's the hair.
Is that just plug it in?
We're number one. Because mine. Yeah. It's like. And we get ourselves. So it's this. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, you want me to mess with you?
Free for.
Sure. Christy said she's been messaging him too, so.
Sounds amazing. Take it off. Right.
There's a.
Yeah. And also.
Yeah.
Something key. But I think it's the same thing. It's the same. Yeah.
Troy, we're still muted right now, right?
Get her done.
We're good.
That's,
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lori Erickson. I'm a public works analyst, and today you'll also see me wear a couple of other hats throughout this retreat. For the most part today, I will be a facilitator, meaning I'm kind of like an MC. I'll help make sure that we're on time, that we're staying on topic as best as I'm able to. And just kind of generally make sure that if we need breaks or anything like that, I'll call a timeout and get up and we'll stretch and do whatever we need to do to get through today. We have a lot of stuff planned for today. So I'll go ahead and go over our icebreaker or agenda first. We're gonna go ahead and start today with a short icebreaker. We do have it written up over here and I'll go over it here in just a moment. And we're also going to start off by going over our ground rules. So I'll go here in just a moment. Otherwise, our discussion items are listed up here. We'll start today by talking about the high-level overview for our citywide strategic plan, including our mission, values, and vision. Then we're going to spend approximately 2 hours or so going through the rest of the department introductions. So each of our department heads today have prepared a presentation where they'll introduce their team, some of these services, and general work that their team does. We'll look at their org chart, along with their accomplishments, their current projects that are underway, and challenges that their department faces. After that, well, sometime during this, we plan on taking lunch. I think unless we change our minds during the day, the plan is to take about a 20-minute break so everyone can get food, come down and start to eat. And then we'll continue the rest of the lunch time actually doing a working lunch. After we finish the department overviews, we'll roll into learning about the comprehensive plan overview, followed by a capital projects overview. After that, we'll talk about a potential solution we'd like to adopt called OpenGov, and we'll learn all about what that system is. And then we have a couple of topics to wrap up the day, including the council travel overview, council procedures in review, including a subtopic or related topic around Facebook, council agenda discussion, and we'll wrap up the day with introducing our council to the newest SharePoint site that has several resources for you to access. It's not listed up here, but at each of our retreats, we always wrap up the day with the action items. So we like to recap what needs to happen in the future and who's on point for doing each of those tasks. And that is our day. We will for sure wrap up today by 4 o'clock, maybe earlier. We'll see how the day goes. But no matter what, we will be wrapped up and out of here by 4. Are there any questions about today's agenda before we move forward? Okay, well, let's go ahead and move forward then. I'm going to, it's not up here, but we should talk briefly about housekeeping. So if you need a restroom, we have, I think it's 2 of them right out here in the hallway. Obviously, we have our little kitchenette here with plenty of snacks and refreshments to keep you energized. And knock on wood, hopefully it doesn't happen, but I've had it happen to me twice when facilitating. If we have a fire alarm or something that happens to where we need to evacuate the building, we have an exit point down by the subway. So what we will do is we'll exit the building, we'll go down the stairs, and we'll meet in the subway parking lot if needed. I think I'm forgetting something, Chief. What am I?
Secure area, so you're on a secure campus, so please don't walk past the trifold back here unless you have our security clearance. If you need to go past that, please grab me so I can escort you because you are in a secure facility. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at our ground rules. We will be checking for consensus to make sure we buy into these, and if we need to change any, we'll take a moment to do so. Part of my job is to make sure that we start and end on time. I also ask that for each of you, when we do have designated breaks, please try to be back on time so we can keep the agenda rolling. Process check respectfully. You may have noticed in front of you that you've got cute little squirrels on a stick. And for those of you who haven't seen these before, you might be wondering, what the heck are these? So kind of like the movie Up with Doug the dog, sometimes people get squirrely, squirrel, we get distracted. This is a visual cue. If we start to go down a rabbit hole or get off topic, it's okay for any of you to hold up your squirrel. And it's a visual cue for whoever's speaking to wrap up their thought. And then we can check in to see, do we want to continue on this topic, or do we need to write this topic down and bring it back in the future as a parking lot item, Or do we want to just move forward? So you're all empowered to help us process check and stay on topic. Next one is one voice at a time. This is a little bit different setup than what we're used to during typical council meetings. Our mics are always live. So I'm going to ask that whoever has the floor is going to be the only voice at a time. And really, you need to avoid sidebars. Anything you say during a sidebar, these mics are likely going to pick it up. Troy, anything to add on that point? Okay. I encourage everyone to ask clarifying questions. And the city has a motto, it's part of our culture, to be hard on the process and easy on the people. So when you do have questions, or if you're frustrated with something, we like to point to the process or the project and not blame anybody for the work that they're doing. Almost done. So take care of yourself. We will be having a few breaks sprinkled, in between topics. But if you need to, we're all adults. Get up, stretch, use the restroom, take care of yourself, and that also helps to take care of the group. We will finish today with next steps. And as always, we aim for consensus when we come to decision making. I know that was a lot. Is there anything that we want to change or add to our ground rules? Okay, so in spirit of checking for consensus, if we support these, I would like to see a quick thumbs up. All right, we are good. So let's go ahead and roll forward with our quick warm up here. Our warm up today is called One Headline About Me. Essentially, each person will have 30 to 60 seconds to share what their bold, clear headline is. You're aiming for about 10 words or less. Don't overthink this. It's meant to be fun and lighthearted. We have a couple of examples here. One example is problem solver who loves big challenges. Another example is new to the team, big on collaboration. And you're welcome, after you say your headline, you can add a little bit of context as to why that's your headline. Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and start first. So Lori Erickson, good morning. My headline is something around helping teams to solve problems creatively and for $0. Tasha, can I ask you to go next? Are you ready?
I can be ready.
Okay.
I would say my headline would probably be something in the realm of if you need help with your teenager, call me and that's good to know. Ask for home baked goods.
Noted. Tasha, thank you for kicking us off. Let's go ahead and go around the room.
Okay, Christy Schmidt, good morning, everyone. I'll go ahead and go next. I would say adventurous, compassionate, love to listen to people, and I believe in getting people in the right seat on the bus. And I like team building.
Matthew Heist, finance manager. Man, I would loves helping people excel.
That was good.
Yeah.
No
I don't think that is
explanation.
an explanation.
Russ, I would say a pragmatic, dedicated, visionary.
All right, good morning. I'll say eager to find win-win solutions.
Okay, Trace, I'll say that while some people are fluent in Klingon, I'm fluent in binary.
Good morning, Max Roth. I would say risk manager with an engineering mindset for safety.
Anya Warren, HR director, leading HR with purpose, living life with passion.
You were there for that one.
Yes.
Yes. Sabina Araya, one of my managers years ago gave me my name tag with solver of problems. So I think that's the one. Data driven, that's my, I think, big picture, branding and communications and transparency and honesty are my priorities.
Kim Shipman. Right now, finding balance. New grandma, business owner, city council. So finding balance where I can be where I need to be for the people who need me.
Brian McManus, I'm a calculated risk taker. I'm not afraid to make a decision once I get the facts in my head. Quickly or slowly.
Let's see, Aaron Halverson, Public Works Director. It's tough, this is tough. So former train conductor, and by that I mean someone who might run everyone over. Transitioning to more collaborative, critical thinking, curious Public Works Director.
For Gailey, I think my current headline would be something like network a superpower. Yeah.
Gene Braswell, team builder, ready to build anything.
And can't literally.
Jeff Aziza, police chief, enthusiastic leader with a great laugh that's building it for the future.
Angie Jorstad, my headline, I need a little explanation. It's little Angie Jorstad exceeding expectations. And when I was like 20, I ran into a grade school teacher of mine. I was with my family and he said, oh my gosh, it's little Angie Jorstad. And ever since then, my mom still calls me little Angie Jorstad. And the exceeding expectations, that was just sort of a family rule that we exceeded expectations. And yes, I am in therapy for that. Thank you.
Caitlin Weaver, and I think mine's probably passionate problem solver who values service and collaboration. When I was at the county, the sheriff's office, they called me GSD Weaver, which is get stuff done Weaver. And that's how I approach things. So
true. Good morning, Kelly Chellen. I lead with my heart. I'm a very empathetic person. I care a lot about people. I got a passion for helping people. And then just driven to achieve results.
Great. And then last but not least, Ryan, we have you online with us. Do you want to go?
Not really. You guys already took all the good verbs and adjectives. I would say, okay, Ryan Donahue, omnipresent virtual council member, enthusiastic about improving the city for all of its residents.
nice. Lori, what about you?
Sure did.
So I went first.
Sorry.
No, it's okay, but yeah, that lean and process improvement is my jam. Wherever possible, we always try to go for solutions that don't cost anything and we only use our wallets when needed. All right, so let's go ahead and move forward with our agenda. So up first, we have our strategic planning topic, which is one that I'm presenting.
Hey, Lori, real quick, if I can. Hey, so for the new folks, this is your opportunity. This is your day to understand a lot of what's going on in the city, to impart your vision into what we're doing in the city. It's your opportunity to ask questions. It's your opportunity to provide your thoughts, not only with your fellow council members, but also to your staff. So take advantage of this time. It's your time. It's your day, bro. How's that going? Danny DeVito, come on, what was it? What's the movie? Anyway. Danny DeVito and
if you're putting Danny DeVito.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, whatever that movie was. Twins. You're not, bro. Yeah, twins. Anyway, this is your opportunity to learn. Part of the ground rules, there is a lot to cover today. Please talk laser. Please ask questions in a laser manner. Just so that we can get into a lot of things and a lot of people have a lot to say. So make sure that we're really focused on asking good questions and getting your opinions out there, but in a succinct manner, if I may say. So we can keep things flowing. Cool. Lori, the floor is back to you.
Okay. Let me get my PowerPoint up and ready for us. Here we go. Okay, so for this topic, we're going to be doing an introductory level overview of our city's strategic plan. Here is the agenda that we're going to be running through together today. I'll be presenting a little bit of background on why strategic planning and why it is that the city decided to pursue this endeavor that started a few years ago. I will also try my best to draw the connection between the strategic plan, which for us is a 5-year strategic plan, and how it relates to other long-term plans that we have here at the city. I will bring you up to speed on the journey so far, including how we did engagement and what kind of outreach we've done so far for that. We will talk about the overview of the strategic focus areas and the goals. We will transition, and Anya might also help tell the story about our values that we updated as part of this work. And then we'll wrap up with some questions. There we go. Okay. So before we talk really about why strategic planning, I want to be sure that I lay a foundation for what strategic planning is. Strategic planning can be thought of as a way of defining long-term direction and our priorities. It should be in service of helping organizations to better understand where they're going and how they're going to get there. And for us, it includes having focus areas, goals, our projects and initiatives, and good strategic plans should always have key performance metrics as well. So why did the city start down this path of strategic planning? You'll see 5 kind of themes up here on this slide, including needing to have better prioritization and focus, getting the right things done by the right people, helping to reduce employee burnout, creating shared understanding of the goals, and gaining clarity on projects and initiatives. So instead of diving into what each of those things individually mean, I'm actually going to tell a story. So before I became an internal employee here at the city, I actually started out as a consultant. I was brought on in early 2021 to help build out our Lean Six Sigma program. As part of that, I got to know the amazing people that work here. And I quickly was able to recognize that there was a lot of stuff going on. People were spread thin. A lot of, oh my gosh, there's so much to do and not enough time to do it. So early on in 2022, we started talking more about strategic planning as a method to help bring focus and hopefully bring down the firefighting feelings that were going on for many people here at the city. So that's essentially where we started launching our effort, was around late 2022. And we started by looking at our vision, mission, and values and launching into the rest of the plan. So we'll see that here in just a moment. But first, I want to talk about the relationship of the strategic plan and how it fits into our other long-term plans here at the city. You'll see here up on the screen that the strategic plan is approximately in the middle. This graph here shows us that we have a 20-year comprehensive plan. And typically these are really long-term plans, right? And they tend to be more focused on how we're going to use land and places and build out our city accordingly. It also will incorporate the shared community vision. As we go down on this graphic, we'll see the strategic plan, which is meant to be partway operational, thinking about what are the things we need to do to get our ducks in a row, get us all rowing the same direction, and also starting to execute some of the things on these longer term frameworks and plans. But it also, the strategic plan focuses on people, both our customers and how do we develop our workforce and our processes so we can execute on the things that our community is asking for. And then you'll see a couple of other things below that, including our annual budget and operational plans, which should tie tightly with our strategic plan. And then we also have process improvement. Process improvement can sometimes be bigger, but oftentimes they're smaller endeavors where we're trying to solve something just to make our lives easier and or improve the experience of our residents. So now I'm going to dive into a little bit more about the journey we've been on so far. I'm actually going to go ahead and stand up for this slide because I like to be able to point. But what we have here is in 2022, we actually went ahead and we started working with some community groups on building out the vision. I was the consultant at that time leading this group. We had representatives from the Rotary Club, the Youth Advisory Council, We had a representative from the library. We had 1 or 2 HOA presidents that attended. And I know a couple of other groups that I'm sorry, I'm forgetting who else they represented. But it was a great and diverse cross-section of folks. And we spent, I think it was 3 workshops really diving into the long-term vision for the city. The vision can be thought of as almost like a destination or a true north. And it's really important for strategic planning because it helps us anchor and make sure that the things that we're dedicating time and energy to is actually helping us to get closer to that true north. After we revamped the vision statement, we had permission from council who adopted that new vision statement at the time to start working on the mission statement. The mission statement was primarily worked on with council and with our city leadership. And the mission statement helps us to figure out how. So how are we going to be working to make that vision come to life? So the majority of this work wrapped up in fall 2023. So 2024, we were ready to actually start creating the long-term 5-year plan for us. So we started by trying to work on gaining buy-in from our leadership. We picked a model. There's several types of strategic planning models out there. And through our research, what we found was the most common one, at least for this region with other local jurisdictions, is called the balanced scorecard. The balanced scorecard focuses on our customers, our finances, our processes, our people, and for cities and other jurisdictions, it also has a lens that looks at the environment. So as a leadership team, we started working on our strategic plan in workshops. This allowed us time to go back to our teams, get feedback, bring back their questions, and try to work this plan into something holistic and solid. Phase 3 essentially started in late 24 and carried into 2025. We started sharing more about our strategic plan with our employees. And this was at the point too, where we decided, you know what, this is a great opportunity to revisit our values. Culture is almost equally as important as figuring out like, what are the things we're going to do? You have to have those 2 things updated in order to really see the synergy. We also, during this time, had a black belt project going on, a Lean Six Sigma black belt project called the Project of Projects, or POP. This became our project dashboard, where we could actually put into one place what are the millions of things that we're working on as a city. And we started to tie our Project of Projects to our strategic priorities on our strategic plan, just to make sure, are we actually on the right track? And does this make sense? Is it a good fit? In early 2025, we started doing quarterly target reviews to look at our KPIs. And I will say this, both our projects and initiatives that have landed on our strategic plan, along with the KPIs, we're still checking and adjusting through these. Something that's a little different about our city compared to how other cities go through strategic planning is it has been all done internally. We chose not to hire an external consultant or a firm to help facilitate and to help bring this stuff together. So it's very much been grassroots and done internally. That's, I think, a contributing reason why, as we look at this timeline, why it hasn't just happened in a 6-month period. It's been kind of growing and evolving organically. I'm going to pause there. I'm going to look at Anya. Anything to add before I move forward?
I thought you did great.
Thanks.
Can I just make one comment?
Yes.
As a council person kind of sitting through that process, I think one thing that I really noticed too, in between, like around the phase 2, phase 3 part, was a real narrowing of focus around here's what the city's really decided makes sense for us to focus on, and here's some things maybe that we've been talking about for years. We're gonna actually like not talk about anymore. We're gonna put those over here, and it really, from where I sat, it really felt like a real focusing on the things that mattered, and so it felt like a really worthwhile process from sitting on this side.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And I will say, we're not 100% there yet. I think it has made improvements, and we still have room to get even better and hone in even more on those focus areas too. Okay, let's go ahead and move forward. So now,
Real quick, Lori.
Aaron.
Lori is an absolutely wonderful lean trainer. But she also says things like check and adjust, and that has like a really specific meaning. Lori, what is checking and adjusting?
Yeah, so checking and adjusting, kind of like it sounds, it means we take a timeout. We look at what have we done so far and we reflect on, are we on track? Did maybe not work quite as well as what we hoped? And do we want to take a moment to course correct or try something different? So I have really tried to facilitate our strategic planning in a very lean way, knowing that sometimes we have to try certain measures, for example. And if those measures aren't driving action, that's okay. Let's switch the measure to something that does drive action or sets a little fire under us, right?
Yeah, and I think a good example of that is the new, and I don't want to belabor it because I think we have you have a slide on it, is AI, right? We were working through our strategic plan, and AI is new technology. So we got to check and adjust, and make sure that fits where we're going, right? Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. Jean or the mayor, anything else to add? Okay, cool. So I'm going to introduce council today to our vision statement, mission, our strategic focus areas, and the goals. And again, today is really meant to be kind of an introduction to all of this stuff, right? So our city's vision statement, again, this included engagement with our community. We are a thriving community that promotes a vibrant economy, preserves natural beauty, and supports an exceptional quality of life for all. This was a really cool process to go through because of the words really matter. And what I will kind of point out for this group is that there was a lot of talk about making sure that Lake Stevens provides quality life for all of our residents. Our mission statement is now provide a safe and desirable community with open communication and dedicated public service. What I'll kind of note here is the open communication was again a really big important part of this mission statement. And a lot of it had to do with transparency and improving how do we share information with the public and anyone else who asks for it. Through our workshops, our leadership team came up with 5 strategic focus areas. Again, these map really well with that whole balanced scorecard approach. Our 5 strategic focus areas include financial stewardship and economic success, community vitality, accessible and optimal infrastructure, organizational innovation and excellence, and environmental stewardship. Each of these strategic focus areas are also supported by these goals up here. So I'll run through them very quickly. For community vitality, we have 4 goals, including sustain and promote public safety, draw people to the community, promote a positive business environment and community through efficient city processes, and engage community groups and individuals to expand and improve services. Our goals for accessible and optimal infrastructure include design thoughtful and forward thinking and creative infrastructure while balancing costs and efficiency. Proactively maintain existing infrastructure while balancing the needs of new projects. Provide infrastructure to optimize the greatest public impact. And continue to maintain and build out safe and accessible segments, shared roadways, and connected trails. For financial stewardship, we have 3 goals. Promote diverse jobs and industries leading to a balanced economy. Promote open communication and encourage financial collaboration with our community. And balance financial decisions with long-term goals. Almost done. Organization, innovation, and excellence. Promote exceptional service as a top priority. Build governmental excellence through internal and external relationships. Invest in employee professional development. And promote problem solving and thoughtful process improvement of processes. Finally, environmental stewardship. Protect and improve natural habitats. Make conscious decisions and promote climate sustainability. Enhance access to public spaces. And improve Lake Stevens watershed clarity and quality. Whew, that was a lot to run through. Thanks for sticking with me on it. Okay, I think the final thing I'll add to this slide before we move forward.
Sorry, question on goals. So does the city or do each department have goals specific for the year, right? Do we have like 2025, this is what we want to accomplish? I know we saw the police one last week, but
Okay, we have that from finance department, from public works, et cetera, okay. And then, I didn't know what this looked like, but I guess towards my fellow council members, do we want to explore goals for our council for the year? What does that look like, to have a collective set of goals? So we don't have to hash through that right now, just if you've thought on that, you want to share that now or think about it and we can talk about it later today during break time.
Put a little thought into it, not be table that we thought about it.
So let's go ahead, we'll talk briefly about our updated values. So this really talks about how is it that we're going to behave as a city and as we're delivering services to those we serve. So as far as why we decided to update our values, we really wanted to simplify what we had. We had how many initially, Anya? Like 10?
We had 5 values and then we had 7 core competencies and then additional ones for managers. And so we had a lot of different kind of competency-based things that employees were looking at, which caused kind of confusion and lengthy processes and evaluations. And so we're looking at really simplifying that and making them meaningful and tying those to our strategic plan.
These are also used during our evaluations and hiring. So Anya kind of touched on that already, but it's been cool to see these getting integrated as we're trying to find the right fit, along with having the right level of expertise for new people coming to the city. And we're working on making these meaningful in various ways. So for example, we are anticipating moving to new city hall in 2026 or 2027 in the near future. And what we are already thinking about, or maybe we have like stones in our future walking spaces that have what our values are. Or perhaps we create something that's beautiful and we have it in our lobby or in our lunchrooms or whatever. We're starting to think about how can we start to get this more ingrained in all of our city employees. And then Anya, I'll put you on the point just because I feel like I've been talking a lot. So do you mind walking us through at a high level, maybe what the new values are?
Sure. So the first one, so all employees, there's 3 core values: act with integrity, deliver excellent service, and collaborate with purpose. And just to give you a little history on how these were created and how we decided on just these 3 was we did do a survey to all staff, a values survey, and really gathered feedback from what is important to our employees. How do we want to behave? How do we want to drive our decision making? You know, what can we do better? And we took that into a executive retreat and really were able to narrow down and do groupings and really synthesize, you know, what is the core and what we need to get done in the city and how we want to behave. And so we then further drove those in, and I can't read from this slide. I don't have it up. Sorry, Lori. But you can see, we don't need to read all of them. And then for all managers and supervisors, in addition to that, you know, we have added that they have another layer of values that they need to be able to uphold. And those are embracing a strategic mindset and practicing engaged leadership. And so you can see there's several bullets that, you know, we use as drivers to, like she said, evaluate those staff. These are all in our evaluations. These are also, we have a list of interview questions that we provide to hiring managers that talk about each of these values that they can pick from to make sure that we're hiring people that fit into our culture. So it's been really awesome to see these values develop and come to life over the last year, I'd say. And like Lori mentioned, more to come on how we integrate this into our culture.
Right. So that is all we have prepared today for our introduction to the strategic plan, mission, vision, and values. Are there any questions? Okay. Oh, Sabina.
It's not a question, but kind of a follow-up to Nathan's thought, because most of us weren't here during this process and it's kind of taking it in, but a good exercise would be to get through these 5 goals and seeing how we as council members can, what can we do under each of them. So I think some are kind of easier, some things come to mind under each of those, you know, community vitality, would be, you know, business and organizational visits. Or, you know, networking with those, but also one-on-one with the public. I think we've talked about that, and I think that was a really good idea. Financial stewardship, you know, budget, but also knowing the businesses and their needs. So I think if we think about those in that context, it would be helpful to align ourselves with with the strategic plan goals.
Yeah, I'll just say, yeah, I think these are great long-term sustainable goals, right? These are these guiding principles, these guiding goals that should endure beyond year to year, but I guess, yeah, we're doing this at work right now too, is yeah, do you have something measurable, right? It's easy to get through the end of a calendar year and say, hey, well, what did I get done? Well, I don't know, we did a lot of stuff, right? But did you set a goal? Did you work towards it? And that's different for us as council members than it is for, you know, a department within the organization. But are there things that we can drive, shepherd, and steer towards? Are there things that we want to accomplish, measurable or not measurable, right? So again, I don't know what those look like, but per your point, Sabina, fitting those within the existing goals or aligning to them to some degree, I think is a good idea. But we can look at things outside of that, of course, but those are good guiding principles to start with.
Any other thoughts or comments or questions? Okay, well, thank you. Stop sharing. And I guess I'll do a quick process question check. Do we have one person who will be leading the next?
Caitlin will pull it up.
Yep, perfect,
Yep.
okay. So we're going to go ahead, I think we'll do, let's maybe do like 2, maybe 3 department reports, and then we'll take a break. Again, if you need to get up, stretch, grab a snack, you're welcome to do that at any time. But otherwise, what we're going to do for this topic is we're going to go alphabetically, I believe, through each of our departments that are here today. Each department is going to be basically covering 5 topics. And each department head will have 20 minutes to present their content. When there's 5 minutes left, I will be just holding this up as a visual cue. And at 20 minutes, if it goes to the full 20, I will be calling for a process check and asking this group if we want to finish the presentation, if there's a clarifying question to kind of wrap it up, or if we want to hold the remaining topics that are left until a future meeting. I think that's it.
A little bit of a lag.
Okay.
It's thinking.
TV is really hot. I felt like I was melting a little bit standing next to it.
It's working hard.
It's working real hard.
I think you might have already covered all this.
I think I did.
Okay.
Yep, let's go for it.
Jean, you're first.
Are you pulling up on the big screen or something you're saying? Ah, look at
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
There you are. Yeah, get that guy some food. No, I'm Gene Brazel, city administrator, and I work at the pleasure of the mayor. And, you know, operate the day-to-day operations. I've got all the department directors that report to me and the chief. And basically, I focus on, you know, the day-to-day operations, economic development of the city. And part of that is bringing in new businesses. We focused on the downtown plan, revitalizing the whole area there of our parks and recreation, trying to bring all those important components into the community that really impact the families and all the citizens here. So that's kind of my main role there. And then I'd like to think of myself as kind of the cheerleader for all the departments. And really the collaborator of each division that the city has, bringing everybody together, making sure that we support the strategic plan and the vision of the city. And I've been doing this a long time. I started in 2017 here in Lake Stevens, but I started my career in 1985 in Monroe and started as a seasonal, worked my way up through the ranks and was the city administrator there for 7 years before I came here to help Lake Stevens. And it's really been a journey. I didn't ever think I'd be in this role, but
people saw something in me that I was able to bring people together and really be that team builder. And that's really my passion, is just to lead people, put people in positions where they could be successful. And then I pride myself on open communication. I mean, that's one of the main things that we work on. And that's the first thing I did with the new council members. I invited you into the City Hall. You came in and you met with me and we had some great discussions. And that's what I do pretty much on a daily basis, is I work with the teams, provide a little bit of direction, but more just kind of mentoring. People will come and they'll have, you know, situations that they want to work through and talk about. And it's my job to try and shed light on things and let them make the decision, but give them the tools and maybe a perspective that they hadn't thought about. And I try and do that in a positive fashion all the time. I mean, I get, people give me a bad time periodically because I always have my rose-colored glasses on. But that's part of the role, you know. If we get down in the trenches and we're having a tough day, I don't want to wall around with everybody. I want to try and build everybody up. So that's really my role. I have a family. I've got 2 daughters that I'm super proud of and 4 grandkids. And I coach my daughters all the way from, gosh, I think they were 5 years old when I started coaching them in basketball, and coached them all the way to college. And we traveled all around the United States and played everywhere. So I'm so proud of those girls. And of course, now they're coaches of my grandkids. So they're all playing today. So I'm not missing the games, but this is important. So yeah, that's a little bit about me. And my hobby is playing guitar. So in 2000, during COVID days, it's something I always wanted to do. So my best friend is a professional guitar player and he's my mentor. And so he gave me a guitar and I practice every single day, and I'm still not good, but at least I can play the chords. And I just recently bought an electric guitar, so that was a real new jump for me. But that's a little bit about me and what I do.
That's so cool.
Hey, look at this.
Yeah.
All of my people. We got the chief, we got Kelly, we got Barb, we got Sarah, Aaron, Troy, Anya, and Russ. Great leaders of the community right here. I'm so proud of each and every one of them. And what's fun about working with them is every single one of these fine folks have a different personality type. And it is spirited at times, but we get a lot of stuff done. Okay, so accomplishments. I mentioned that, yeah, I'm the cheerleader of the city and trying to stay positive all the time. You know, we worked on the mission, vision, and values that Lori went through in the strategic plan, and we try and keep that in front of us all the time. Every time staff puts together a staff report for council, we make sure that we touch on these values and our vision to make sure that the decisions council's making are supporting exactly that. So another thing that I'm really proud of is their succession plan that we put into place. I'd mentioned that before, that when somebody's gone, another person has the opportunity to fill that role in an acting position. So when I'm gone, I've got 3 directors, Russ, Anya, and Aaron, that are interested in being a future city administrator or city manager. And so I've been mentoring them, and they attend management courses, and they have the opportunity to go back to Washington, DC and do lobbying work back there and learn that. And so I'm really proud of them, but that goes all the way down to first line supervisors. And we've got one individual, and I mentioned this during the podcast that we actually did, that I'm so proud of. He's a public works employee, and I wasn't sure if this employee was going to stay or go because a lot of change happened when I came on board here in 17. And we made a lot of changes, and this individual stuck it out and was a maintenance worker. And I'll be darned, last year he stood up and said, I want to be a acting lead. And he did. He stepped up and he filled the role, and I'm so proud of him. He did a great job. And I actually mentioned it not only in the podcast, but during the staff celebration we had, and I, recognized him because I'm really proud of him and that he stuck through all the change. And he's a future leader, so that's something we can be proud of, is succession plan. I mentioned cross-department collaboration. That is a big role of mine, to make sure that I see that everybody works together. And that is always a challenge because there's so much going on here at the city. So that's a day-to-day thing that we watch. What do we got? Oh, national conferences, yes. Many of us attend national conferences and local conferences. I sit on the MAG meeting every month, which is a managers administrators group. That's actually part of the Snohomish County.
SCT?
Yeah, SCT, thank you. So at any rate, all the city managers, we meet once a month, we collaborate, and I'm actually one of the senior in in Snohomish County now. And so it's kind of funny to be in that role, but I was the chair for many, many years, and I've given up that role in the last couple of years. Just didn't have time to do that, but I still attend those meetings. We do lobby work, and we've talked about that, which is really important. I want to say we've brought in 46 million, something like that, in grant money over the last 6 years, something like that, 6, 7 years. So that's really something to be proud of. I mentioned the MAG. I'm a liaison between council and staff, and we talked about that. When you guys first came on board, I met with you and let you know that, and that's been working really well. And the work that we've already done, I mentioned it to some of you that the first meeting we had for the new city council went okay, and the second meeting, everybody was outstanding. I'm so impressed by the new council and how you've jumped into the roles and done really well. So really proud of that. I mentioned economic development, always out there being the cheerleader for the city. And that's something I encourage all of us to do, especially the council members. When you're out and about and you're talking to people, always say, and I know you already do, but Lake Stevens is a great place. And I don't care where you're at, you could be in, California at Disneyland, and start talking to people and spread the word about the amazing community we have. And all of a sudden you'll have businesses that here, and they make a phone call and say, hey, talk to council member so-and-so, do you have any space? And then we send them over to Russ, and Russ finds them a home, and that's how we get new businesses here. So that's really important. And then I mentioned being on MAG. So I'm very well known in the county. And so when other city administrators, and it could be directors that work for me in other communities, have something going on and they need help with something, they call me. And I love being in that role. Well, a prime example of that is a city administrator that is in Sultan. He worked for me, and he started as a public works person, and then he wanted to become HR, and he went into the HR role. And next thing you know, he's the administrator in Sultan. And I had a police officer, Springer, that's in Monroe, and he's done really well. He started for me as a public works employee. Talked to me one day and said, hey, I want to be a cop. And I'm like, do it. And so he's a sergeant. Yeah. He's a sergeant now in Monroe, doing great. So I really love that role. Again, that's who I am to the core, as a team builder and a mentor to people. So challenges, keep the team motivated. The budget restraints are hard, the workloads are high, and the stress level is high. And we talk about that all the time when we have our executive staff retreat. We focus on not only team building, but how we can deal with stress, right? Because it is a stressful job, and there's really no off switch for any of the directors. I mean, it's always on, and that's okay. That's the role we're in, but it's my job to try and keep everybody motivated and keep things moving. And then the economic development, we have to find a way to bring more money into the community, and that's sales tax. It's a great way to go. And that means developing out 20th Street. That's a big area that is underdeveloped. Russ did a great job getting the water line agreement across the finish line last year. Great job on that. And then the industrial area, we got to get utilities out there. We got to get new buildings out of the ground where we've got places for people to work, not have to commute out of the city. So those are kind of the highlights of what I'm really focused on the next couple of years. Okay, Kelly?
All right.
Hey, real quick, just so everyone knows, we're pretty fortunate to have Gene. He's been around the block, literally, forever. He is a little humble there, but he's known throughout the state and around the nation to give him a call. He's the man on the mountain for wisdom, and we are fortunate to have him. He does great work, and glad he's with us. Thank you.
But we're not lending you out to anybody else.
I just have a question. Are we going to have more information in regards to 20th Street Southeast? And I know we finally solved that long-going challenge of the water. Are we gonna have an update pretty soon on what are our next steps and, you know, how are we going to accomplish those?
I'll put it on the follow-up list. How about that?
I mean, well, so let's split that out. What do you want?
Well, I know, I've been to several meetings where we were discussing the challenges just about the water lines. And it sounds like, you know, Russ has finally crossed that finish line. And that's our last big commercial space. So where are we moving forward, recruiting businesses? Those type of things. I know with the new House bill that we discussed, you know, now it can be used for apartments instead of businesses, you know, so what's our plan trajectory, I guess, or do we have one at this point?
I'll speak to that a little bit.
Okay.
During my presentation.
Okay.
And then I can bring you more information back in a follow-up.
Gene, can I ask one quick question before you move along? Every once in a while, I'll have people ask me or seem surprised by the fact that we have both a full-time city administrator and a full-time mayor. Can you talk a little bit about why that's important for Lake Stevens or why you see those roles being distinct and necessary?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. It's a good one. And simply put, this is such a fast-growing city, and there's two different areas. You got the day-to-day operations, which is what I focus on, and then you've got the regional aspect where the mayor's involved in a lot of outreach, and not only outreach of local jurisdictions, but with our legislators, building those contacts. That's why a big part of why we get so many grants is because the mayor's out there building those relationships, talking to our local mayors and building strategies, building relationships. I mean, a great example of that is the recent flooding that went on. You know, the mayor's out there talking to all the other mayors. How can we help? How can we do that, this and that? Where I've got to focus on the day-to-day stuff, so I never have to worry about it. The other cool part is when the mayor's out meeting with people, he's seeing things in the field that I don't have time to get out of the office and see, and he lets me know. And then I'll make sure I get it done and give him follow-up. And so it's a really good relationship to where we don't miss a lot of things. And with the full-time mayor having the ability to hit all those regional meetings on a daily basis, he's out in the community or at the state level or even back in DC representing AWC, which is a big thing. We're lucky to have that. Where a lot of cities don't have that opportunity. And I've worked for mayors that were part-time. It was really challenging, right? You want to have that representation at a regional and local level. And if you're not at the table, nobody knows who you are. And it's really a big challenge.
And I'll go to say for law enforcement, having a mayor that's involved is very important. And everybody that I talk to says your mayor's involved, and it's very important for legislation. He's pushed some bills through the state legislation that have helped us do our job, so.
Mayor, you should have had a slide. It would have been all about the wonderful things that you do.
No, what you guys do is what I do.
That's nice. All right, Municipal Services Division. I want to keep to Lori's timeframe, so I'm going to go quickly here. I am so blessed to talk about this team that I work with. Caitlin Weaver, that you know, we'll go into a little bit more detail. Brandon Tallman, Olivia Baumgartner, Kira Heister, and Ronnie Sansaver. Amazing team. So next slide. So a little bit about myself. Lived in Lake Stevens since 2006. I've got two daughters, 14 and 17. So Tasha, I may want to talk to you at some point. This is why I have some gray hair. No, one of them at Calvero and one at the high school. So they've grown up here. My husband is lieutenant with the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office. We're a family of public service. Have a very energetic 2-year-old Shepherd Husky mix that I somehow had a brilliant idea to adopt last year. She's really, really cute. She keeps me busy. Family, we love camping in our trailer, and we also have a cabin up in Guaymas Island, which is one of my favorite places of all time. So I joined the city in August 2020 during the pandemic. That was an interesting process to interview over Zoom, but this was a job I had looked at for years. I wanted to work in the city that I lived in. So I was so happy to get this job. Cannot believe I'm going to say that I've worked in local government for 28 years. My God, I started in 1998 when I was 5 years old. City clerk duties, of course, managing the official records, overseeing citywide communications, certifying transparency in municipal operations. You know, you all know that Caitlin and I, you know, prepare our council meeting agendas, take minutes. And one of our biggest things is ensuring that all the official action here at the city is documented. We process city contracts and deeds and easements, and there's a lot of them. I'm technically the designated official public records officer, so I oversee the handling of all the public records requests, and we'll talk about Brandon Tallman here in a minute and his role in that. And then just providing leadership and support to the municipal services team. You're gonna see Batman on my slide because my next slide about Caitlin Weaver is my Robin.
Don't you have a city clerk of the year stash?
She does.
I did win the Washington State Clerk of the Year when I first started out, which was a huge accomplishment, but I don't like to brag, but it was cool.
You just don't like it was 2001.
No, I don't know. I don't remember what year. So I'll let Caitlin talk a little bit about herself. Go ahead.
Well, I'm Caitlin. I know you guys receive a billion emails from me all the time. So a little bit about me. I'm married to my high school sweetheart. We hit 20 years this last year. We've been in Lake Stevens since 2007. I have a 13 and 17-year-old daughter, so I may also be reaching out for help. Kelly and I commiserate a lot about raising teen girls. But my girls are amazing. My husband's allergic to everything with fur, so we have a rescued Russian tortoise and a bearded dragon, making us weird reptile people, but they're awesome. And we previously owned a family pharmacy in Monroe for many years, and we ended up having to close that business. And my husband decided he wanted a mid-40s career change, and so he's now on with the Everett Police Department, which has been amazing, and it's been really cool to watch him serve his community in a different way. Let's see. Previously to this, it says up there that I've been in local government for 12 years. I was with the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, which I love that job. But I was really passionate about serving in my community where I'm raising my family. So I have loved every minute of being here. It was an incredible transition, and Kelly's been a great guide as I've come into being a clerk. A fun fact about me is I'm an avid Lego builder. It's how I de-stress. My house looks like a toy store, and no, it's not for my kids, it's for me. My largest set was over 6,000 pieces, so I have some patience, but I'm currently working on the home alone house, so we'll see how that goes.
And a word of caution, when you put your daughter to Caitlin and talk about Legos, don't put yourself on the same thread.
Yeah. His daughter also loves Legos, and he immediately removed himself from the conversation. But yeah, so that's where I am when I'm not at work. I earned my certified municipal clerk designation in 2024, which was part of the Washington Municipal Clerks Education
And that's a
Program.
big deal. That takes over 3 years to get. It's a lot of work and a lot of experience. So that was well earned.
Thank you. The other part of my job I love is I'm the executive assistant to the mayor and city administrator. I absolutely love collaborating with them. It's an incredible part of my job. I get to manage travel for you guys as well as for Brett and Jean. I'm kind of the default travel agent. And I provide a lot of support to the executive team. I'm really honored to be a part of the department heads, and I love collaborating with them and working on events and meetings and different projects. I am the acting city clerk when Kelly is not here, so I assist her with all of her duties, hence the Robin designation. And I've learned so much from Kelly. And then I oversee all the final processing. I mean, we are the record keepers of the city. So minutes, ordinances, resolutions, all of that is something that we have to shepherd across the finish line and get it to its final resting place. So I'm kind of part of that process. And then again, any special projects that Brett and Jean come up with, which we come up with a lot of them, and they are a lot of fun. I like to bird dog those projects, Jean, whatever you got going on, get it done. And then I also act as a public records officer, stay up with that training, and then assist with public records requests, and engage the public through that process.
Yeah, and again, this is a perfect example of great succession planning. I'm just a couple numbers away from a lottery win or retiring at some point. And so Caitlin is certainly learning and has learned a lot of the clerk duties. So that would be a natural transition. Brandon Tallman, he is very tall. He is probably going to go down as one of my best hires. He came to the city in November 2024, worked in public sector for a few years, comes with a IT background, which has been amazing in the technical piece of this job. But he serves as the public records officer, the boots on the ground. He's the primary person for overseeing and completing all public records requests. And there's times when, and we're going to talk about it, where that might be 70% of his job. Is public records requests, depending on our volume. He also cross coordinates with departments on records management, fulfilling public records requests. I think he's been a great representation on MSD and even for the city on some of the AI initiatives. He creates training presentations to help staff better understand records management. He stays on top of updates in case law and legal requirements, which is really important. We learn by case laws from other cities and jurisdictions as to things we need to work on or ways that maybe they didn't handle something correctly. And so we can learn to do it even better. So a little bit about Brandon. I just wanted to talk about him personally real quick. He's called Snohomish County his home all his life. He feels blessed with a wife, 2 kids, and a dog. As a family, they enjoy going for walks and drives, attending church, playing video games. His family is very supportive of his personal hobbies, including different physical endeavors, such as strongman and powerlifting. He's eating like 300 grams of protein right now or something like that. Brandon's goal is to continue using the technical and interpersonal skills he's gained from his previous career in IT to continue to serve Lake Stevens. I just don't want Troy to ever steal him from me.
He's not
because
available.
he's going to be in MSD. But anyway, I want to talk a little bit about public records requests, and I think that's our next slide. Public records requests are very time consuming, and this slide is not meant to say poor us and all the things we have to do. I'm all about helping the public. I'm all about being transparent and getting them the documents they need, but it is very, very time consuming. And so we had 1,946 requests across all departments. It certainly includes police in 2025. And I wanted to show you just quickly here a couple of different sample public records requests. We had one this year that had all records, receipts, communications on personal and city devices surrounding the farmer's market. And I bring this one up because we're seeing a lot more and more about personal devices, not just city devices. So, we can capture everything you're doing on your city email and all your, on your city devices, but we have to come to you, and a lot of to get a affidavit that you don't have anything on your personal devices. And if you do, handing that over. And that's a time consuming process. So in this situation, 24 staff hours were spent, totaling 1,700. We didn't recoup any money, and then the request was withdrawn. So we see that happen a lot, and they stop, either the requester stops communicating with us, they never pay the fees, or they withdraw the request. This was a huge one for us. The second example, all communication. Oh yeah.
Question on the first one.
Sure.
How much would have had to pay to get all of that? What were the fees associated with this request?
We hadn't even quite gotten there yet before it was withdrawn.
It's variable. The first $1 is free, and that's usually about 100 documents. But we can see requests with thousands and thousands of documents.
And your recoup is de minimis. It's nothing.
Yeah.
And that's set by state law.
Yeah.
The second one here, the all communications, emails, reports, memos, records of recommendation, directives, et cetera, between mayor's office, city, officials and the Lake Stevens Police Department. That was a snippet of a 3-page request with multiple requests. That requester has a total at the time of 25 separate public records requests in. We spent 213 staff hours totaling over $13,000. We recouped $1.94. And then she stopped responding to us and then abandoned the request.
That
So,
request, now she has multiple requests because we're up to 46 from her right now.
yeah. And so it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work and, you know, it's a challenge sometimes, to stay motivated and, you know, produce what we can, but we do the best we can. But I just wanted you to see that because, and then the next slide, I won't go into the process of our public records request, but it's very, it's very, again, time consuming and cross collaboration. So Brandon gets the request, he puts it into our system, he starts working with the departments that may have records. He then needs to pull from several databases. Every single record, every single email that he pulls, could be thousands, has to be looked at for possible redactions and to make sure it's responsive. So anyway, I just wanted to, and I won't go into all of this right now, but this is a big piece of what MSD does.
Kelly, what is the percentage, just, you know,
Yeah.
ballpark? The percentage of total public records requests that you get that come from, I'm gonna say like serial requesters, like people who tend to make requests often, like, is it half?
No,
Is it-
not half.
Okay.
No, it's
maybe.
it's a lower percentage, but usually those serial requesters are pretty consistent and they can come in large quantities. Like the chief said, we have one person with over 40 right now that are open.
Yeah.
So even if it's, you know, just
We have
a
a couple
handful.
regulars.
Okay,
couple regular
but it's
people.
not the
No.
majority.
No.
Okay. That's good to
We
know.
identified those two, Angie, like the ones that asked for collision reports, so we got rid of putting the collision report in our case jacket. Now they refer to the state patrol, so that'll delete a lot of those, because those are your physical therapist, your chiropractors, those people that want to know if somebody's been in an accident so they can provide their service.
Sure,
So we try to take care of some of that too, so you'll see a little bit of decline on some.
And do you, similar to that, do you see areas where things could be more lean, could be more efficient if you had like different tools?
AI is something we're heavily looking at right now.
Also, yeah.
Let me jump on that. So a couple of things I'd like to talk about public disclosure requests. You have roughly 6-ish people who that's what they do for you. 6-ish people between the police department and MST. And that consumes an enormous, when we do that, it's called the JLARC, right? It's like the reporting of how much this costs the city of a year. It's a joke. It's not even close to what it actually costs. So think six FTEs runs your public disclosure request. And I'll tell you something that's a testament towards this. Over my time as being mayor, 6 years, we've had crazy requests from all kinds of stuff, asking for all kinds of things. And ultimately, these people ask for stuff, which is great. It's what we're here for. And there's never a smoking gun, right? If there was, it would be publicized, right? So it's over and over again, this stuff happens and it irks me because we do good business here at the city of Lake Stevens and people are always trying to find that smoking gun. It never pops up and it would, and they would publicize it if it was there. So let's go to Angie's question. We're in a development partnership with Darwin AI. Darwin AI does a governance. One of the things, I don't want to get too deep into it. We're not talking about it anywhere else on the.
No.
Okay.
I'm not, maybe Trey is.
Okay, so Darwin AI, the first thing they do for us is AI governance within our city, making sure that we are within our policies in using AI and not spilling things into the AI world. That's a real small, we can get more in depth in that, but one of the things they have is what's called a launch pad. And that's where they help governments vet out ideas on how to be more efficient. And one of the things we've asked them to do is create efficiencies on public disclosure requests. And I told them, this is what I want. If Mayor Gailey had the AI robot optimist idea of public disclosure requests, I want, so when in 1 a.m. when someone's way too deep on some wine and they're mad at Mayor Gailey and they want to see everything he's ever done on email, I want them to be able to put in a public disclosure request. The AI robot reads it, sees it, understands it, goes to all of our databases, finds the pertinent information, goes into a redaction. And in the morning when Sleepy Caitlin shows up, she has an 80% solution. So we are working that with Darwin AI right now, and it's cutting edge nationwide on what we're creating. And Darwin's doing a really good job. Brandon is key on that, development process. So we are trying to crack the nut on this with technology and with AI. There's a lot of work to do on it still. And in the meantime, we do a lot of work on public disclosure.
That's part of the reason we invested in our SharePoint migration as well. And we're cleaning up our records and trying to digitize and go paperless, and why Brandon's position has been so critical is because we want good data. So when we have that solution, it can look at our data and actually pull what we need.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But part of AI and part of technology is, and a lot of cities miss it. If you don't first clean your data and organize your data, you're just spewing crap.
Yeah.
Right? So we've done a really good job as a city in cleaning our data and organizing our data, tagging our data, so that as we apply AI tools to it, we're providing good answers.
And Misty, we do not spew crap.
We don't spew crap.
I like it.
I know,
Yes.
Kim had her hand up.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Guys do much, yeah.
Kim, you had your hand up. I just.
I have a quick question. So when it comes to public disclosure requests, do you do the police department too? Because I know you go to the police department website for their public disclosure.
No.
So does I'm sorry, Chief, you may be answering this later. Do you handle both or just city?
No, the police department has an incredible staff, and again, they get a very high volume of that 1900. And they have complex body worn camera, and I know Chief may have more to say about that, but they have an incredible team that we collaborate with.
Combined on this slide.
Yeah, so it's because Jean's over all of administration, that's our total that we have to report to the state for the city. But yes, they get a large amount of that within their department.
Even though we do the work, they're the overseers, they're the ones that have to manage it. She is the public records person. That's why they're combined working together. So that's why they're so collaborative.
Thank you. Yes.
When you have a public disclosure request regarding council members, what is your expectation of turnaround time? And do we get notified if it's email only, and obviously you have access to it, but if it's, personal, what's our turnaround time to provide you that information? And do you let us know?
Go ahead.
I mean, we would immediately let you know that there's been a request, so that it's almost like a records hold. So you know to not delete anything and hold everything. And then Brandon would start working with you on a reasonable time frame. So usually within requests like that, there's multiple points. We're going to start working on the things we can internally, and then we would work one-on-one with you on affidavits and searching devices. And but it wouldn't be like tomorrow you have to get it. So it's our
5 days from the.
Yeah, that we have to respond to the requester.
Yeah.
Saying what is whether we get you it or we have to say we're gonna respond in 5 days, this is how much time it's gonna take and how much it's gonna cost.
And typically, we're developing a plan, we're looking at all the different steps and all the places we need to go, and then communicating back to the requester a reasonable time frame. So I wouldn't want you guys to worry that you as council have to immediately turn that around. Our team would be working with you.
There's only been 3 or 4 times where it's affected my personal devices, and I've never had to do anything other than before council meeting, like come in a little bit early and sign off an affidavit or come show my device or whatever, so.
We've had requests come in that we know will take 1.5 to 2 years to solve.
Yeah.
And you have to give them that notice.
And if you want to make this really easy, don't do anything on your personal device that's council member related. It just makes it so easy. Then you can be like, nope, nope.
Sign that affidavit, they can't do that.
Okay, next slide. All right, so Olivia Baumgartner, she is our unicorn of the city. I just want to talk a few minutes about her. Olivia moved to Lake Stevens for this position in 2023. She spends her weekends hiking in the beautiful Washington nature and sea glass hunting in Deception Pass State Park. She recently got married in October to her long-term partner of 9 years, and together they have one cute little cat named Loki. She joined the city in 2023. She is such a unicorn in that she is our grants and communications person. So not only is she really good at grants, she's also really good at communication. And so if I was queen of the city one day and I had my fantasy world, I would pull her and make her full-time communications, and we'd get a full-time grant person. But we have budget restraints, but maybe in the future, I think there's a lot more she can do for us in the communications arena. But anyway, she produces and oversees all citywide communications, including all of our social media, news releases. She does that nice weekly splash report. We all probably got an annual report in the mail from us. She produces that quarterly newsletter, State of the City. She also, this year got her FEMA certification to be our public information officer. And she's working on having an advanced, designation soon. And that's really important. Lake Stevens has got a seat at the table now when it comes to, emergency management and disaster in the city, which is very important. She also coordinates administrative events, including legislative reception, town halls, public engagement. And she creates internal and external visuals and graphics for citywide initiatives. She worked on this PowerPoint as far as our slides, and you can see what a nice job she does. So, next slide. And then, yes, Kira and Rondi, these are your wonderful faces and voices at the front counter. I probably don't have time to read all of this, but Rondi has lived in Lake Stevens for 14 years. And she has aspirations to be a city council member one day here in Lake Stevens. So she's been listening to meetings and getting on meetings and trying to educate herself. And when she retires, that's what she wants to do, which is really neat. And Kira, she has grown up here in Lake Stevens, married her high school sweetheart. She's got 2 daughters around my daughter's ages. Again, they're both love Lake Stevens, love the community they work in. They do a lot of reception duties, like, you know, answering the phones, assisting walk-ins and sharing city information. They are our go-to people. They get all the questions, they know all the things. To me, 2 of the most important positions here at the city. A lot of receiving and invoicing and tracking, and they're just the go-tos at the front counter.
Can I add a couple of comments about those 2?
Sure, yeah.
So those 2 are in the building that I'm in, and they are always willing to support every with simple requests, more complex requests. So they are truly assets to our community.
Thank you for saying that, Russ. And there's 2 of them because they job share. They both work 2.5 days a week. So, which is really nice because the one can cover for the other. And anyway, next slide. So I think we covered some of this stuff. So just projects for administration and MSD, building out SharePoint. This last year has been incredible, a lot of work, but very well worth it. We're creating efficiencies by organizing our records and destroying what we can. MSD does a lot of onboarding and offboarding. Having 4 new council members this year has been really fun, and onboarding all of you guys. We're working towards a paperless office. The mayor does not want to see paper anymore. Like,
No paper.
No paper.
No paper.
No paper. I talked about the FEMA training. I'm trying to go fast. You know, enhancing our transparency and expanding external communications, always something we're trying to work on. You guys have ideas about more ways we can reach out, please let me know. Accomplishments, again, the PIO training, the public records request. Total grant amount received in 2025, $3 million. That is in huge part to a lot of staff members, and also Olivia coordinating that, so that was neat. Challenges, I talked about divided roles, especially when it comes to Olivia, just volume of public records requests. You know, the paperless project initiative, as much as we all want it, it takes a lot of work to get there. AI integration, you know, it's evolving constantly, but trying to stay on top of it. And yeah, I think I covered the rest, so that's us in a nutshell. It's MSD. Any questions? Yes.
And also just a clarifying thing to the council as well. The total grant amount you see received, you may have noticed that number as well in the finance department report. We had Olivia does the front side, helping us get those grants. And then the finance on the side is making sure we're getting that grant money. So that's where that connection is right there.
Yeah, thank you for that.
And MSD has the privilege of collaborating in that way with with every department, really. So, I mean, Olivia's position collaborating with Jessica's and us collaborating. I mean, we really love being that department that gets to work with everyone. It's a privilege.
So thanks for listening about us. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, great. I'm just going to call out that we did go a little bit longer on that one. That's my bad, because I didn't realize we were combining administration with MSD. We are still on track though, and I think it's a good time to take our first break. I would propose, if it's okay with the mayor, to take a 10-minute break.
You're in charge.
All right, I'm in charge. Let's take 10 and we'll see you back at 9:30.
Oh, sure.
You did great. Okay. You did great. And also, I
I need to get you a whistle, man.
Thank you.
I will get you one during the break.
Thank you. Okay. So next up.
You're supposed to live around.
I do.
Okay, so next up, we're going to hear from Human Resources. Anya, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Bring up my notes. Okay, I've got a lot going on in my department and I have some busy slides here. We're gonna go through and I'm gonna talk as fast as I can to make us squeeze into the 20 minutes. But I want to do a quick intro of the team and show you our org chart. We've got me, HR Director, Max Roth, who's the risk manager. And reporting to him is Lauren Frederick, our safety training coordinator, who you have met at orientation. For those new council members. And then on the left side, we've got Julie Couch, formerly known as Julie Good. She's our senior HR specialist. And then we've got Annette Rose. She's our HR technician. That little box to the left of that is the HR manager position. That's our succession plan. We have that built into our budget. It's not a filled position. It is just room for growth for our employees to grow into when we're ready to make that move. So a quick bio of everybody. I'm going to read my bio, which is always fun reading about yourself. Okay, I serve as the HR director for the city, where I lead risk and HR management and advise the executive leadership. Prior to coming to the city, I served as the HR manager at the Washington State Department of Corrections and served in management for Nike Inc. I hold a bachelor's degree from University of Washington, go Huskies, and I am also a Lean Six Sigma black belt. My HR philosophy is really straightforward. I like to humanize the work. I align the people, policy, and performance. To me, that means transparent communication, fair and consistent practices, and continuous improvement rooted in lean. I'm passionate about coaching leaders and helping shape future leaders in government. And I'll talk a little bit about later the external boards that I serve on. I'm also known as an idea generator on our team, a problem solver, and a trusted advisor. Outside of work, I enjoy music, traveling, exploring the Pacific Northwest with my family. And from spring to through late fall, my husband and I camp with our two girls, ages 10 and 8, nearly every weekend. And if we're not camping, we're on the soccer field. We're a big soccer family and spread the love of sport by volunteering in the community in Lake Stevens, where we both grew up and now live. I've recently taken up my new hobby of crocheting. I just taught myself through YouTube, and I love crocheting little gifts and fun things for my coworkers and friends. And fun fact about me is I got to climb Chichen Itza, which is one of the new 7 wonders of the world, before it was closed down to the public. So I got to climb the stairs and back down. So I'm a world traveler, so I love that. Okay, I'm going to go in rotation. And the other picture on here I want to explain is the Seahawks. We made a big Seahawks snowman this year. That's me and my family up in Canada over the holidays. Go Hawks. And then up to the left is our new little puppy. A lot of city staff have adopted her as a little city mascot. She's been in a lot of engagement pictures with us. That's Ginny. We adopted her last year. She's turning 1 next week. She's a little 5-pounder Yorkie. All right, Max to my left here. But before joining the city of Lake Stevens, Max Roth spent several years working as an engineer in environmental remediation. He holds a master's degree in environmental engineering and later earned a master's degree in emergency management. He now has served with the city's risk and emergency manager for 4 years. In his role, he enjoys working across departments and learning from different fields, along with the challenge and responsibility of helping keep the city and its residents safe and ready. Outside of work, Max loves spending time outdoors, especially fishing, as you can see in the photo here, hiking and floating the rivers. Miss Lauren, we're going in circular order here. Down on the bottom right, Lauren Fredericks, the safety training coordinator for the city. She oversees workplace safety programs and employee training initiatives. Lauren's a graduate from Drury University with a bachelor's in psychology and criminal justice. At the city, Lauren has a strong commitment to creating safe and efficient work environments and loves developing and implementing strategies that ensure compliance and foster a culture of safety across the organization. She works closely with city departments, specifically Public Works, Parks, and the PD, to align safety protocols with organizational goals. And Lauren's past experience as an aquatics director with the YMCA of Greater Seattle and a training manager with Top Golf has helped her hone her expertise in the training program development and continuous improvement in safety standards. Quote from her that she provided, she really enjoys working for the city because it offers a strong sense of financial stability, which gives me peace of mind. I also appreciate the great work-life balance that allows me to be productive while still having time for my personal life. And the team I work with is fantastic. Having supportive and friendly coworkers makes every day enjoyable. Outside of work, Lauren enjoys spending time with her husband Matthew and rescue pup Pippa, and she loves to camp and go to music festivals, but also enjoys cozying up on a couch with a good fiction novel. Annette Rose is a human resources technician with the City of Lake Stevens, where she has contributed to the department for over 4 years. Fun fact, I actually hired Annette and Max both on the same day. I was very lucky to orientate them on the same day, which is also a double-edged sword because then you gotta evaluate them on the same day. Every year. So with more than 14 years of experience in HR, Annette began her career in retail before serving as HR consultant for Washington State Department of Corrections. That's where me and her had a connection, and I crossed her over from state to pulled her over to city government with me a couple of years after I came to the city. In her current role, she specializes in recruitment and implementation of the maintenance of NeoGov systems, our HR systems, and then including recruiting. Annette has earned her Lane Six Sigma Green Belt certification in 2022, reflecting her commitment to process improvement and operational excellence. Prior to her HR career, she built a successful foundation in retail management, and which has honed her leadership and customer service skills. And outside of work, she enjoys spending time with friends and family, especially her 3 grandchildren here in the picture, gardening, baking, and cheering on her favorite teams, the Seattle Mariners and Seahawks. Annette's looking forward to her new career in 2027. Spoiler alert, she's retiring, which her new career will include travel and being a full-time me mom. So Annette enjoys the variety of work she does and values the collaborative and supportive environment at the city where employees' growth and development are prioritized. Last but not least, Julie Couch is a senior HR specialist, and she has 19 years in HR and holds a PHR and a SHRM CP credential and has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and administration. She has worked at the city since 2018, and prior to the city, she served in the city of Mukilteo as an HR manager and city of Arlington as an HR analyst. Julie currently serves as our chief civil service examiner and is known for her calm and steady presence and being a reliable sounding board for employees. Outside of work, she volunteers with Kiwanis in Arlington and Hire Heroes USA. She is a vet. She enjoys gardening and is a proud fur mama to her cats, Bates and Truman. That's the HR team.
Can you clarify HR technician versus HR specialist?
We don't have an HR. Yes, the senior HR specialist.
Well, yeah, so what's the difference between the role of an HR specialist versus an HR
I'm gonna go into our
technician?
functional org chart in a few slides.
Sure.
So I will go into that. Okay,
And wasn't Julie a gunner on Blackhawks?
yes.
Yeah.
She's a black.
She's like super impressive. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about HR core services. I'm going to try to orientate you to what HR does. A lot of people think of HR, and I'll talk about this in the next slide as well, don't know what we do in our day-to-day routines. So we have the HR department is called HR, but really we have a couple divisions, human resources division and a risk management division, which also includes emergency management and safety. And then we have this, like, I would say, unofficial division at the bottom, organizational excellence and strategy, which I'll talk about. So on the HR side, we do a lot of talent acquisition, recruiting, and workforce planning. This is where we do all of your hiring and all of that. And then we'd go into classification and compensation. This is job descriptions, coming up with compensation programs, really identifying the needs of the city. We also do labor and employee relations. So labor relations are with unions, employee relations are really dealing with employees' needs and supporting them as well. We have 3 unions here. So we have the Guild, the Guild Commissioned, which is our police officers. And then we have the Guild Non-Commissioned, which is our records staff and other clerical technical staff and PD. And then we have the Teamsters, 763, and they are the public works field staff. Everybody else in the city is what we call non-represented. We also do benefit administration, so we are coordinating all the vendors and the first line of defense on, open enrollment, making sure everyone's getting all of their benefits, and then that gets passed off to payroll for execution. We are in charge of all the HR systems, data, reporting, all your personnel files, all of your employee maintenance and movements that happen throughout the organization. And then in the organizational excellence and strategy, we do a lot of strategy and organizational development. At one point, we will bring back like what we call like a strategic staffing plan that we've worked on in the last 5 years since 2020. And that's like a 5-year plan that we develop as departments and project out what our staffing needs are. And we'll bring that back usually during the budget season. And then the other thing that we do in the excellence strategy is the Lean Center of Excellence program comes out of HR and continuous improvement, which Lori is my partner. And we'll go over that program at the end of the slide. Under risk management, we do occupational health and safety. So we comply with L&I standards. We process workers' compensation claims. And then we also do claim management for any type of claims against the city. And do you want to talk to this at all if you want? But we also do the insurance, and this is all Max's side here. We do the risk strategy and emergency and continuity planning, and then the training and employee development. So next slide. It's kind of tiny, I guess, on the slide. It's really hard to fit all the boxes, I suppose. So here's kind of what we do by function. The HR director, that is me. Oh, actually, we skipped a slide. Oh. Okay.
Did they get out of order maybe?
Oh, maybe. Okay, so there we go. Oh, let's do this one first. Okay. Okay, so here's what I was talking about. This is what people see. Has anybody heard of the iceberg model? This is a very busy slide again. This is everything above the waves is the iceberg. And this is what people think that HR does. They think that we do attendance, that we enforce the rules, that we're just here for pay and benefits. We're the training police. We hire and fire, onboard, and we do job descriptions. And really, we do a lot more than that. And I wanted to kind of be able to and it's even more than those orange boxes. It was really hard to even pick some to show you, and we won't go over all of them. But I also want to acknowledge that we wear multiple hats in the organization. So we're known as the strategists, the change navigator, sometimes the psychologists. We have a lot of walk-ins. We conflict mediate. We are problem solvers, and we're the crisis managers. On the HR side, we're always implementing technology and developing policies and programs. We're making sure we're compliant with federal and state laws. We do a lot of performance management, performance coaching, conducting employee investigations takes up a lot of time when those happen. And we do a lot of data and analysis of helping the organization be proactive and mitigating issues. We are also employee engagement consultants, and we help create that positive culture. We'll go into later about like all the employee committees that we help run. We're helping develop employee development plans with managers. And I would just say overall, we are just a strategic consultant and advisor at all levels, all the way down to employees. And then I'll let Max talk about a few of his things on this slide.
Yeah, probably in the risk area, one thing that you don't see is like tracking down information in order either to support our claims for property losses or defend us against liability claims. Oftentimes it's not clear what information and what arguments we have and what is out there. So trying to gather that information, then making a good case for us takes up a lot of time and quite some tweaking. Furthermore, if we move over to kind of preparedness, emergency management, just preparing the organization in general is fairly complex, and finding solutions then that work for all departments. That is one of the challenges. Everyone has different needs, operates a little differently. So finding solutions that work for everyone is another challenge there. Just to pick two examples.
I will say when I first started the city and became the risk manager prior to Max coming aboard, I remember getting a phone call about a fire hydrant that was hit somewhere. And it was near Frontier Village. And I remember, why we say claims data hunting is I was calling around trying to figure out who owns the fire hydrant, whose fire hydrant is this, trying to figure out, is this our city property? Is this someone else's? And then contacting that person. So we do a lot of that, like hunting around, gathering like, whose is this? Whose claim is this? Which department do we need to consult with? And so it's a lot of like, just, I would say tracking down or hunting that data. All right, next slide. So this is our functional, oh, you wanna go back? Sorry, go back first, yeah. This is the functional org chart, it's tiny, I apologize. But just to kind of to show you a little bit of how we're divided out into those core services functions is HR director serves as the lead negotiator. I'm in charge of the department budget, strategy and development. I do leadership coaching, internal investigations, policy development, the compensation program. We run a salary commission, which is the it's the board that decides the elected official salaries. So that runs in the fall. I'm also overseeing the lean program and I oversee public disclosure for the department, although all of our employees help respond to public disclosure depending on the complexity. The senior HR specialist handles a lot of the higher level HR issues that maybe don't rise to the level of me, or we tag team certain things. So she does help a lot with labor management and grievances and MOUs. She has served as a backup lead negotiator for cross training and succession planning. She's our benefit administrator. She handles a lot of performance management and advisement. She handles most of the city's job descriptions and classifications and edits that happen. She's also in charge of our drug and alcohol program, and then also handles complex employee leaves and accommodations, which is a pretty significant workload here at our city. She handles all of our workers' compensation claims and leads our civil service commission, which is the board that is over the police recruiting. And then the HR technician is a lower level position. It's a little bit low below like maybe what you would call a specialist. She handles all the recruiting and onboarding except for police for the most part, although we have a lot of cross training happening right now. She handles most of our records management, our employee maintenance. She is our HR liaison to payroll, so all the payroll actions go through her. She also handles employee leave at the lower level and makes sure people get their FMLA and paperwork and all the things that they need and information. And she's basically our first stop shop for customer service for our employees. And is in charge of all of our information systems. And then Max, I'll let you talk about what you and Lauren do.
All right. Well, as the risk manager, claims is one big area I work in. Obviously, claims investigation and documentation is a big responsibility, but also damage recovery and restitution. Whenever the city suffers a loss of property, we'll try to recover costs as good as possible. And ultimately, in the risk manager role, I'm also a risk advisor to the various city departments, and I review policies and programs to make sure we limit the city's liability exposure. Moving over to the area of emergency management, probably the biggest part there is the emergency management plan development and implementation. There is a never-ending list of emergency management plans that need to be either developed or updated on a cyclic basis. But also emergency management partner coordination is a big responsibility. Our biggest partner here is Snohomish County Department of Emergency Management, but obviously also all the other surrounding jurisdictions. Ultimately also oversee the occupational health and safety program and make sure we comply with state and federal laws and L&I regulations. And also the assigned ADA and Title VI coordinator for the city. Lauren, our safety and training coordinator, her big responsibility is training development to make sure the trainings we deliver to our employees are fine-tuned for the city of Lake Stevens needs. She also does training in safety records and maintenance with 140 employees in the city. Approximately, you can imagine that takes quite some time and some organizational skills to have everything in order there. She does compliance monitoring and she does field inspections of our field crews as well. She furthermore organizes the external testing and training. does a great job with that. And she is also the safety committee lead. And what I've heard is that the safety committee is off to a good start this year. And it's even bigger than before. So much for that from my end.
All right, next slide. So I'm going to talk quickly about one of our accomplishments this year in our strategy roadmap. You've heard about the strategic plan from the citywide, and the HR started strategic planning last summer. And I will pass these if you want to pass those down. So what we did this summer is we established an HR mission and guiding principles. And guiding principles for us really, if you see the house, you know, the strategic plan is in the roof, and the HR department's strategy feeds underneath that and helps support that strategic plan. And the same thing goes for the guiding principle and mission. So those feed up into the values, and the guiding principles really tell us how we operate, how we treat our customers with our employees, and how, you know, we prioritize our work and how we handle issues. And so it's a guiding sheet for all of our staff in HR, so we're all on the same page. And then we establish strategic priorities and goals. I won't read them, I just pass them out. If you have time, you're welcome to read through those. This is actually the first time the executive team is seeing these as well. We haven't sent them out to all staff yet. We kind of just finalized the pretty version of the document, but we worked all hard this summer finalizing all these goals. And in 2026, we're gathering all of our metrics and KPIs, which we have some to share today. And then the little octopus is our HR hero. We created this during our strategic planning. This symbolizes all of our team members and how utility players we are, and how we have multiple hands doing multiple functions. And, you know, we're the mediators and problem solvers. We're chill as a cucumber, cool and calm and collected. That symbolizes Annette. And then the pants are all about Lauren. She's extroverted. She's a utility player, loud, and she's the one that's, you know, the fun person. We've got the whistle and the money for claims, and we're big head, big brain, smart, and we have a lot of life experience. And that cloud of government over us is that changing weather, constant change management, and spreading positivity in the organization. And then we all wear glasses. Actually, 4 out of 5 of us actually wear glasses, but the glasses that symbolize how smart we are, you know. That's our HR mascot.
Wait a minute. Oh, right.
So Anya, sorry to interrupt. You guys are 2 minutes over, so we have a choice to make here. Do we want to keep going? Do you want a few more minutes to wrap up? What's the group thinking?
Wrap up. Go. Yeah.
Doing great.
Do 3 more minutes?
Okay, counts and accomplishments. I won't spend a lot of time. But you know, I guess we have a lot of great accomplishments. We launched a successful internship program, which I do have a slide on here, but I can bring that one back. And we completed our strategic plan. We revitalized the emergency operations center, and we rolled out a new program. We've created lots of training courses for staff. And our challenges really are rooted in similar challenges. What finance talked about is the growth of FTEs. Staffing due to the increase in staffing has really hurt our ability to serve our customers. So it increases the HR demand. You know, each employee that we add increases workload in recruiting, onboard, leave management, training, and compliance. Our recruiting volume has exploded. I have some metrics on a next slide that I'll go over, but it's a high volume function. And when Annette was hired in 2022, it was an occasional task. Now it is a full-time task of recruiting. You know, the higher amount of staff we have, the higher turnover we have, the more transactions we have. So we do more exit surveys, more offboarding, more benefit coordination, and risk and management liability are increasing. And we have some stats on the next slide about that as well. And I will say a current issue right now is we do have someone out on long-term leave, and they've been gone for 3 months, and we're not sure when that person will be back. And so we've had a lot of just workload increases. That's a current acute issue that has just, I think, hindered some of our ability to get some projects completed, which we have a project slide on here as well.
Can I interject for a second?
Yeah.
And that's a global issue due to state leave laws.
Yeah.
That affects every one of our departments, has somebody out on long-term leave, so we're always backfilling our work.
I would just say we don't have an HR specific, we have HR software for training and performance management. We don't have an HR information system that we can use for analytics and reporting or traditional HR software, which is a project in 26 that we've already started looking at other platforms like Workday or things that will be cohesive with whatever the city's moving forward on with the financial software. And then I think I'll just go move on for metrics real quick. These are some of our metrics. I'll go over a few. This is our retention and turnover rate, which I'm happy to bring back to talk further. Basically, I just spoke to it, but the higher amount of staff, the higher turnover you're going to have. But our retention rate is actually pretty good. It was destabilized a few years ago in the pandemic and has now returned to a healthy level in the 90th percentile. Most employees, when they leave, that's that little box on the bottom right corner, recommend the city as a place to work, which is great. Here's their application statistics. We processed in 2025, 1,178 with an increase of 334% since 2020. And then we've increased our onboarding. And then we have, but another win is we've decreased our workers' compensation claims, which is awesome. I think that's in addition to like what all the focus we've done with safety. And then I'll let Max speak to a few of his statistics.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the claims, liability claims have gone up last year compared to the year before. Obviously, we don't have like long-term trends that would indicate that this will continue or not, but overall, it's just it indicates to bigger workload. While the financial losses are not necessarily super high associated with these claims, not all of them have been resolved yet. So there is the potential there to for some financial losses to be associated with those claims. As for property claims that are not on here, they stay more or less the same. We haven't had any. We only had like one big property loss last year, none the year before, so it's manageable, I would say.
Okay, next slide. Here's some key projects and initiatives. I would just point out the one that has really lagged behind is our employee handbook. That's been a project for about 1.5 years now, and it's just due to staffing. We're kind of unable to get that across the finish line. Develop the process of constantly updating the handbook. We've hired a consultant though in the meantime that's helping us move that project along. And we've got some negotiations coming up and some new initiatives, I would just say, and lots of emergency management work ahead of us in 2026. So next slide. Here's some of the department committees that our department is running, and then we have staff liaisons that are chairs of these committees, and there's a few of those chairs in the room, and it's a big lift for those employees that are trying to juggle with employee committees and making sure we're engaged and also doing their full-time work. And we have a great city staff, and here's some of the pictures from our events. Our turkey bowl is down there with the cones. It's one of our favorite wellness events from our wellness committee. And we do, ACE committee is our employee recognition committee, and they do a great job hosting a summer event and a winter event with annual rewards. And next slide, yeah. Here's just some of the boards that we serve on externally. And I won't go into a lot of these, but we are really involved to make sure we have a great network and resources that we're supporting. Not only we're getting a voice in WCIA, which is our insurance authority, and leadership. We are starting a leadership consortium locally with several cities to try to get more leadership training out there for our staff and developing. And then we're really involved in NeoGov and making sure that we have a voice in improving that as well. So go ahead, next slide. And I will bring back more information on the internship program and an executive summary at a later council meeting. I know that was a request, what is the budget impact and all of that, but here's a quick slide on our great interns this year and just a few of their accomplishments. And I just really want to highlight the quote here that said from this one intern that said he learned more in 5 months in his internship than he did in all. And I felt that was the best quote of the whole exercise survey, so I wanted to highlight that. So I'll just leave that as a teaser as more to come on that. And then last but not least is our Lean Center of Excellence. I am not going to dedicate a lot of time to this. I know we're short on time, but we've started this in 2021, and that's all about continuous improvement and really making sure our staff are trained to ditch the archaic government ways of thinking and really making sure that we're streamlining processes, we're doing things efficiently, transparently, And you can see here, we've had great success in training our own employees and now have expanded it to offer this class externally. And we've trained quite a bit of external staff and gained a lot of partnerships in other agencies and regionally, all the way down to City of Seattle, and bigger organizations. And I would say we've partnered with like Children's Hospital and other Snohomish County, and people that are bigger than us looking up to us as a role model for lean in our lean program here, which is awesome. And then here's our organizational chart for lean. These are all of our green belts and black belts and how we're certified. It's different than a regular org chart. You can't really see everyone's name, so we have representation from every single department that are trained in this concept, which is a huge win for us. And last but not least, go Hawks.
We'll make sure that this whole presentation is added to the packet and sent out to council, so you can take more time to read the slides as well.
Of a question / go ahead, Grace.
You go.
Sorry, question, more comment, and so this is not a direction to staff, more of a question to the mayor and then to the council members. So, right, we're at 140 something employees, right? You talked about an HR supervisor, other HR, well, you've got a heavier workload. Right, over the past couple of years, new positions have been added, and as those have been added in council meetings, we see the effect on the budget, for example, but it's isolated to that position, right? So the question is, yeah, at what point do we need more HR people to support the bigger workload, and how do we account for that in the conversations when we talk about new positions? So, and I don't know what the answer is, but if you said, Mayor, hey, we're at 146, if we hit 155, like that's the break point where we must bring on somebody else new, right? So that when we at least have this idea of when someone else will be needed, and we can account for that as we make decisions about each position, because if you take each one piecemeal, oh yeah, that makes sense, that's only 110K or whatever, but when those add up, plus then the extra 25K per HR employee that's needed, or whatever that number is, right? That'll creep up on us, and I don't want that to creep up on us.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is like maybe bring back like a staffing ratio, basically on what we should have for HR staff by the number of staff we have, and be prepared to have that.
Some proposal that we can largely agree on that says in advance, yeah, if we look at 5, 10, whatever that number is, more people, we should expect to also add an HR person to support that.
And I would also say that our HR department is very unique in the fact that we handle, it's pretty common that risk management and HR are in the same department, I would say, across many municipalities. But we also have lean and other things and initiatives that we move forward on. And we have a really robust, I think, risk management. And so like I can pull up, I can feed data and we can come with a recommendation for the staffing ratio.
Yeah.
And that goes for us too, for our records units, because the more officers we have to put people in the back office too.
Same thing with finance for payroll, like you heard about with finance. So the more staff you add, the more payroll duties there is. And yes.
My comment was more general. When I see 2020 as the base year, because it's of the 5-year, it's a very tough year to have as a base year in general. 2019 seems to be a little better. I don't know if there's another base year like 2023 that kind of gets us out of that crisis mode. 2020 seems to be very low in a lot of, so the growth percentages that you see from that base year seems to be abnormally high. So I
would actually say if I went back to like 2022 is when we really started seeing a peak in hiring and really growing. Yes, I agree, 2020. So actually a few of those numbers were from 2022, the recruiting, because we just didn't have data from 2020, and also because of our HR information systems. So a few of those numbers were from 2020 and a few were from 2022.
I think we'll see that throughout all of the departments as a 5-year. So as we move into, the next 5 years, it's gonna be different, but I think 2020 still PTSD on that whole era. I tend to look at 2019 as a more stabilizing kind of what did it used to be, but a lot has changed with annexation, and a lot of that ratio of services to a number of employees has changed, and maybe it's different 2023 as a base year, or 22. So that's it.
Any more questions? Well, thank you for the grace on the time.
All right, well, I got the privilege of, the pleasure to, round off the administration, which supports all of the departments here, with the technology department here. I've been here for a very long time, but, technology drives everything that we're doing here. So, we have an amazing team. And it's been a long time, but, so if you want to go to the next slide, I'll just go quick on the agenda and I'll just jump into some of the stuff. So I just want to go real quick and give a kind of introduction to the department a little bit. We're going to go through our staff, staff overview, responsibilities, success stories, work charts, challenges and successes. But go ahead and hit next off of this. So the Lake Stevens, I've been here, like I said, for a very long time. It's been 19 years now. And you hear this common theme with everybody. There's, I don't know how many people has been at this table that length of time right now, but we are always very lean, and it's always been at a very fast pace. I started here where it was just two servers. I was surprised when I came into this environment when I saw what we had. But everybody was running really fast, and we're growing rapidly. And so what we see today, which seems like we have a pretty good sized staff now, but it took a really long time to get here. And this has been a huge testament to our leadership. Gene has been an amazing boss. He's actually been someone who's helped to make me better at my job and inspire me. I really appreciate his leadership. So we really are comprised of like 6 professionals right now in the department. We have about a total of 88 years of knowledge in the department. So we have a pretty good technology team. And we serve across the different divisions essentially. So we're kind of comprised of cybersecurity, infrastructure services, application services, GIS, and EI governance, as well as our support services. So those are the areas in which we kind of function on. Let's see. Yeah, so in looking at the org chart, I had the ability to kind of build this team out. Prior to coming to Lake Stevens, it was just me and another person. And when I started to grow this department, we initially started with Lake Stevens and eventually grew to taking on the fire department. I managed them for about 10 years. But we didn't have a good structure on this, and technology has gotten so complex, and you need to start to specialize our talent into these verticals here. And so this is where I was able to kind of bring this proposal to my leadership team and say, look, we need to be able to do this effectively. I need to build this thing out, and I need to make sure that I get top talent into these divisions so that I'm not having to do all the training and bring people up to speed. So I was very fortunate to be able to build out the structure and recruit some very talented staff, that we have today. So it's pretty amazing. So on here, what you'll see is you got our support analyst. That's Alan. Well, okay, sorry. You go here. No, that's fine. No, that's fine. Go next. Because I'm
not rushing it.
So this is me. I'm much younger than me. No gray hair yet. So much younger than me. So yeah, for my background, yes, I've been doing IT for about 25 years. And prior to this, I was in higher ed. I managed Henry Cogswell College, which is part of a Foundation for Educational Achievement. And that was another kind of mid-sized organization. And when I first got there too, I was pretty surprised. I came into what looked like a very simple infrastructure and spent 5+ years there building them into the organization that they were before they actually shut down that campus. And eventually the Foundation for Education Achievement, which was our central body, recognized the ability of my talents. And so they asked me to do the other colleges and actually corporations. So and then after that, I kind of served as a network engineer at Swedish on contract when I had to transition between higher ed and to the city. But essentially I started in 2007 here. And it was really just 2 sites and 2 physical servers. I was pretty surprised. The wiring was done by, I think, police officers at some point. So I had a lot of work ahead of me to kind of get the environment what I would consider up to standard. So it really has gone through maybe 4 major revisions. The city didn't really have, when they didn't have a department, it was all outsourced to support. And so I was tasked with building this department as they're looking at annexing and growing and to build it up where we're at today. And so part of that was, a city that didn't have an IT spend. And so it was really challenging. And I've been very conservative. I'm a very conservative person. So I had to do a lot with a little. And so over the years, I was always having to push for that next process of like, hey, how do we get to that next infrastructure that we need? High availability, how do we get more redundancy in place? So this is why we're on to this, basically the fourth iteration of the environment. So currently, if you want to go down to the next slide, you can, right here. I'm just trying to make this go fast. So primarily my responsibilities are kind of overseeing like what we have to do as far as compliance stuff. We've got our annual cybersecurity audits, that's CJIS, PCI, APWA's stuff. I have to oversee the budget and fiscal planning. I obviously do talent recruiting and staff development, performance evaluations, things like that. We've established a subcommittee for the IT department where we can engage our departments and what their needs are. And within that, we have special working groups, and one of them is our AI group that I'll talk about a little bit more. And then on top of that is managing projects and resource alignment, making sure that our staffs are taking care of the needs of both our internal projects as well as meeting the department's needs. And then asset management and keeping up with our replacement cycle and policy and compliance. So that's what I have to oversee for the department, and we'll go to the next slide. So meet the team. Let's go to Vanessa. She joined with the city in 2023, but she went to school at 30, and she graduated computer science at University of Washington in 2022. And she's been a huge asset for us. We lacked some of those soft skills that we needed to interface with our teams. And so when we found someone that was able to be engaged, communicate at their level, be able to suss out their needs in the application space, she has filled that role amazingly. So basically some fun fact there, yeah, she loves dogs and animals. She does a lot of rescue for animals. And so what she's really responsible for right now is our SharePoint and records management administration. This was a huge project. So we started this even before we started thinking about AI, but we have a legal requirement to have a records management system in place. And we struggled with this many years. We've had, several failed attempts on trying to get something in place, and the systems were just not usable. And so we basically found we had an initial launch where we tried to go and get something with a partner that failed miserably. And eventually we found a company called StoneShare, which really, they specialize in helping to utilize our current infrastructure, which is SharePoint, to build a records management system that we have today, and really associate that with our records retention policies, or classifications, as well as the right security model for the organization. Because before you had network shares, you had too much access across all that stuff. So we had to get all that digital transformation into Office 365. It allowed for us to be able to have a central location where we can now search for the content. We can now manage its retention. And so she's been the person that's been the point person for this. And it's a huge undertaking. And we're still going through this process of refining and tuning this for everybody. So she's a huge person in our team. And so her accomplishments is she's helped clean up content. There's been 620,000 files that could be deleted. We've migrated 325,281 lots of files to 27 SharePoint sites, lots of stuff. She's done a lot of stuff with building out different applications and services for each department for their needs. She's helped develop a top dashboard as well as our budget, processes that we have. So a huge asset to the team. So go to the next slide.
So to give you some value story there, 620,000 files that no longer have to be public disclosure requests, that no longer have to have hours, nonsensical looks at files because they're gone.
Yeah.
And Vanessa took it upon herself to really educate herself on the Secretary of State's retention guide, our core, which is how many pages is that? Like 1,000-page PDF, and learn all of the DANs and help us just properly dispose of all those files and categorize them. And I don't think she came into it dreaming of records management, but we are very grateful that she passionately took it on. She is an ultimate yes person. She is a yes, we can do it. Yes, we'll figure it out. So huge shout out to Vanessa.
She's also been dubbed the magic button.
The magic button.
Yes. She can create.
If it can build.
Ask her,
Yeah.
can you do something like this? And then she'll press a button and make it happen.
Yeah, she's, yeah.
Yeah. And technology is an enabling power that we have, and the sky's really the limit. It's really about resource, time, and expertise. So, and that brings us to our GS analyst. So this is Zach Cathy. He's a UW graduate in GIS and informatics. He's also a Python programmer. He's certified in that. He also got a full stack web development. We're kind of unique in this role. Most GIS analysts don't have a programming background, and we've used Zach for even some integrations with other applications too. He's also helped support other applications. So he started off as an application GIS analyst because we didn't have Vanessa. But now he's focusing, more specifically on his role. His primary role is GIS, but we do use him for other kinds of capabilities within his programming stack. So he joined in 2021, like I said, as an application GIS analyst. And he administers and supports like the Civic platform that was our website, as well as Civic Rec and some other things. He kind of helped to build those things out. VWorks, which is our current asset management system, as NGIS and an enterprise system. So before he came here, we had a decentralized GIS environment, and so that was file systems. And so we actually got a chance to build a new geospatial environment, and he's been key on maintaining and updating the infrastructure. So, and that's a lot of work. So part of like what his challenges is that he's got to balance, make sure the infrastructure is up and running, not optimal, make sure databases are functioning as needed, as well as trying to meet the application development and maps and data that he's trying to maintain. So, so his responsibility is on top of that stuff. So he's also kind of doing a lot of the enterprise asset management, make sure all of the maps are ready for that data. He maintains our GIS portal, does some application development, as well as some storyboards. And he also does training. He builds training videos and helps train the staff and field technicians out in the field. So he's very calm. He's an amazing person, very calm. He's very personal with the team. People really love him. Huge help to the team. So his accomplishments, he's done a lot of standardization on workflows for digitizing stuff. And so he's worked really big about making sure we got the right requirements for developers when they bring in electronic records, so that he can digitize that stuff and get it into our environment. So he's and right now the big project is making sure the stormwater inspections are now, all the videos being captured by Qualys, and we're getting that put into the GIS database so that you can actually see it, see the inspections on there. And that kind of we make sure that the storm utility is operational effectively. So that's a huge responsibility for us.
Troy, sorry to interrupt. You're almost to 5 minutes left, so I think maybe be a little higher level on your staff introductions.
Oh, sure. Go to Alex then. So Alex is our IT support analyst. He's like I said, 15 years experience. He joined in 2023. He's loves motorcycles and his fosters dogs and cats. He just had a baby. He's an amazing asset to our team. He oversees our help desk. He manages all client devices and peripherals. He makes sure that the asset management is on track. They're all captured and decommissioned properly. He analyzes the hardware and software issues, and he's making sure that we're staying on task with our support for our departments. You want to go to the next slide? Nick Bullis is our system engineer. He's got 25 years in the IT industry. He used to work for Homer, Alaska, basically doing my job up there. Huge asset. He's also got an electrical engineering background. So he joined in 2022. He oversees the infrastructure, all of the networking, the standards. He supports all the servers, the phone systems, the networks, all that kind of stuff is being managed by him. Make sure our cloud integrations are all up and working as well. He maintains a lot of the monitoring tools that are involved, make sure that we're staying proactive on monitoring environment. And one of the things that's kind of nice about him is that he's been able to, with his electrical engineering, build a complete, solar power battery backup controller to manage our Sunset Beach. That was something he built in-house instead of having to go and buy something. So that was kind of nice. If you want to go to the next slide. And then we have Subro. And I think Subro's online. So Subro's got 15 years of experience in technology. He is a security expert in this field. His secondary job is at Red Hat. He works for Red Hat in the security as well. This is a funny backstory for him. He was probably orbit engineering how to make whipped cream. And it exploded in his face. So, but anyways, yeah. So he's also a fun fact with him. He's a search and rescue pilot. He's served in the Royal Air Force combat pilot as well as a reserve sniper. Again, he's responsible for maintaining the vulnerability and reporting of our environment. We also have a managed detection response company that has our 24/7 monitoring of our environment. But he has to stay on top of that stuff. Anytime the alerts are triggered, he's monitoring that kind of stuff. He's also doing assessments on our environment. And we also had him work on getting our policy alignment. So we needed to build a security program. This is why we kind of brought him in here to help us to get that in place. We put together we adopted by resolution the NIST framework, which is what a lot of the governments are going towards. And we need to get our policy alignment. So I tasked him out with this. We've got all of our policies now in the Power EMS, and so that's a big thing. And we just went through a external cybersecurity assessment, which turned out to be really well. We actually scored higher than they actually expected for a first-time assessment. So we scored 692, which the average is about 617. So they were really impressed when they did an assessment on us. So that was awesome. We'll talk about that later. But go to the next one. So these are some of the success stories. We basically have adopted the NIST framework. We've got clean CGIS, PCI audits, APWA audits, all that stuff are really clean. We have a very good report from our external cybersecurity assessment. We've gotten federal grants for the first time in this department with about $128,000 in grants to help us to build new PKI infrastructure and to upgrade our network monitoring systems, as well as some of these security reviews. We've also implemented Darwin, as far as our AI governance and digital transformation with the SharePoint. You'll hear other departments talking about that. And we also had a very successful GS internship, which is amazing. And the best success is really our team. With most of my peers that know my team, my skills that I have on the bench are very envious of what I got here. So next slide. And then we have, this is a special shout out for our AA project manager. This is a big initiative under the leadership of Mayor Gailey. He really wants us to be able to utilize technology to its fullest. And so we really started to launch this AI subcommittee, and we started to bring AI tools into place. And so Lori's been kind of a big team member on those special projects to help get that shepherd. And so we've been working with her and these other things to get Darwin in place, make sure that our policies and our AI monitoring tools are in place. And we've also formalized, the charter. Just recently, we've done a lot of work on that, and we're currently working through these 2 use cases right now, the Redactic as well as TaskLine. And we're in the process of creating or finalizing our generative AI policy, as well as validating the use cases. So if there's an interest in knowing more about what Darwin has, Darwin collects the stats on all the interactions that we are doing within our AI tools. And it starts to analyze that and categorize those into like what people are looking for. So it helps us to be able to get some actionable intel as to where we can spend our time on making some of these targeted use cases to how to leverage the tool. So that's what we have. So,
And Troy, we're at time. Can you finish in 3 minutes?
Okay, I'll try. So challenges. Mainly the challenge is balancing security and demand for new systems. We have increased load on us with all the support. We also are, challenging with, supporting legacy and siloed systems, which you've heard people talk about. We need to get some of this up to date. And some of it's getting buy-in for users. I mean, we're trying to drive the city. People are really busy, so sometimes getting buy-in can be challenging. And then projects being launched, sometimes outside IT that we have to then get involved with. That's kind of a challenge. And then staff retention and burnout. Our team's starting to feel really spread thin. So that's a big challenge for us. You go to the next slide. So future goals is like we need to continue to work on the NIST alignment and continue with our AI governance and monitoring and use cases. And then enhancing project management tools. We have some internal stuff we got, try to get operational efficiencies around. Continue with the digital transformation initiatives and working on the business continuity planning, which is part of what came out of the risk assessment, and infrastructure modernization. So those are our big challenges and we're wanting to go. So that's what I got. Any questions? Good job.
Just a comment on the AI initiatives and governance and policy making. And I know it's really early on, but it is interesting to understand the savings in staff by using AI in the different departments versus the resources that the initiative and policy and keeping up. I guess there's a balance between the resources it takes versus the savings it provides, and what's the sweet spot there, and not trying to, is it overtaking our other services, or is it helping kind of push everything forward? And like I said, I think it's really early on, but it's nice it would be good to understand that as that program evolves.
Yeah.
I'll address that a little bit. So when you look at implementing even Copilot, and in the beginning, when we started Copilot, I was up for literally like just not using it at all because it was worthless, but I think it's getting better. And so, for example, when an Aaron Halverson can provide a city council report, and when it used to take him 2-3 hours to put that together, now he's able to dump all those ideas and his resources into Copilot, and in a minute, he creates an 80% solution. And right, so now instead of the 2 or 3 hours it's taking him, and I'm assuming this.
Fair.
Now it takes him 30 minutes, right? So great application of AI. For example, right now, your legislators are making crazy laws that are going to impact how we do business as a city. So how do we know what those laws are? So can we then take, after those new laws are passed, and do we put those into an AI agent that then allows us to go, hey, you're gonna have to change this in your comp plan. You're gonna have to change this in your municipal code, right? That takes cities years. You have cities that haven't even caught up to 2000 whatever on those processes. But if we can do that internally using AI technology, like that's what we're doing. So it saves us money, it saves us time. It is another resource that we have to pay for. But I think with the minimal, with the decreasing resources that we do have, we've got to use the ones that we do have more efficiently. I think AI helps us get there.
Yeah, I totally get its utility. I think you'll have the questions of how much time how many of those do you implement, and how do you keep track of them, and what savings do you achieve with that? I think it's the question that you'll be asked. Do you have an increase in staff over a number of years? Then part of that is this area. But if you're looking in the horizon, we have to move in that direction. Everybody is. And so doing so, I guess, Not questions that we have,
I
not
agree.
answers that we have now, but kind of something to keep in mind.
That brings up a question though, is there a place where you're keeping track of all of those examples? Like here, like so that in 2030, we can quantify, like, here's all the time we're now saving because we've implemented X, Y, Z.
Yeah, I think that we do that a little bit on our AI subcommittee. I think that Darwin can more and more probably help figure that out as well because of how powerful the tool it is. The other thing that has to be done is reining in the mayor. Cause I have.
Full-time job, guys, full-time
I have a lot of really, really good ideas, but it comes down to staff time, right? It comes down to, we have time to do that, and I'm okay with that. And so I think we've been very, very strategic on our AI implementation. One, by just starting with the governance side, right, the security side, and then building upon that.
Yeah, so the Darwin platform is an agent that gets installed on all the machines, and it's designed to detect interactions with AI systems. And so it captures the interactions, and then from there it can analyze what the interaction was for. But AI is two components. There's the utility of a tool that helps for, think of it as an enhanced search and now analytics, tool that can help you in your daily just task. But then you have like narrowly targeted, AI initiatives that can handle a business process or agentic workflows that can get things done faster, right? So those are those use cases that we're actually pursuing. So those are the things that we look at from the AI subcommittee and evaluate across the board. Take a look at internal processes, which ones can be done through agentic workflow processes, how can we initiate those things? And that's where we're kind of driving towards. And part of the ability to do these things, we need to also make sure that the enterprise applications and services we have can support those initiatives, which means that they have an open framework, they have API access to these things. And so this is where we're working on the modernization of a lot of these disparate systems now, where this is now in our scope of work that's based on our strategic planning, right? So
let me jump on that truck before we jump off of IT. IT is a very interesting department from a leadership perspective on where you take risk. And you take risk until he punches you in the face, right? Meaning when, 2 years ago, our servers decided to, our one server that was 10 years old decided to blow up literally. And now you're down, right? And you could get a long discussion about the 3 different ways of data, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to, but we took risk until it punched us in the face, and then we had to fix it, right? So IT is a really interesting place for leadership because it's a place that impacts us every single day, but do we really want to spend money on it? Right? Until it punches you in the face. So think about that when you're looking at budgets, because IT is a really difficult one. And the reality of it is, unless you're really into IT, you have no idea what Troy's talking about half the time. And that's okay, because Troy does, and he's our subject matter expert, right? But that means you have to listen a little bit harder, if that makes sense. So.
Cool. Couple comments. So one, when I talked about, the HR growth or finance growth, IT really needs to fit into that. So really the request is look at all departments and see what those impacts are. Yeah. Two, you didn't have any names on that chart. It just said like analyst.
Oh.
So I was trying.
it was in the org chart, but
Understood. So you kept saying she, and I said, okay, who's she? So I tried to go onto the city website and find the IT department. And when you go to government, this is just interesting point. It shows all the departments. It doesn't show IT. Maybe that's on purpose.
It's on purpose.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry.
For security.
But then as I'm scrolling through each of the departments, just a point of note, right? When you look at municipal services, for example, there's a contact us, there's names, there's faces, phone numbers. Not all the departments have that. So when people are trying to go on the city and contact public works, or if they want to go to parks, I don't have a picture and a name for Sarah. There is a little phone number at the bottom, but it's just, I had to search to find it. It's not the same for every department. Anyway, so I think that's just something for us to look at is each one is the same enough. HR, same thing. You have a logo for HR, but your name's not on there. There's no contact information. Maybe that's on purpose again, but just something to think about in terms of the city's ability to find the information that they're looking for.
There really is. More of the cities are moving towards a form-based interactions for interacting with the departments, mainly because when you put your information out there, you're now able to be harvested for spearfishing attacks, and your information is going to be used for all kinds of purposes to solicit to you. That's kind of the reason why, as IT, we try to be a little bit hidden off of that, because when you know who those critical players are in the infrastructure, you're going to be the target for trying to compromise. So
Then maybe at least there's a contact, there's a phone number, and maybe it just goes to the front desk of the city staff, but at least there's something, because otherwise, I said, well, I'm trying to get a hold of someone in HR, all I have is a logo. What do I do there? And maybe no one outside of the city staff is looking for the HR director, but maybe they are.
Wonder if it's maybe the internal facing departments, like the internal customer service departments versus the external customer service departments, like we're very external customer service.
Then again, maybe just some consistency between those, the ones that are listed, having some consistency there so that people know what's
And
expected.
I'm sure there's state guidelines that we have to, parameters that we have to work within when we have our city website, what's disclosed and what's not disclosed publicly. I totally understand why our HR person wouldn't want her picture and her name on there. As elected officials, city council deal with that all the time. Right? I've had someone pretend to be me and act poorly, and then I had to straighten that out. So I totally understand why they might want public facing to be a little bit more private. And I would assume the state has guidelines on that and that we're within those guidelines.
you can take just a photo and create a deep fake real quick.
Pardon me?
You can take from a photo and create deep fake real quick.
Yes.
And even just a quick sample of your voice could be used for deep fake, and then you can actually make phone calls saying, hey, this is, who so and so. So it is, I mean, the modern era right now we're into security and cybersecurity, it's challenging.
I get to scroll out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nathan,
Okay, that's
Sounds good.
Nathan, I've noted what you said and I have some more thoughts, so.
Before we jump into perks, I invite everyone, it's optional, get up and take a very quick stretch.
Yeah.
We'll get going here about in 1 minute.
I got this drill for these catchers. Because the catchers, baseball catchers are little guys, notoriously bad at catching a pop fly, and they happen all the time.
Leaving for school, it's gonna be.
What happens is all next year.
It's like, so.
Wait, they do have a whole bunch. And so it actually does. So after.
We're gonna do it in like.
Right, the falls and go.
I know, yeah, and it is another.
Oh, I got a tough. It is. It's a ball. Like right next to them, what they want to do. Turn around. So.
He's very much in this like.
Actually.
Trying new things, but it was first. I was like, how'd it go? He's like, it was kind of sweaty.
The other way.
Of course it was sweaty.
So they go like this.
So that was like a it started around.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Little tweaks.
Yeah.
Changes.
Yeah.
I was like outside of the gym and like you could see the kids just pour out and they are just like, oh God, yeah. Sweaty.
Oh,
You remember those?
Hey, Troy.
Troy, are we muted?
Can you mute the room?
All over the place.
now, and if everybody will just stand up for a second. Great idea, Lori. Stretch.
Good idea.
Everybody can just take their hands, put them on your head, shoulders, knees and toes. Put them on your knees, your toes. And then all together now. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. All right, I feel like I always need to make my presentations funner. I'll work on that for the future.
Parks and Rec, baby.
And you can put the next slide.
You're on your back.
You can think of Parks and Rec as the fun makers, right? We really try to infuse that in everything that we do. Really try to touch our community and make it better. Often Parks isn't thought of as an extremely vital department such as police and streets and fire. But that's really one unique thing about this city is that you do prioritize parks, and I thank you for that. Want to just talk about the 7 dimensions of well-being. It is something that Parks touches on, and just take a second to think about how Parks really does affect your community. We're cultural, we affect economics, emotional, environmental, intellectual, physical, and social. Those are the benefits that you get out of Parks and Rec. Our department was formed only in 2022, August, with my hiring. Since then, we've done a lot of things that we'll touch on in this slide. I have up here the Parks vision and mission, as many of you may not be familiar with it. Our vision is enriching lives through diverse parks and recreational experiences. And our mission, Lake Stevens Parks and Recreation enriches lives through our commitment to play, access, stewardship, and community. There's a bunch of other stuff you could read up there when you're bored and have more time. I didn't bring printouts today, but we can always get it to you electronically. Our department as a whole, we manage parks, trails, open space. We manage the recreational use of the lake and access to it. We cover facility rentals such as the mill, shelters, and outdoor spaces. We not only put on special events, but we assist the public with also putting on special events in the parks through permitting. Our top events are Easter, Movie in the Park, Harvest Fest, and Winterfest that we run. Not everybody knows that Aquafest is an independent organization. As much as we assist and partner in the background, and our staff are heavily involved. Police have a huge part of that as well. It's actually a volunteer group that puts that together, which is a lot of the public events that we have around here. We have been increasing recreational programming, and we also have volunteer programs. We oversee Adopt a Community, which is Adopt a Park and Adopt a Street. We hold park beautification days, and we work with individual projects, a lot of Eagle Scout projects. I think we've had about 5 inquiries already this year. They're hungry for projects. Next slide, please. Our recreation team, we kind of think of recreation and admin group together and the field as a second division. You've got me as the director who tries to just keep everybody moving and doing their parts. I feel like most of my time is spent in meetings and just touching base and helping other people do their parts. We have Jacqueline as the administrative assistant. Morgan is the office assistant, who is the newest one to our department. We have the recreation specialist, who is Tanya, the events and marketing specialist, Dawn. Our parks revenue development specialist is unfilled and will not be hired in 2026. That was a new position that we hired last year. The person just wasn't a great fit for what we were trying to envision and build with that program. So we're going to set it to the side, just uncertain on what economy looks like for this next year. And then our longest employee is Jill with Parks and Planning Development Coordinator. So she started over with Russ's department and started focusing on parks and joined our team when we split off. Next slide, please. This just shows you a little bit more about what everybody does. Morgan is our front facing. She now sits at the front counter. She tries to answer every phone call before it rolls over to their staff, answers all of those emails. She's helping people register for programs such as the Eagle Ridge Gardens. That period's coming up March 15th if you need a new plot. She oversees all the shelter facility reservations, often 10 minutes of explaining things to people on the phone and helping them get it booked. And our volunteer programs she has started to take under her wing as well. Jacqueline is our admin assistant. She's running financial reports. She's processing invoices, which Morgan is now helping her with. She does all the Civic Rec financials, general purchasing, procurement, and bid process is a huge chunk of her job, writing contracts for every single contractor that we hire.
and works with other departments on that as well. Tanya does special events. That includes permitting for outside events, mobile concessions, event volunteer program, and recreational classes. Dawn does the events at the mill and oversees all of those reservations, our city website, social media, and web presence, as well as other things such as farmers market oversight. Jill does all of the capital planning for parks projects, permitting for park projects themselves, lake safety and buoy permits, and park signage. She also, which isn't listed here, I realize, does all of the park grants. Brings in a lot of money to keep all of our projects moving along, and then coordinates with the other departments who touch those as well. And then David will leave for the field side, and then there's me. Next slide, please. This is our field team. David is the Parks Field Supervisor, so he's basically my right hand in making sure everything flows in the field and everything's being coordinated. Danny was recently hired maybe about 7 months ago now as our Parks Maintenance Lead. He works directly under David to make sure that the crew has their daily assignments and general oversight training. Raymond is our longest maintenance worker. We also have Tyler, Isaiah, Franco, Robert, and Joel. Isaiah would be our newest one. Next slide, please. What do? They do a lot. All these things that you see on the slide. Not only mowing and landscaping, but they do tree health, playground maintenance, dock inspections, boat ramps, swim ladders, graffiti, restrooms, snow removal, sign replacement, rain gardens, holiday decorating, and making kids and families smile and making memories. Next slide. Some fun photos. That is our newest communication board on the bottom right. We installed 3 this year. And our seasonals had the idea of painting the second buoy into the gingerbread theme for Winterfest this year. Next slide. Certificates. Go to a lot of trainings. They have a lot of knowledge in everything that they do. But these are certificates that were actually held and ordained this year. Jill completed a 2-year program for Revenue Development Management Certificate. Raymond became a Cecil. Danny got his aquatics endorsement for pesticide. Tyler took on a leadership development certificate and turf grass. One of those he did on his own. He had some money left over from another program, and he is so hyper-focused on parks, he is actually educating himself outside of our efforts, which is super cool to see. And then Franco added his tree risk assessment qualification under his arborist, which was super great for our department and city as a whole. You have 3 certified playground safety inspectors. You have 3 people certified as parks and recreation professionals. You have 2 individuals that have been to playground maintenance tech school, 2 pesticide applicator licenses, 1 certified arborist, and an electrician. Fun fact, Jacqueline speaks American Sign Language. I never knew how to say that. She's fluent in it if anybody ever needs that resource. Tanya has elementary proficiency in German and is familiar with Korean.
Sarah, before you move on from that, there's a lot on that page. We stood up the Parks Department, what are we, 3 years now, 2 years now, 3 years now?
3.
Because we had to, right? Like, we had a lot of risk out there. When you see certified playground safety inspector, you probably have no idea what that means. But here's what that means. For decades, this city has had parks. All kinds of big parks, little pocket parks. And we held risk in those areas because of safety. Cracked slides, too close to a pole, whatever it was, right? And until you have these kinds of people with these kinds of specializations and skills to go in and say, hey, you know what, like that slide gets too close to that concrete, we've got to fix that. We didn't have that knowledge. So by standing up the Parks Department, we now have that knowledge. We now have better parks. We now have safer parks. We have more inclusive parks, right? When you look at things like, when you see on social media, people talking that we have no idea how to manage the lake. BS. We have certified people, and you'll see in the stormwater side as well. We know how to manage a lake. Okay, our report card says so from the county. So the Parks Department is so important to up our game as a city. We didn't have the staff or the time to do that in the past. We now do. This is a very, very, you should take this slide and really realize the great work we do in parks because of the great people we have in parks. Okay? And when you hear people from outside the city who have no idea what's going on, badmouth what we're doing in the city, no, we're doing great work. And you might say, well, why don't we sell that? We do, we sell it. Those who want to hear it. Those who don't want to hear it, don't. But sir.
Playground safety, for those that don't know, our main goal is two things: prevent death and prevent permanent disabilities, including paralysis. So those are the two things we look for while we're out inspecting playgrounds. Don't ever let your kids play with the helmet on a playground, and avoid strings at all times on your hoodies. They're choking hazards. Just pull them out. Next one. This is what we manage. We physically manage 22 locations, 128.53 acres. Not going to go through this, but a lot of different assets and things in each of those. Next slide. We also own 12 additional properties that we do not manage. These are them. They're on our website. We have information to give you if you're interested. We do inspect these once a year. We're going through our annual inspection currently. Next slide.
Hey, real quick before you go on for that, understand that there's different relationships with parks. Some parks like Angie has a park.
I have my own park.
You have your own park. Called Angie's Park.
Isn't that Little Angie's Park?
Little Angie's Park and Little Angie's HOA. We have a different relationship with that HOA in maintenance and who owns what than we do with the Little Brett Gailey's Park in Little Brett Gailey's HOA, right? So understand, you might see a park in the city and it might be maintenance by the city, but it isn't owned by the city, or it might be owned by the city, but there's a long-term discussion or relationship where the HOA does, right? So when you have people talk to you about a park, before you say anything about the park, understand the relationship of the park, get a hold of staff.
I have a question on these.
Sure.
Is there a size requirement for them to be listed? Are they open to the public, even though they're managed by an HOA, or are they, HOA private, only people that are in that community are using them?
Great question. So these that you see listed are dedicated as public parks, meaning you or anybody can go to them and use them today.
Okay.
How they became owned by the city is back as things were very different 10, 20, 30 years ago. As developers built our different communities and formed HOAs, they were dedicating parcels of lands to the city so that we could increase our open space count. And some of those became designated parks. And some playgrounds were also installed on areas that were not labeled as public parks. For instance, one of these listed the Greenwood Village 125th. That was installed on top of a storm drainage facility. It was never actually listed as a public park. So with that, that's how it was formed, because their HOA put in the items to benefit mainly their residents. And it was built with the community and the developer. They have always maintained these. They mow the grass. They're supposed to be upcoming or maintaining for safety as well. And so our practice going into 2026 is when we inspect these and find any safety concerns or delinquencies, we have to write a letter to the HOA to say, hey, we need you to get into compliance. That can spark some hard feelings. HOAs don't necessarily want to raise their fees and don't understand that they're responsible for this as they have new homeowners come in. So every once in a while, we need to educate more on these or address them.
So how does the city deal with HOAs that disband or dysfunctional or don't exist anymore, or basically not being passed on?
So you can just, any of these HOAs, they can vote to go away and no longer have an official HOA. But then the issue really is each individual homeowner is still responsible for their split of shared maintenance. So whether that is the stormwater facility or the park, and they have to find a way to band together and pay for it. And if they don't, the city can fix it. And then we are going after each property owner to recoup the money.
tell the
Yeah.
public to read their contract.
So.
Yeah, very
Yeah,
interesting.
no, I agree.
Stormwater.
So a lot of times you don't get the paperwork though.
So,
Or they don't know how to
so,
read it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you go to the title.
so just because you disband your HOA doesn't mean that you are no longer responsible for the common areas that the HOA is responsible for. So Sarah lightly hit this, but for example, the stormwater issues. If we have to go in to a 300 house HOA and fix their stormwater property, okay, clean it out, and that, let's say that takes $5,000. Now we have to bill 300 people. Like our admin costs on doing that are way more than the 5,000, right? Because 300 letters, 200 responded, 100 didn't. We have to put a lien on houses because that's the legal processes, right? So when HOAs disband, it is a pain in the booty. Because it causes a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Perfect, next slide. Internal challenges. Communicating with the public, that's one of them, just making people aware. How do we get people to read signs in the parks or on the reader boards as they go by? Social media, we do push us on. Sometimes we do press releases, but a big one is word of mouth. If you have ideas about how else we should be marketing or where we should post posters, let us know. Our staff is really at capacity with our workload. There will be no new events that the city is going to put on in 2026. Our recreational programming is really maxed out. Priorities from other departments, sometimes leadership such as council, sometimes puts department initiatives on hold, right? We're continually going, it was important yesterday, but not today, and moving things around. And I think that echoes through all of our departments. Technology is probably a shared internal challenge throughout the entire city at this point. Just technical limitations and glitches have come with the SharePoint migration, which IT is great at listing and trying to reach out to people like Adobe who haven't figured out their connection with SharePoint yet. We need to add metadata and continue to restructure files so that they can be used in a way that our staff knows how to use them. We spend a lot of time searching for things. The AI push, it's fabulous and it's going to save us time. My staff have started to dedicating time to increasing their knowledge there, learning prompts. And I'm really proud that at least 4 of them are using Copilot on a daily basis. So it is starting to make their lives easier once they understand it. Existing facilities, we often don't have as-builts for our parks. We didn't get as-builts for Caballero, for instance, and that's because of the era they were built in. So now all capital projects, we have to have as-builts as they're completed, which is a great thing.
What's an as-built?
An as-built tells us blueprints and infrastructure, how it was actually built. So if the water line was planned to be here, but during construction, we had to move it here, you don't want staff digging in the wrong location to try to find that thing. So we're GISing things as we find it and have a lot of our data points now gathered. Next slide.
I have a question.
Yeah.
With the park employees maxed out on their projects, if a community organization wanted to do something, would they just contact you to arrange that event?
Yeah, for volunteering, we help coordinate that if it's on Parks property. If a public member is wanting to put on a special event, we have the permitting process through that.
Okay.
And often a lot of the behind the scenes is we're trying to remind ourselves, we are not here to be the event manager for their project. But they've run really great birthday parties in the past. They think they can put on a 5K and there's a huge learning gap. And so a lot of what we're doing is walking them through how that needs to happen for safety or sanitation.
I guess I was thinking more like, if a local game store wanted to do a Pokemon Go Fest or something like that, where there's different, it's set up around the city. It doesn't really require any staffing necessarily, but just to have access to the parks to do that.
It may or may not, depending on the size of the event, based on the special use permit that Sarah was talking about. It might be with her group, and if it's citywide, it might fall under my group, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just have a quick question as we just finished our budget. I know it was part of the conversation, but when it comes to in-kind contributions, when it comes to our Parks Department, are we pulling back on that because we need the revenue?
Yes and no. It really depends on what the in-kind donation is. We're not turning anything away. Where we're kind of stuck right now is people who, like a common one is somebody wants to donate a bench by the lakeside. We are stuck because we don't have a formal program for that. And we don't have a spot identified by the lake it needs to go. So a lot of the efforts is, hey, here's the other locations benches are available throughout the city, but we don't have like a pamphlet to hand out, but we're still responding and facilitating things.
I was thinking more along the lines of someone's having an event, it's a nonprofit event, so the city in the past has been pretty generous with the city giving in-kind donation to nonprofits. And so I'm just wondering with our budget challenges that we have, are we pulling back on that a little bit or?
The council's gonna actually be giving us direction on this very soon, so thanks for bringing that up. We had planned to bring it to the February 17th meeting, but I'm gonna request that it gets pushed to the February 24th to allow us to prep. But we're gonna give you an overview of all the in-kind donations we have been giving to events in the past. If we have records about the profit they made, we'll be sharing that with you and getting some direction about how should we be giving in-kind donations moving forward. The idea was always to give a lot in year one and by year 3 to pull back because events should be self-sufficient. It's up to them to make money, and every event can make money through sponsorships or charging their public members. So we'll be bringing that shortly to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, next slide. Other challenges, public demand for recreation programming. You're going to be seeing the pros plan really soon. We're limited on indoor space as we don't have a community center, and we have a shortage of sports fields as well. We are working on the construction of Frontier Heights, which will have the first managed synthetic turf field for the city. Funding challenge, no dedicated parks funds for operating and maintenance. Remember, every capital project, whether it's a new park or developing a park, often needs more money to maintain it and staff to be there on site. Capital projects. We have a huge challenge here. I just mentioned the operational staff. Grant funding, it's easy to maintain, or easy to obtain, should I say. But it does take staff time to manage and report out on that stuff. We're about at max capacity with the current open grants that we have right now for parks. Our biggest thing is staff to actually execute the project. We'll be talking about projects in depth and a few topics coming up, but essentially Parks oversees all of our smaller projects. And then any of the large ones on the official capital plan, we typically oversee those to about through conceptual to about 30% engineering, and then pass it off to Aaron's team. We still work with him through 100% of completion. But that's probably where we have the largest holdup right now. One thing I wanted to bring up is Jill is our Parks Planning and Development Coordinator. We did try to reclass her this year in the budget to a Parks Planning and Development Manager. Her job description has not been updated since prior to this department being formed, and she is taking on a tremendous amount of work, and we are paying her out of class right now. One of my asks and something I'd like to bring back to the council is that we seriously consider going ahead and getting that new title updated and doing a reclass for her position. If we don't, we should not be having her continue to perform this work, which means capital projects may come to a very screeching halt where certain priorities will have to be chosen over the others. It's hard to ask you to reclass somebody and increase budget essentially, especially as we're facing budget woes. But I want to pair that with, we will not be rehiring the revenue development specialist position that we had. And there are cost savings from that and other ways to balance. Where we were giving all of the grants to that revenue development specialist, Jill will continue to retain them and will be spreading the workload throughout our department, still trying to do sponsorship programs and bring in money even without that position. So that'll be coming back later for you. Next slide. And I know we're short on time, so I'll go through these really quick. Project initiative. We're going to be increasing public information and marketing. We're going to be continuing to increase our partnership with the school district. They're great about letting us use their outdoor facilities. I'd like to focus on their indoor facilities, especially during summer. In lieu of a community center, it's a great replacement for classes and things. We have a trail project. We're currently going through and collecting all of the information in order to help promote those to the public. For instance, a lot of people don't know about the Eagle Ridge Trail. If you haven't walked it, great little thing to walk, but we need to add wayfinding signs and a trail map to it. And then of course, funding. Next slide. Just want to focus on funding a little bit so that you understand. This is a 2025 nationwide report from our National Recreation Parks Agency. we are not doing as great as some of our people across the nation. We have a current population of 42,000. I circled where that relates to each of these charts. We have a cost recovery of only 6% for 2025. That means the revenues I'm bringing back in as a Parks Department versus what it costs for us to operate. The medium quartile is at 25.8% cost recovery, and we're only at 6%. So we're looking heavily to close that gap. How other departments, their operating expenditures, they have a medium of 3.6 million. We're almost there, we're to 2.8 million. A lot of that gap is because we don't have that robust recreational side. Next slide. From this one, how do other departments fund their parks departments? This shows most other parks departments are funded at 63% of their general fund, 20% of earned revenue. Now, we only have 6% of earned revenue. That's the gap we need to close. And we're 94% contingent on the general fund. So not only is it earned revenue where we're short, but also on special taxes and levies. Other departments have an 8% voter approved and an additional 4% non-voter approved. We will be bringing back to you and working this year on how do we fund parks and a potential parks levy. As mentioned in a prior meeting, we cannot right now put out specialized sales tax specific for parks. You can do it for zoos, you can do it for museums, you can do it for arts, but not parks. And so that's something we've put on the mayor's top priority to see if there's any leverage there. The only other option is an actual property tax. So we'll have more information later. We're working on other things, such as how do we increase usage of what we have, increase usage of rentable areas. We're going to be doing that through targeted marketing this next year. And we're also going to establish a cost recovery philosophy strategy. That means that how much do we charge for individual benefits versus community benefit? So community benefits really should be free. Everybody should be able to access that. But when you talk about individual benefit, that's where we should be net positive on revenues, right? 150 to 200% cost recovery on those items to then transfer it to the other free items. So that might look like a private swimming lesson or learning a foreign language or joining the basket weaving club. That is it for parks. We'll have more to come later. Any additional questions? Thank you. Oh, one more, accomplishments. Yay. Sorry, we have our 2025 report coming out. We'll be presenting that in the meeting on the 15th, I believe. We've done a lot of great things since we started and they continue. You'll see all of this in the annual report. I think I'm now done. If you hit the next slide, yay, okay.
All right, well, we'll move on to talking about planning and community development. Happy to be here today and happy to have the new council members here. Okay. So first question is, what is planning and community development? It's kind of a broad term. We do lots of things. We have 3 primary divisions within our group. We have our permitting group, they take in the permits, they push them out. We have our building division. They're responsible to make sure that structures in the city meet life safety standards. We have our planning group. They also are reviewing land use projects. So your development projects, when a new business comes in, new neighborhoods, all of that, they're making sure that it's compliant with a variety of local, state, and federal requirements, as well as they provide your long-term planning services. So you have a comprehensive plan, you have a vision for the community, and that touches on every department in the city. When we look at what do our finances look like, what is the vision for that? What is the vision for capital facilities? What is the vision for transportation? And we'll talk about that after lunch, but go ahead, next slide. Okay, so this again just is that same idea. We have several divisions that do different things. We have our administration group, we have our planning group, our building group, and our permit group. And just put up our department goal on here that we've held for a long time. Maintain a unique and vibrant community that promotes economic growth and healthy neighborhoods with sustainable development and environmental protection. So those are our core values, and those also mirror the values of the city. So that's very important to us. to think of. Maybe our unofficial model is how do we get to yes? So again, I said I'm a pragmatic leader. That's how do we enforce our regulations, but how do we really look at the intent of those to make sure that our customers, and that's what we think of the community, they're our customers. How do we make them successful? So go ahead, next slide. Okay, who are we? I'm Russ. I'm your Community Development Director. I've been with the city for nearly 15 years. And as you heard Gene speak earlier, he and I have a lot of similarities in our careers. I started in the government field when I was 16 years old, working for the federal government. After I graduated college with my bachelor's degree, I started working for the state, Department of Fish and Wildlife. And then I transferred into local government after I got my master's degree in environmental science. So I have worked in government for over 30 years. I've worked in local government for over 20 years. I've been with the city for about 15 years. Government is my passion. So what do? Well, the administration of the department, as you've heard, oversight of budget, personnel, hiring, all of that. But it's also setting the goals, and it's how do I also represent this city? So I have some formal duties in land use. I am a decision maker for lots of types of permits. I am the environmental decision maker for the city in lots of applications. I'm the shoreline administrator, the FEMA administrator. I have all sorts of these crazy titles that get wrapped up into director. And then provide other resources to the city, your legislative review. Every bill that comes in, at least that deal with land use, I'm all over those. And then representing the city in a variety of community groups, county-wide groups, and you'll see that. And I'm also a bad guitar player. Started several years ago about the same time, can strum a few chords, but it's got to be able to have that sheet of music in front of me. And then the rest of our administrative team, we have Carol. She's our building official. She has also been a civil employee, a civil servant for going on 30 years in the building industry. And, we really value her expertise, and she is one of our lean black belts. And when we talk about lean, she says, I'm going to do lean the Carol way, which means a lean process. And it works for us, and we continually look to do process improvement. And she also is well respected amongst her peers in the county. We have Christy over here. She's been with us over 4.5 years. Again, Christy has a very long career in local government spanning, I'll let her speak for herself, but going on the 30 years.
Yeah, over 30 years.
Yeah.
I used to do private. I started in a real estate office. I worked real estate through high school into college, back when there was typewriters. So that was a lot of forms back then. And then I moved on from that, worked a little bit in construction. My grandpa owned a construction company. My uncle does custom cabin homes. He's been on Log Cabin magazine. So I have that in my blood, and done private for 5 years, and then I worked at Mill Creek for 20 some before I came here to work again with Kelly and to work with Russ. So very happy to be here.
And when we started our introductions, Christy said, talked about how she was a team builder and compassionate. And those are like the same words that I use to describe her in this. She definitely is compassionate and really builds our teams and across teams. So that's one of the things I very much appreciate about her. And then Dawn, she's been with us for over a year, and she is our administrative assistant. And she tries to help keep us organized, does a lot of the invoicing, coding, helps me with getting contracts moved along. And she also acts as clerk to the Planning Commission and to the hearing examiner for us.
Fun note, Christy and I go back 25 years.
Yes, we worked together a long time.
Yeah.
And another funny story is I worked with Carol back in Salton. way back when she was a building permit coordinator and I was the only planner consultant. So there's a lot of longevity around here.
And you will see that with all civil employees, we all cross paths somewhere. And have worked with each other.
We're all connected.
So, my department has 17 people, so I'm not going to go over each person individually and just really focus on their functions. We also have our building division, and within building, you have our code enforcement officer, Cam, there on the left. Then you have Angel, you have Anthony, he is our newest inspector, and then Caleb. They all have different functions, from obviously code enforcement. That is, we'll talk about code enforcement a little bit more later. But really, again, I already said what our building team does is they ensure that we have safe buildings. They meet accessibility requirements. They work with the fire department to make sure that there's proper life safety. You see the little green signs in here and all the detection, they're looking at that. Do we have good air transfer? Can we get people out of buildings in emergencies? Is the building gonna fall down? Everything to, are we having clean air exchange? So very, very important group to make sure that we live in a safe environment. Then the inspectors go out. Is what was designed actually being built, or people cutting corners or changing things? So they go out, and if they notice those deficiencies, they'll get them corrected before we have people occupying structures. Let's see, and let's talk about code enforcement just briefly. So what is code enforcement? It's sort of this ambiguous term. Some cities have code enforcement in their police departments. They call it something different when they do that. And a lot of cities do have it within their planning departments. And so our code enforcement officer really focuses on private property issues, where if you have a CSO, they're really focusing on public issues, street enforcement, things like that. So if there are everything from noise complaints to chicken complaints to you built something without a permit, whole variety of things, they go out and they take care of that. What we try to do first is education. Hey, do you know that there's a law that governs this issue? You may not be aware. This is what it is. We'd like to get you to fix this. And if that doesn't work, then we have some advanced steps that we get to motivate people to do that. Everything from voluntary correction agreements to the extremes, penalties and fines for ornery people that don't want to be compliant. So it's a really hard job that Cam does, and he works with every department, with PD, with Public Works, the storm division a lot. They'll be sending him complaints. Hey, we have so-and-so dumping this into the storm drain. Can you help us out? So like I say, very hard job. One person does it, and you'll see some of this statistics a little later on. Go ahead. Okay, the permit team. Like you heard about our receptionists with municipal services, our permit team and that team work together very closely. They are the faces of the city. When you come into City Hall, if the receptionist is busy, they're going to the permit team. So they're there to field all of the basic questions, keep us organized. Obviously, the obvious thing is they do the permit intake. The things you don't know, they're the ones who assign the addresses when there's a new building in the city. They're going through the maps and assigning addresses to the community to support emergency services, the post office, all of these other things. They help with our records management. They do the business license processing. So again, a really good team. And I'll point out, Jenny Finrich on the far right, she's been with the city for 19 years. She actually held the job of receptionist for a long time. And at a certain point, she was ready to do something more. And I said, hey, Jenny, you want to come over here? The same is true of Natalie. She also used to have that receptionist role. Again, she was looking for something a little bit more to satisfy the needs of her life. And so we invited her over into our team.
This team is super busy and they manage to hold us together. They're a really great team.
And smiling faces. And if you catch Jenny with bare feet, cut her some slack. Okay, Christie, go ahead.
Hey, any vision. And please move to that have distance vision up on there. So our planning division here, we have our short-term planning, which is really just our current planning where we focus on processing permits. Then we have the long-range planning. You'll see, when you see Dave Levitan, he's the face of our long-range planning. And we do have our work program, which you've already seen. And then when Russ continues the presentation, I'll go ahead and hand out kind of our year-end report for 2025, just so we can keep our slides here pretty short. Our team is comprised also of Cody Schwint. He's a Public Works employee. He was in our department for a while. Now he's in Public Works, but he is an integral part of our team. He works on every single land development project within the city. Dawn Erickson, Russ went ahead and introduced her earlier. And then we have Nico, we have Jill, as you know, Dave, you see him quite a bit. Myself and Josh is our newest planner. And then we have another new planner joining us on the 17th. He comes from City of Duval. So if you get a chance, please come by and you can meet Troy Davis after the 17th. Next slide.
Okay, so one of the things you've already heard about today is training, succession. That's super important to us as we look at our team. This is a team, similar story. When I started with the city, there were 5 people in this department. Now there are 17. It's varied over the years, and you'll find that we've had a lot of people that we knew we needed that position in the city. So I've taken on a lot of those people, and then as they've advanced, they've moved on to some other teams. So it's been really cool to help bring people in. Again, I'm always the guy, okay, I can do it. We'll do it. And then we work out the bugs and get people where they need to be. So we said hello and goodbye to some people. That's just part of business. But we strive to have a continually trained workforce. So we provide opportunities for our team to go to conference, to get certifications. Our building team, they all hold a whole variety of different certifications. I won't go over with what all of those are, but it's like you heard from Parks, they give them specialized skills that mean they are experts in their field to do everything from a single family home to a large commercial project. Those are all very important for our team. For our planners, most of our planners are what are called AICPs. So that's the American Institute of Certified Planners. It means they've gone above and beyond and they've tested to be certified planners, and they have to keep those credentials up. So we make sure they're going to classes, conferences to keep those. And those certifications deal with everything from technical skills to ethical decision making. So very important that we have highly trained people. Administration, look for opportunities to do training for myself, advancing my career and my skill set. And then just department wide, we've had land use liability reduction. That's something that class that I wanted our city attorney to put on and help sort of put that together. And that was for my team in Public Works. So as you're making decisions, make sure that you understand the rationale for your decision, and the decisions we make are legally defensible. That's the other part of this group that you don't see, and I try really hard that you don't see, is that we make ethical and legal decisions so we don't end up at Max's desk and that part with the octopus holding up the dollar bills. That's what we don't want to see, is payouts and land use decisions, because in a lot of cities, that can be one of the most costly and controversial parts of their government organization. And we work so hard to not be.
Hey, Russ, if I could jump in real quick.
You bet.
Especially for new city council members, you're gonna have people email you, you're gonna have people talk to you at the brewery, you're gonna have people talk to you at the coffee shop. Hey, I'm putting in a permit, I need a little help, okay? Don't make promises your city council title can't cash, okay? Take in their information, listen to them. That's what we do. Get with Russ.
And I would add, it's not even that specific about, I wanna do this thing with permit. It could start out like, hey, I'd really like to talk to you about this thing that's happening on my property. And then you get to talking to them and it sounds interesting. You're like, hey, how do you come to my property and kind of see what I'm talking about? And then you get sort of invested and you're hearing this one side of this story, and then it ends up being a bigger deal and you have to recuse yourself because you've gotten too deep and gotten too far. I mean, there's just, you can get in really deep really fast, and it's good to listen and then just to be careful. Yeah.
I listen and redirect.
What's that?
I listen and redirect.
Absolutely.
That's enough to contact with the city, but I'll just explain that this is a part of, on 107. And this is a part of my responsibility, so I redirect. And if I don't know, I reach out to you more than once, Brett, and ask, who do I direct this to?
And I do this, like, I don't even get into Russ's business because that's a business he's into. So even when I get hit up with stuff like, hey, can you help me out with this print? Yeah, I can help you talk to Russ or his people.
And we appreciate that just because there's so much liability in land use. So we focus really hard on training all our planners. In fact, we hold weekly sessions between building and planning. So please always just have them come to the front counter or give us a call.
In fact, the other day, I was talking to a gentleman, and he's had a long-standing project. It's about to expire. And he came in and he's like, hey, who can I talk to on the council to reverse this decision? And I said, you can talk to no one on the council to reverse this decision. Well, when I worked in the city of Honolulu, the mayor would, and I'm like, that's really great for the mayor of Honolulu. Don't ask our mayor that question. Don't ask our city council that question. Here's your answer.
That does not happen here.
Yeah, I want to add something to that too. I think that's important. Making land use decisions from the dais is bad business. We just recently, a few years ago or 2 years ago, removed a gate between two neighborhoods that was added by the council. And it created an issue through emergency services and delivery. It was completely unnecessary. The road and sidewalk was completely constructed and the gate had been there for years.
Trying to, council migrated and we reversed the decision and said, we can't uphold this.
Yeah.
It's not legal.
Yeah.
That happened at my very first council meeting when I got here, and I was like, what is happening? I was shocked, and of course, we ended up having to take it out, and that night, of course, nobody knew me, when I was gonna say, hey, that's illegal. No, I figured we'll get back to it, and we did. We had to go back.
I have a quick comment. Again, I think a theme that I'm hearing as we go through the departments is succession planning and training and staffing. And I think, not a word of caution, but I'm wondering to what degree we spend time training people for their new jobs that you're assuming they're gonna have in the future for your succession planning, and to what degree that would interfere with an open and competitive hiring process, to where now you're vested and you've invested a lot of resources to train somebody up versus training them for their current job. So I guess
And I appreciate that for myself, I'll only speak for myself and my team. When I talk about the training we're doing, number one is to make sure they have the proficiency in their role. While they're taking their trainings, for example, we'll talk about the building team. Again, I said there's all sorts of certifications they can have. So if an inspector wants to take a plans examiner certification, that benefits them in their current role because they understand what the plan set looks like from the onset to transferring that experience to the field. So that would be the kind of training that if it benefits them, if someone says, hey, I have an interest in leadership training, interest to me, and it's not going to affect their current performance, I have no problem doing that. And at least in the way I look at succession, it's you're looking to the future for the good of the organization. You're not looking to cherry pick any individual.
More about organizational structure and allowing for that flow to go up, because people
Correct.
can leave anytime. So if you're training a particular person for a particular role, it gets very
Right.
tricky. I
And
guess.
sometimes
Yeah,
they
yeah, to keep in
align,
mind.
sometimes they
Yeah.
don't, but it's really looking towards the steps in the organization and to be competitive.
And I'll just add that from a hiring perspective, I would say 90% of our recruitments are open competitive. So I would say there's a very small amount that we do internal only. And it's very selective in the reasons why.
Okay, Christina, I'm gonna let you talk about some of our permit numbers and what we're doing. Can you read it?
I can, yes, my computer did die, even though I'm plugged in, not sure why IT. Out to you, some permits and some stats in the handout, but this is just to give you an idea of how busy we are. We have about 100 single family permits in, yeah.
It's just.
Oh, all right, awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate
Chief,
that.
also IT chief.
Get the promotion the next budget.
Only Rob I've met who's amazing at IT as well.
Yeah, okay, and so we have a lot of permits in queue. We have townhomes projects, 141, 300 new single family, herbal apartments is in the process of being reviewed. So if someone asked you about that, that is the project that is crossed from the chicken. So we've had a lot of attention on that because it will change and continue our vision for the downtown area and as part of our beautification plan. And we also have vintage senior housing going in. This is up by Silver Hill. So that area is dramatically changing and we're having senior housing, which is great because we need that for our community. We have some aging population and they'd like to stay in the city, but they don't necessarily want their single family home to maintain. So those two are coming along well. The final for Village Concepts should be issued probably next week. They're getting really close. Just did some final inspections this week on it. So at the bottom there, you can see our inspectors do about 15 a day. It's a little above the average of what they should have. And then in addition, our land use inspections are about 2 a day. And with that, go ahead, next slide. And we'll
One
try
thing
to
before we move on that I want to point out at this slide, why the title says changing housing. So over the last, 10 plus years, we've produced 3,000 single family homes, something like that. In the last 5 years, those numbers are starting to change, which is a trend you'll see across all cities. But we are finally starting to see this multifamily component, and it's really important. And we'll talk about that more later today in another presentation. But you are seeing this shift from, and it's a maturity model, to the single family, and that's part of the economic development that we'll talk about later as well. But the shift to townhomes, multifamily, making this community now more available and attainable for all sorts of community members.
Okay, commercial projects, lots going on for commercial. You'll see mainly particularly South Lake Business Park, which right over there, if you take a peek over to the west. And then the Snow Isle, that's been one of my favorite projects that I've worked on, probably in my career, just because they were very collaborative. The architects were wonderful. They were very inspired by nature. And we have the museum, fabulous, groundbreaking for all of you who were there a week or so ago. It was a great turnout. We have Main Street improvements. That's changing the face of our downtown to meet the vision of the city. Sewer, very important. We need that and we need it to go to our industrial area. So the lift stations are key for that. And same with the multi-use path on 91st. And that one's continuing to be built out. And same with Frontier Heights Park. And then you can see our code enforcement stats. Cam's a busy guy. Sitting by him is definitely entertaining. I know a lot more about chickens in our community than I should over the past month or two. With that, let's move to the next slide.
I want to point out one thing though on this slide, when you're asking earlier about commercial development. The first bullet's actually wrong. It's 13 new commercial permits. Nearly 400,000 square feet of new commercial permitted. That's huge.
And yes, rumor has it, Home Goods is going in. We issued their building permit January 5th, so they are in process.
sorry,
They're just a little slow.
All the women here.
Yeah. You can just call if you need updates.
When Trader Joe's coming.
Right.
No. We have Trader J's, we don't need Trader Joe's.
That's funny.
They should make a Trader Joe's special meeting on the housing side of things. We know what the target growth is for the next, 20 years. What is the pace of building? So I guess in other forums, it appeared that 30% is the pace of real development versus the growth targets. Do we see that kind of true for the growth that we are expecting versus what is actually being built? Or is that a different?
We'll talk about that more
Okay.
later, but we have exceeded our single family growth targets.
Oh, wow.
We don't need to build any more single family throughout our planning horizon. Where we're lacking is anything at, say, 0 to 50% AMI, area median income. So we're lacking the housing on the lower end of the economic scale.
Can I ask what the city is doing to encourage developers to want to build something like multifamily low income homes?
Yeah, let's hold on that one and talk about that a little more.
Okay, thank you.
Russ, that 400,000 square feet, that was for in 25?
No, that's a cumulative number.
Okay, over,
I don't know what the horizon is, I'll get that for you.
but that's all past stuff is what we're saying.
Past
That's
stuff.
not, okay. And maybe this is the right place or not, for that 20th Street development, I'm really interested in seeing a projection of what that potential revenue is. Meaning, okay, we've got this land, we think that we would fit roughly 25 parcels, 8, whatever the number is. We're gonna have 3 bistros, we're gonna have a yoga shop, we're gonna have a car dealership, whatever that is. And like, if we just project out, what do we think that growth looks like? And we're gonna get X% in 27, X% in 28. It's gonna take us till 2035 to fully flesh it out. Like, let's just build a projection so that our financial models say, right, this should cover,
I can do that.
and this accounts for an extra 15% in revenue, 57%. Like, what does that really mean for us? Because a huge accomplishment to get this, but what does it really buy us? And what do we think we can do with it is not what I want to say. How many taxes, I'll say it this way, how much taxes can I pull back from my community because I've pulled in this additional revenue? Or does it cover the 3 million in Parks Department that we're looking for so that we don't have to do a levy? Right, I just need some idea, I'm looking for some idea of that projection. And obviously you're guessing, but what's our best educated guess?
I'm gonna time check us really quick. I don't know, how much more time do you guys need? Do you think you can finish up your presentation in 3 minutes?
Probably 5 minutes or so.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, so a couple of other of the divisions that we talked about, the long range. And then the economic development, I know a lot of questions around economic development. I'll let Christy talk about some of the things we did in the long range planning, and then I'll talk about economic development.
Okay, step housing, you've heard a lot about that. Dave did a great job. We are going to work on implementing that with some code amendments to allow for different products here within the city. And we're going to go ahead and we'll be starting that this year with a phase 2 process code. And as far as last year, we finished phase 1. We went through our concurrency management, traffic impact fees, code sections were completed. We will be coming back in 2026 this year for our methodology and traffic impact fee update. Critical areas are underway. You're going to be seeing that this month. And then the comp plan, we need to align that with our capital projects. And Russ and Aaron are going to talk about that later today. So economic development fees.
Yep, so economic development, you've heard Gene talk about it a little bit, and really what we do is we put people together, that's usually what we've done. We've gone out and we've hired consultants in the past to try and do expanded marketing of our properties, you know, sort of as you talked about 20th, we did have that going for a long time. What they would bring us back with would be the same people we already have in the community. We tried that for about 3 years and there was no value add at the end of the day, to have an outside consultant doing that. But we have had marketing analysis done, so we have a really good handle on this community. And one of the things we heard for a number of years is we need more rooftops. So we've delivered the rooftops, and since rooftops are delivered, then we get a Costco. Then we get the remodel of Frontier Village, bringing in new businesses. Now we're in the reinvestment of the South Lake Business Park across the street and have another commercial project that's ready to start breaking ground. At least coming in for permits on 20th. That's these large mixed use projects you're also seeing. So again, some maturity models that we've worked hard with the residential component, kept active relationships with the business component. And then it's just these other things that we do, you know, there's the wayfinding aspect, you know, give and work hard on making sure the community has an identity that's organic and meets this community. And I'll pick on Christie here for a minute. When I go to the Mill Creek Town Center, it's like tiny Disneyland. It's not real. You know, I go down there, and it's amazing what they did, but it doesn't feel organic. It'll feel organic in 20 years, and it was an amazing accomplishment. But that was from the ground up, they built that. And that's kind of actually what we're doing now with our downtown, but we're trying to, again, make it feel organic to Lake Stevens. Property sales and leasing. I worked with our commercial broker to help sell city properties, to lease our commercial spaces, you know, with some other teams. The other water line agreement, that's economic development, that was a.
Russ, can you talk a little bit about that? We shouldn't have the agreement. What did we agree to or what they agreed to?
So Everett has a 100-foot swath south of 20th Street. And forever, it's been sacrosanct about 3 people in the city of Everett say you can do nothing on this property.
Right.
And so we just asked for really minor things like, well, can we do some parking over this? And we have a road connection, so it's really small asks on the city's behalf, you know, can we use it for recreation? And so what the streets do now is to allow 30 feet of parking on the northern site or pavement. So all of our businesses now to face 20th, that means they have some area to park their vehicles. In return, we gave them a setback from the easement, so there's no structures directly on it. And then we just agreed to what the setbacks would look like, where the utility connections, it happened utility crossings, so they have an idea of what they can expect, and then we know what we can help our applicants use on the spaces.
So with the parking extension, you don't want to park on that, you don't use it as a gravel surface.
No, we'll be paying.
Thank you.
Hey, let me jump in real quick, Russ. So the South Lake Stevens business park that's across the street is an interesting testament to what government can do to stimulate growth. So for a couple of years, we had an economic development group who would represent us at different organizations to bring in businesses to our city, right? Which is good, but the problem with that is Lake Stevens only has so many, we don't have a lot of empty doors in our city, right? So you can go ask Trader Joe's to come here all day long, but if we don't have space for them, we don't have space for them.
They don't build new construction.
Right.
They go into 3rd generation
Right.
spaces.
Yeah, so if we have open space, it usually gets built pretty quickly. And this is a great testament, right? So So we buy the rest of this complex to move City Hall. They have to go, oh, okay, we're gonna move into this property that we've had for years. And we're gonna build X amount of square footage and put our offices in. Oh, by the way, they're full. Right? They're full. Brought in yoga, they brought in another gym dude.
Jones.
And then whatever it is, home builders, office things, yeah, just a lot of jobs, a lot of extra services that our citizens wanted. So, but until we continue, especially on the 20th, to push our developers to build those spaces out. I think the testament is they'll fill them if they build them, right? So this is a great example of government making a move to create some jobs and create some space, right?
And I'll just finish this up really quick, but just about the partnerships, I mean, just the last thing is the second bullet that I want to point out. Economic development is also accomplishment, are we, permitting, we now have to submit reports every year on the efficiency of our permitting and the high volume city statewide. Number two. Yep. Okay, do you want to talk about these, Kristen?
I think, yes, I sure can. I think that they probably were in my handout here too. Also, SharePoint migration, we all know that was a very huge lift for everyone's department. We're still working on it. Our goal is to get rid of a lot of our paper because we are moving City Hall. And when you walk in City Hall, those gray file cabinets, they are full of permit stuff. And so is the shed, which we call the shed of dread. So getting rid of that thing and banning everything that we can up there. We have worked on what we're practices. This is something Carol and I'm thrilled about. I like being out in the field. That now I'm more of a desk jockey now. So her and I work together with our stormwater team to educate people about what to do, how to button up your sites and how to TSC in line and to keep our lake clean, basically. Code enforcement processes, we've worked on a lot. Carol and I take lean to a new meeting, lean down. I'm very big on efficiency, and so Carol and I have been able to achieve a lot. Our production time has greatly decreased for getting permits out the door, and once we're fully staffed, I think we're gonna get running even better. So we've made our application process a lot easier for developers, and same for other city staff who submit CIP projects. We've been working a lot with the Civic Campus, primarily Russ and the other projects. We coordinate a lot with Public Works and Surface Water. The channel realignment project has been a big deal. I've worked a lot with that with Surface Water, and I do have a pretty intensive surface water background. Challenges, do you want me to continue with that?
I'll just go through it really quickly, and I would say the accomplishments, every accomplishment has a mirror, but it's a challenge. We said the SharePoint was an accomplishment. It's also been a huge challenge, and we're in it's decreased efficiency right now, and it probably will continue for a little while, but we're working towards fixing that, so it actually will become a positive, but it is a detriment right now. Staffing, you've heard that amongst other departments, that's affected our work program and being able to get everything done. It was on our last year's work program. You've heard this before, just being able to explain the information to the public, very, very complicated information, and trying to keep our community informed. What you may not think about, we get a ton of people coming into the counter on a daily basis, and we have planners assigned to do that, which is great. They get to interact with customers, but a lot of the time, the questions, I would say, as land use law becomes more complicated, the questions become more complicated. So what you think might be a simple question might be spending an hour with somebody at the counter. So you ask you asked about AI and then use, that would be where we would want to use AIs to have the chatbot to help self-direct people to try to find these answers before engaging the planner on duty, so that they can be focusing on other things, and maybe that empowers people to find some of their own answers. And then one of the things, and you've heard us talk about this, you've heard the mayor talk about this. These state mandates we've had to work on for the last several years have been at the sacrifice of us getting very important city focused business done, like our industrial center plan. That's one of the ones that's gonna need an intensive effort, and it keeps getting kicked down the road because we're trying to get the time of mandates complete. Okay.
Hey, and respectfully, I do need you guys to wrap it up. We are significantly over time.
I will just let you guys look at these. So you've heard this before, interagency coordination. That's something we do. All of us represent the city in a variety of ways on different boards. And we have a number of initiatives that we would like to get through our own strategic plan, which is again, been one of those things that suffered. A public engagement plan we've been working on to complete archiving. We've already heard about that. How do we further integrate technology? We've heard about that. Working on cross training and get the industrial plan done. That's it.
Okay, is pizza here yet?
Nope, Aaron's walking over to check on it.
Okay, so Chief, do we want to take a stand-up break and then you get going?
Whatever you want to do, you're in charge.
Let's do that. So pizza should be here soon, but let's go ahead and stand up, do a quick stretch. We'll have Chief walk us through his presentation. And then after that, we'll take a 20-minute official break to get food, and then we'll continue on with a working meeting. I will be trying to be a little more strict on our timing. If we continue at this pace, we're beyond our ending time of 4 o'clock. So we'll go fast. We'll do a quick stretch. Pretty much. I mean, I like walking.
The views with the public comments.
I know, that'd be great.
Just put the counter on your thing and flip it up here.
Yeah, I love that idea.
I'll watch the time.
Also help me, I'll be like,
You may not need that, and I won't be fine.
fantastic. That's what I like about you guys, like you work too.
You want me to explain all your things?
Oh,
thank you.
well, I'm learning how chickens lay out.
Roosters and chickens.
Yeah.
I just realized that you can't change this.
The Cheeto one.
Try to remind people.
The Cheeto.
Okay, let's go ahead and come on back.
That might make a difference.
All right,
You ready?
Chief, let's go ahead and get
So
going.
just a reminder, guys, we're all being recorded. These mics are still hot when we're having breaks, so just be careful. I'm just gonna go over the police department. I'm gonna make this really quick.
I got it.
Thank you, Angie.
Thanks, Angie.
I talked about our strategic plan just a couple of councils ago. This is our, I want to just say thank you to Julie Hubert, who's put this slide together. She wished she was here today, but she unfortunately got sick overnight. But she did a great job putting this together. So I'm going to try to talk because I was going to bring Dean and her in, but Dean decided to go to Hawaii on me, and Julie got sick. So I don't know who got better deal there. This is our mission statement. This is on our computers around our office, all over our office. So our people are focused on our mission statement every day. And my little quote down there is work hard, treat people right, show them respect and dignity they deserve, and have some fun along the way. Next. This is our layout of our police department. We're all about ICS and structure. With our org chart, this is the staff that's in purple is our non-commissioned folks. All the people in blue are our commissioned folks. And we have the 4 vacancies, 2 patrol, traffic, and detective. Go ahead. This is our function chart, how it's laid out. It's my office with my senior administrative assistant. God bless her. She does a great job keeping me organized and keeping my schedule clean as much as she can and keeping it organized. and she does a lot of great job stuff, strategic plan, annual report, all that great stuff. Jessica does everything for helping with human resource and doing the liaison with all the communication that goes back and forth with our offices because of our hiring process and some other stuff. My administrative assistant, like you said, is Julie Hubert. She comes here with 22 years of service to the city. She's one of the longest tenured employees here in the city. She's been here a long time and has a lot of knowledge. She is my subject matter expert when it comes to records, budgeting, just accreditation, all the big things that we do. She does the outstanding work on that stuff, our policies, procedures, volunteer management. She manages all the volunteers, contracts and grants. So how it works is we say we have a grant. We work with Olivia B. Just to go out and look for the grants. And then once that grant gets organized and we get it accepted, Julie then takes it on and runs with the responsibility of making sure all the documents are sent to the right and appropriate people. She's our liaison with the risk management and liaison with the court prosecutor's office. Again, records management. And then this is her staff down here and all the stuff behind the scenes. When you guys talk about development, you're talking about building roads. You don't see in that development building roads, how many police officers does it take? You build it and you keep building it, and then we don't get the officers. Did you bring in new parks? And what does that take for people? Because you're bringing more community members now to that park. How do we get the police officers into that package? I always tell Aaron, and Aaron's always hears my saying, build it so we don't have to enforce it. Right, Aaron?
That's right.
Engineering, so we don't have to enforce it. We don't have to use that extra E. There's engineering, education, enforcement. So over here on this other side is the deputy chief. That is Dean Thomas. He's been here a little, actually 20 years in about a month. He's been here. He handles the day-to-day operations of this department because I am busy with the regional partnerships that we have. Hiring background, DV coordinator, TAC, which is the Snow 911, which we have a regional dispatch center and the regional SWAT team. And then special events planning, Aquafest, as Sarah spoke on earlier, that takes a lot of resources from us and a lot of planning. PIO, he tries to do it as much as he can. That's one thing that's lacking in our agency because it's just the amount of time that we have. Trying to respond to the scene with a sergeant and 2 officers that we have and trying to get social media out. Everybody's like, well, why don't you post about it? Why don't you post about it? Because I'm even responding to the scene now because we just don't have the staffing. So our people that we have behind the scenes are not there. I mean, I'm just going to tell you, we can't do it. So I rely on Olivia B, again, who helps us push out as much as we can on social media. She's going through the training for emergency management and critical incidents, and so that'll help out even more. Peer support and wellness, I'll talk about a lot about that in our jail partnerships. We use Marysville Jail and Skagit County, or Snohomish County Jail to book people into. So we have to have a liaison with those contracts. Down to the patrol, the day-to-day operations, they do all the hard work. They're out there, people that you see. No, they cannot solve crimes in 24 hours as you see on TV. It takes a lot of time to solve crimes. We've already seen a 12% increase in our calls for service from last year to this year already. So we have an increase already in the calls for service and the amount of resources we have. Our daily schedules are 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Minimum staffing right now is 1 sergeant and 2 officers. That means a sergeant or a corporal will be on with two officers. And we ran like that 75% of the time last year. And that needs to increase. That needs to be a sergeant and 3 officers at the minimum, with the amount of calls we're getting. Support Services Division, that's Dean, oversees these 2. And the Support Services Division is made up of investigations and support services. Support services is all that stuff you see there, the SRO, traffic, marine unit, park security, training coordination, quartermaster, fleet, and property evidence. Jim Barnes is our sergeant for that, and he is very busy. That guy is running the Cedar Woolley drop-off cars, going to the school district to meet with meetings, dealing with animal control stuff. Investigations unit, we just had a blessing for Craig Valdick, who's been working the road for 25 years in law enforcement. He just moved over to the investigations unit. He's overseeing that, so. Next slide. Talk about training. So we had 5,092 hours. So it's 106 hours per employee. And the reason for that is we had a lot of turnover. Out of 50, I have 46 positions because I have 4 vacancies. Out of those 46, 11 of us can walk out the door any day. 24 of them have less than 3 years on. So you have a brand new police agency. Pretty much it's a turnover like 60-70% in the last couple of years. So we got to get people trained up. We got to get them to the proficiencies, and then we're required by the state for all police officers, 24 hours minimum of training per year. And then all the additional stuff they keep throwing on us for bias-based policing, knowing how the different ethnic groups are and the Native Americans and their culture. And we have to learn about everybody's culture, including people that are with disabilities and those things. So we're constantly have to do 2 to 4 hours of online training almost every couple months. So that's taking a lot of our time. Go through the command staff. Accreditation was in 2020 and 2024. We're going up for accreditation again in 2028. Julie handles all that. We're on a good path for that. Couple of the big accomplishments within there is Dean was the first person to go to Northwest School of Police and Staff Command. That's the FBI Academy is the subsidiary of that. They're kind of on the plane of having great training for command staff level. And Dean was the first person in Lake Stevens to complete that training. Julie Hubert, she's Anya talked about this, was the Northwest Women's Leadership Academy, which Anya is a co-chair of. She's right now going to be graduating from that in May, March, which we're very excited about. Again, coordinating with multiple region partners. I am the chair of the SMART board, which is the OII team, which is the team that gets called out if there's an officer involved shooting. I'm on the board for SWAT. I'm on the board for Drug Task Force. I'm on the board for Snow 911. I'm on the board for WASPIC. And I'm also now part of the WASPIC executive peer support team across the state. There's about 12 to 15 of us. So if we get into a critical incident, we can help the command staff. Before it was all focused on the officers. So again, we're using statistical dashboard of Power BI. Thanks to Zach and the GIS team. He has done an outstanding job. I can tell you now, data right off. I can just pull up my data sheets for the morning. You guys can tell we have collisions and where they're all at. And then we have traffic stops, and are they in the same spot? Are we making that? We're trying to make a reduction in that kind of stuff. And how many collisions do we have? We average about 1,500 to 1,700 collisions a year. Yeah, it's quite a bit. Hiring, we implemented Guardian this past year. We cut our background time by 50%. Background would take 40 hours roughly. It's got down to 20. We used to go out to a third-party vendor, which was $3,000 to $4,000 per background. And we're now doing it all in-house. And we've cut that down. It's a great tool. It's a very cost-effective tool, and it helps communicate with the other agencies that are using it to work with through a bunch of candidates, because everybody's got the same candidate going through the process right now. We processed 281 candidates in 2025. We moved 14 into background and hired 6. So that's about 2 to 3%, and that's about the average across the region. Quartermaster, we implemented that, working through a SharePoint. Vanessa, I don't know how she does it. Like you said, she pushes that button and she makes it happen. She's doing this for uniform replacement, and now we're doing our training, and we're going to move to our specialty positions, putting them online and that good stuff. Records management, implementation of citywide policies for centralized records management. We've been talking to death about that. Records management, our staff gets a lot of public disclosure requests, and we have to use these data these documents and stuff clear back to the beginning, because there's like 6 million emails that need to be destroyed, and they have to go through those every time they go through a disclosure request. So go ahead, next. Population wise, 42,000 roughly what we're hearing today. We have 0.93, so that's 1 officer per 1,000. That's a 0.93. That's where we are. State our size, 1.1 for a city that's averaging the same size as us. Our commission, non-commissioned staff, we have 50. We're at 1.2 for overall staff. The state average is 1.59. We are the 51st law enforcement officers per 1,000, 51st, and there's only 50 states. So even Puerto Rico has more officers than we do. And sad. Use of force. People say, "Oh man, you're beating everybody up all the time." My officers contact 24,641 different incidences. They use force 6 times. That is 0.0002% of the time. We don't beat people up. We're well trained. We do what we need to do to de-escalate. And this is the reason we're doing so well. And every year, since the last 3 years, it's gone down. And officers, again, 709 collisions just in 2025, and they've already gone up, unfortunately. So 22% increase in the last 3 years. Why is that? Citizens Academy, some of you have been part of that, and that has been very popular for us. You can see the calls for service and the proactive. Officer initiated is the traffic stops, all the stuff that the officers are doing. 911 are the calls for service. As you see, 2023, we had a big increase. 24 went down a little bit, 25 peaked back up, and like I said, we're already at 12% just in the first month, and we're still continuing to rise. Next slide. Investigations consist of 3 sergeants or a sergeant, 3 investigators. They investigate the top crimes: homicide, assaults with weapons, sexual assault. Sexual assaults are the biggest thing we have right now. It is taking a lot of our time. Out of the 114 cases reviewed, 66 cases were assigned and accepted. In 2025, there's 24 that are still active. Out of the 66, 17 have been referred to the felony prosecutor's office. And this is the big case. In 2024, the unit investigated a multi-convicted predator, and we successfully found him and got him arrested and put in jail here this last year. That was a great job, and it took a lot of work and a lot of agencies involved to get that person in custody. SMART team was what I already talked about, so go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, K9. We have a beautiful little dog. Her name is Sia. She's 10 years old. She's getting up there in age, so we're going to have to talk about replacing. So we're going to look at how much do we spend, how much do we receive back. So we have that analysis, and we're working through that as we go through the replacement of Sia. She's a beautiful dog. She works so hard, and Doug does a great job with her. He's connected with the regional partners. You can just see through 2025 how much activity Doug and Sia had. I mean, we're talking lots of money. Street value of meth and fentanyl and cocaine that we're getting off the streets before it gets into our folks. School resource officers, we have 2 of them, one in the north, one in the south. We're adding some more new schools here. We're adding our 13th school in this school district, which takes there a lot of their time. They're mentoring youth and stuff. David Carter was just put on this regional team for traffic violations. So youth that get traffic violations get to go to a school. He's going to be part of that mentoring and trying to say, hey, how do we fix this problem? How do you become a better driver and keep people safe? Again, we have the partnerships that we do here. Boating season, we talked about the boat, the loss of the grant. We just lost our grant for that. There's no grant for anywhere in the state of Washington for boating. So we're gonna have to work through that issue. That's one of our things. Go ahead and go. And calls for service, cartoon thing been going around on social media. There's Margaret Cooper, who's one of our CSOs. Since we implemented this, you guys gave us an extra CSO. I'm already getting compliments from the folks around the North Cove Park and the impact that Max is having on that, driving through there and keeping the riffraff from happening. We still got a little bit of work to do, but it's doing a lot better. Deb is our evidence officer. She's doing a lot of work, 1,800 pieces of evidence she processes by herself. And then she has to destroy all those. And then she has to keep the vehicles, and then she has to send letters and do seizures. You can see how busy Deb is. And we'll have to look at that as we get bigger to get another evidence officer. Go ahead and go. I'm doing pretty good here. Okay. Process 2362 cases, 108% increase of 2024 for media. This is all the work that's behind the scenes that you guys don't see. This is the staff that sits here and has to process all the digital evidence, all the body worn cameras, all the PDRs, pull up the documents, get them processed, get them out to the public. These folks work so hard in the back office, but their job is never seen by the public. Right here, body worn camera started in 2022. There's 458% increase in requests for digital media, just in that short period of time. We've seen a 35% increase in digital media managed by records unit, body worn cameras. It's costing us more and more and spending a lot more time. You can see, like I explained to you before, we had a staff changeover in the middle of the request. Well, look at that. Our request was the highest in 2024. So during our staff changeover, we had the most amount of requests coming in. So go ahead. Our challenges is the staffing. As you guys know, our staffing is, we need to increase our minimums during our shifts, but we still need to get a couple people hired. Instructor development is huge because we have all these instructors now that are getting promoted or going to retire. We need to build that new cadre with our new folks. We got to get an EVOC instructor, a firearms lead in place. We have to get our, oh, Brian's got a question.
Oh, it can wait. I was just trying to time it for the end of your presentation. Go ahead and wrap up.
Okay, public disclosure request. Police report retention, like we said, we tried to get rid of that. We've gone to a new system called Trax. We went from sector to tracks. I started sector improvement when I worked for the State Patrol in 2007, and they're just implementing it now. 18 years it took to get that whole thing switched over. It's been flawless. So we're all up and running it. I told everybody we're going February 1st, all in, and all of our officers are just using tracks now, and it's working out great. Thanks to Troy's staff of helping us get transitioned. AI, SharePoint, we're the first group to go into that. Now we're looking at the flow and the metadata and getting through our workflows. Again, updating animal control ordinances because of chickens and roosters. And then parks to ensure compliance and ability. This is again, this grant was not funded, $16,000. Now we just found out DOJ is not funding our ballistic vest. So our ballistic vest is what keeps officers safe. They just took that grant away from us. So we're hoping to get some of that back, but we'll see how that all works out. Again, a coordination of interdepartmental budgets and expenses is how facilities is managed. You know, we got a bill for new facility stuff, which we got rid of out of our budget because we thought facilities was taking it on. So we just got to fix some of the coordination of that. The mayor's favorite thing is House Bill 2020-15. 2 agencies applied, or there's 23 agencies that applied for it, got turned down, or 26. 2 agencies just got tentatively accepted, which doesn't mean they got accepted, they got tentatively. And the way the legislators or the CJT say it, it's like, yeah, you're close, but you're kind of close, but we don't know what we're going to do with it. So what they're doing is putting them in limbo, because do they keep and move forward putting the House bill or the sales tax in place and pay the $100,000 a month based on a tentative agreement, or do they wait to get the full agreement? So we're still working with the 2 agencies that got approved because they say they're not sure if they got approved yet or not. So, and they don't want to release anything until they have the full information. Legacy records, again, I told you the documents that are in the P drive and all the back places that we still have to go. We have to release those things when we still have them. If a PDR request comes in, and it becomes a big pain in the butt. So, excellent. Okay, Ryan.
Really quick on the SROs, I was just curious, how many man hours are we devoting to those 2 positions?
Man hours, so they're in full man hours from September till mid-June.
Okay, and then because, I mean, I feel like a lot of people in the public don't really appreciate this or know this, but the school districts aren't actually run, or they're not run by the city, they're not part of the city. I believe they're state agencies. So do we get any sort of compensation for tying up 2 of the city's officers on what is effectively a state organization?
You mean, do we have a contract and agreement for payment of those SROs through the school district?
Yeah, is the school district?
They cover 75% of the cost during that time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep, and we're bringing that contract back because we just got it updated, or the ILA updated with the school district because it's their contract with us. Anything else? Any other questions?
Sabina has a question.
Brian, did you have another one?
No, I said not for me.
You mentioned some of the data on crashes and speeding and that being available on GIS. Is that available for the public also?
Yes,
as a layer?
so on our public website, you can go to our department reports section on our site, and there are all the data you can pull up right there.
Just a comment really, when you showed the slide, you had the initiated stops versus the calls. It's amazing you guys are making that much contact.
You can never take the trooper out of me.
Couldn't beat it out of you. That's just the shout out to you.
So the folks that are brand new, my career, I'm 34 years into this position of being in law enforcement. I grew up, my grandfather was a police officer for the city of Anacortes and the city of Mount Vernon. My dad was a Washington State Trooper working the North Cascade Highway out in the middle of the remote town of Concrete. I began being a state trooper when I was born. This is all I wanted to do. So I started when I was 19 years old, got hired by the state, worked 25 years and was blessed with a retirement in 2015. I went to a school district. After about a year and a half, I decided I better put a gun back on because this is crazy being in a school district. And I came back here with John Dyer, who him and I worked with out in Oak Harbor. John and I come way back to 1992. And then he hired me and I've been here ever since. Blessed. I live in the city. I coach Little League Baseball during my son's development in baseball, and I know a lot of the kids and built a lot of great relationships with a lot of the kids.
So real quick, Chief, you lead by example. So if you ride with the chief around town, plan ahead, he will stop someone.
And what if we don't build?
You
The transit station. Because they come from Everett, get off the bus, walk over to Frontier Village, do their theft, get back on the bus and go back to Everett. Because they come on the bus from Everett and they ask, hey, can you take me to a Walmart? No, there's no Walmart in Lake Stevens, but there's a Target. And they put them on the bus and they bring them over here.
Yeah.
This is the way it is. So, yep. But Aaron enjoyed the ride along. He got to go have some fun, so.
Done it a couple of times.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Look at that. Boom.
Good job. Nice job.
Now your turn. Gotcha.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna break for lunch. I'm going to invite Aaron, since he's up next, to finish us up with the department reports, to dish up first. No pressure. We're gonna see exactly what kind of pizza you want.
Oh, good.
While Aaron is dishing up, do either of you have anything you want to tell this group?
No, I think you said 20 minutes. We're gonna take?
Yep, so we're gonna take 20 minutes and hopefully, and then if you're still eating or whatever, it'll be a working lunch after that.
Troy, please.
Ready, break.
Mute the room. Thank you.
Okay, well.
Unless you want me to take it.
Can I advance
Sure,
this?
let me take it. Grab it.
You guys are, okay, hang on. I'm doing this, stop watching myself. I have 20 minutes. There's 35 people in Public Works. I'm gonna go as fast as I can because there's some meaty topics after this, so I'm starting my timer right now. My name is Eric Halverson. I am the Public Works Director. I have been since, oh gosh, I was acting Public Works Director in October 2021, became official in February of 2022. I've been doing public works work for nearly 20 years in varying capacities. Sort of started in the planning world, decided that I liked to build things, like actually, build things. And so I went to Public Works and did sewer projects and ran a conveyance system and parks. And I did parks development, I did parks programming, I did environmental programs and culverts and fish passage. And I've done a wide variety of public works city work. I worked for the US, what am I going for? Forest Service, US Forest Service for during the summer while I was in college, and enjoyed talking to people. What I did is I drove around and talked to people about salmon, and I wrote tickets for fires, unattended fires.
Yeah.
In the woods alone, I'm 410.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of armed people. And I always wanted to write a ticket with the guy with the big gun right here. I didn't write a lot of tickets.
Who did you give the ticket to?
What's that?
If they're unattended fires, who did you give the ticket to?
Well, I would, it's a funny question. A lot of times, Brian, I would actually just sit in their chairs and wait. And just read a book and wait until they come back. And I'd go, I've already gotten it written. What's your name? Unless they had a big gun.
Unless they had a big gun.
Or they were super drunk. Anyway, I studied at WSU, go Cougs. I studied zoology as an undergrad, which is just biology, but focused on animals. And then I got a master's degree in environmental science and planning. But here we are. I'm a public works.
You don't look old enough to have done all that.
I did all that.
Wow.
I know. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. My knees don't always. We have a fantastic public works team. I don't think this is everybody. It certainly isn't. But we have a lot of really dedicated professionals, just like every other department in the city. The vision statement's there. We're trusted, safety-minded, qualified group of dedicated public works professionals. We work tirelessly to set the standard for public works operations and maintenance. We take that seriously. Okay. Next one. Oh, it just takes a second. Oh, it's a lot of text. The city is, the APWA stands for American Public Works Association. The Public Works Department in your city is accredited by the American Public Works Association, which means that we follow industry standards, policies and procedures in delivering our service to your community. We were, I guess we're one of 12 in 2025 accredited agencies in the state, which is a big deal. I'm also an auditor, evaluator for APWA. So they'll pay for me to fly around the country and evaluate other cities. I just went to Florida and did a great evaluation on a really wealthy city. They pay for me to do that. Okay, next.
Are you gonna talk any more about the accreditation?
I certainly can.
Well, just, I'll do that.
Got pausing mine.
I'll do it.
Go ahead.
So the accreditation it's a big deal. And it's not only a big deal for Public Works, but it's a big deal for the city. Our city has grown from 2008 and 8,000 people-ish in 2008 to 42,000 people today. Our city government didn't necessarily grow with that growth. And policies and procedures and all the things that have to go on in the background did not go with that growth, and our service levels did not grow with that. So what APWA accreditation did for us is it not only helped to shape and focus our public works, but it made finance pick up the pace. It made the clerks pick up the pace, like everyone, the HR, like everyone had to upgrade, to support this effort. And so it really helped across the board, our city change and get into the modern times of city government. Increase our efficiency levels, increase our service levels. And it's very much a defining moment within the city to go through this process. And it's a big deal. I just want new council members to know that.
It really is a fun research.
Especially when they look at that blue line. We're
Yeah.
one of 12 accredited Washington cities or agencies.
It's a big deal.
It's
a big deal.
Were we 214 in North America?
In country, yeah.
214 in North America.
Yeah, APWA asks us to give webinars on accreditation. Agencies come and talk to us about it. We're a leader in sort of setting a standard for what we do. The mayor's quote here is really good. I'll give you the Cliff Notes version, but it's a 3-year process, which included setting a foundation of processes and procedures to begin working through the accreditation checklist. The mayor is really proud of it, and he really is a champion. Okay, next slide. Here's what we do. Quick synopsis. These are kind of the divisions of public works. Again, 33, 37 people sort of moving target. Seasonals come on, they leave. Anyway, we do engineering work. We have an engineering division, city engineer, a few staff engineers. We're adding a traffic engineer. We have a street division that do streets maintenance. So they do all the roads, sidewalks, vegetation, signs, roadway striping, pavement condition. If you drive, you used it to get here. So if there's a tree down on a sidewalk and it needs to be cleared, Public Works did it. Right? If there's a sign that gets knocked down, Public Works puts it back up. That's the streets division's job. We have a stormwater division. They maintain all of the catch basins. So if you go out next to the curb and you see the metal grate, that's a catch basin, some sort of manhole or structure. It has pipes running from it to the next. It captures all that stormwater, has a sump in the bottom. We maintain all of that. And then there are ponds and other facilities across city. Environmental programs, that's our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES, which is a permit issued by the state that says you can discharge water into natural water bodies from your municipal system under these conditions. So you can discharge water from your system into natural water bodies under these conditions. We have to meet those conditions to keep doing that thing. That can look like BMPs on construction sites, and for those to happen, or facilities are maintained, or we have an education program. There's a lot to it. Shannon Ferrant is an expert in this. She will be in front of you. She's very sharp. She's so sharp it's threatening. So she's very sharp. We maintain all the facilities. There are 19 facilities in the city that are maintained by Public Works. We don't maintain all the facilities. Sorry, Sarah. Sarah maintains parks facilities. We maintain all of the non-parks facilities. So this building is maintained by our city crew and Public Works. That's really advanced. I think under the previous council, they approved a supervisor in facilities and a lead. So we created a vision. They desperately need another employee to do the maintenance. We're adding a civic campus. We didn't add people. So I think we'll see that coming in the next few years. Fleet, there are 93 pieces of fleet. I'll get to that later. And then admin, we do, that's me, and Lori is in the admin side, and then we have an admin assistant, and we do sort of all of the strategic planning and process improvement. What's next? We are first responders. I say that because we have someone on 24/7 to respond to calls. It's the phone number that I have. If something happens, the chief has it. Every police officer has it. Snow 911 has it. So if something happens and there's a tree down, there's a bad accident, we respond. We also deal with all of the inclement weather. So snow and ice response, wind, those are the primary two, but we would also respond to natural disasters as well, earthquakes and so forth. Spill response is a big responsibility. And then assisting the PD, I've spent a lot of time sort of building that relationship with the chief, and I think we're in a really good place there now. Okay, what's next? Here's the numbers. So we have Lake Stevens has 173 miles of roadway. There are 4 maintenance workers dedicated to those 173 miles. They have 138 miles of sidewalks, again, 4 maintenance workers plus a supervisor, technically. 156 curb ramps. I won't go through all of them. 174 miles of stormwater pipe has to be jetted. We're inventorying it now, taking a look at condition. A lot of it's old stormwater pipe. It's corrugated metal. The bottom is rotted out. We're gonna come back and talk to this council about how to deal with that and pay for those repairs. You have to do it. It's time. So I think that's pretty common, actually. There are 133 city-owned stormwater facilities that we inspect and maintain essentially every year. And then there are 258 non-public facilities that the city inspects and enforces maintenance on. 93 pieces of fleet. We don't maintain the PD's fleet, just city fleet. Non-PD, and then we have 33 in the police, 4,200 signs in the city. A lot of signs, and they get hit a fair amount. Every time we go out and do a sign, it's about $1,000. Every time, materials, truck, and people. So if a sign gets knocked down, it costs at minimum $1,000 to put that sign back up. You ask for a stop sign or a no parking sign, no, that request is going to cost the city $1,000. Okay. I'm not doing great on time. Okay.
You have 8.5 minutes.
We received 1,000 service requests from the public last year, which is great. We love those. We completed 10,000 work orders. We have 0 G20s. What that means is we had no water quality violations that we had to report to Ecology. The average response time to a service request is 2.1 days, which is fantastic. I've seen it on social media, not that I'm on there very often, but I see it occasionally where someone says, I turned in a service request and they showed up the same day. That's pretty cool. Really proud of this. 62% of our work orders are preventative maintenance, which means we know what the asset is, we know when it needs to be maintained, and we show up and do it. We're going to talk more about this, not today. Pavement condition. The current PCI for all of the pavement in the city is 73. We want it to be at 80. That's the industry standard. And it's not going up. In terms of curb ramp improvements, we did 1.7% of the curb ramp upgrades in the city in 2025. So at the current rate, 80 or so years. We gotta do more. Gotta do more. Okay, next. Okay, this is the storm.
And that's if the federal ADA standard doesn't change.
It will change.
Which it does, every 2 years.
It will change. Yeah. We really need to get closer to 4 or 5%. Kind of all right. Okay. Here's what stormwater does, and I mentioned it earlier, but they maintain things like the Catherine Creek Pond. I think that's the one. They do pipe repairs, so if a pipe has failed, they get out there and cut the road and put a new pipe in. And then I don't know why this always happens, but there's always a duck saving event. That's not part of the plan, but we do it.
Chickens are next.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's always Chris Jones. Chris Jones is the supervisor. He's standing right there. He's always in the duck photo every time. They also do all of the street sweeping. We have 1 sweeper. We used to have 2. 1 was totaled. We didn't replace it. So we have 1 street sweeper for the entire city. They do the entire city 4 times a year. That's the goal. And then they also do emergency flooding response. Oh, what's next? Chief, you set a standard. I'm chasing it.
Hey, Aaron, can you explain why we street sweep?
Oh, yeah.
Other than beautification.
Yeah, right, yeah. We street sweep because the pollutants that are generated from the vehicles on the roads are really problematic for our system and for the natural environment. So the brake dust, the tire dust, those things kill fish, period. They just do. In fact, the tire dust is the new one that is confirmed to be the pollutant that's killing coho salmon. It's the one we've been looking at for 10 years. We couldn't replicate it. We took stormwater, put coho salmon in there, they died. We put coho salmon in clean water, they lived. And so they finally found it 4 years ago. So.
And you notice that street sweeping is a stormwater task.
Yeah.
Even though it's a street sweeper.
Yeah.
Stormwater task.
Yeah, he's getting all that dust off the road, and it all goes to what's called a decant facility, which removes all of the water from the sweeping and lets all those pollutants settle out, and then we dispose of them. They usually go, they can go to an incinerator is where they.
And those street sweepers have to be tested for.
And we have no plans to replace the one that we lost.
We do, we will be back talking about that later. Yeah, we need to get a new sweeper and let the other one be our backup.
How much is the new sweeper?
$450,000. We need the same for a Vector, which is about $700,000 as well. Okay. This is the streets division, 4 employees, went through all those numbers, plus a supervisor. It's 4 crew members to run streets division. It's really tough. You have 2 flaggers, you have 2 workers. You're at a minimum. Down to 3, we really can't operate for them. Okay. Here's what, one of the things they do is they do sidewalk repairs. So you can see this sidewalk is heaved from tree roots and just poor construction. They have this thing called a sidewalk sucker, which is a big suction cup that is gas powered, and it can pick the panel up. They can cut the roots and set it back down. I've done it with them in the field. It's a ton of fun, and it's really rapid. And I think people are surprised by it. We've done it in Catherine Creek, actually, because you'll be walking and you're like, this is the same sidewalk panel, but it doesn't have that lift anymore. It's because we did that. We did that work. But there's the list of things they are responsible, assets that they're responsible for. Go to the next one. Okay, facilities, again, 19 facilities. We had somebody run into one of our buildings a year or so ago, but 2 facilities employees, fantastic workers, and they really have upped the game in facilities maintenance as far as I'm concerned, and I think as far as our customers are concerned. Okay, what's next? We have 1 fleet mechanic for 93 pieces of fleet. We have a inventory control specialist that tries to maintain the inventory for the entire public works department, but he helps as well with fleet. So it's a thin shop, but Chris McDonald, who's standing right here, he does a fantastic job. We have our own refueling island here. So we have diesel and unleaded, which helps. But yeah, and then the mechanic shop has lifts and he has everything he needs to operate. He's a welder. He's just a fantastic person. If you get a chance to meet him, please thank him for his work. We also have a little generator at Public Works. It's right here that runs on propane. I know. It runs on propane. Shit. And it's pretty neat because the guys can refill their propane tanks for working in the field, but it also runs the generator and it's super stable, right? It's not diesel fuel that has to be cycled. It's propane. It can stay for a long time. It's kind of neat. All right. Go there. Engineering, again, they're responsible for capital project delivery, engineering projects, programs, and they do the civil plan review right now for development and set the engineering standards. We have what's called the EDS. It's the engineering design and development standards. That's the city's standards for sidewalks and roads and everything that is installed in the public rights of way. But they also do traffic calming, ADA compliance, and like I said, capital project delivery. I think this year's capital budget is, we're going to get to it later, $15 million or so. Okay, next. Okay, environmental programs, that's Shannon's division. They do the NPDES compliance, which is water quality. They deliver stormwater capital projects, and they do lake management. So they do the water quality monitoring for the lake. The lake has, as far as we know in modern history, really hasn't had a higher water quality rating than it has right now. So they're doing a fantastic job. And a large part of that is because we do fantastic maintenance on the roadways. So we're stopping the pollutants before they find their way to the lake, which has meant that we haven't had to treat the lake for phosphorus for a few years now, which is a $200,000 cost savings. Okay. There's the orchard. It's really blurry. Ooh, it's fine. So we have a public works directors up here. We have an operations manager. This is the operations team. Some of these are duplicates, you know, where it's more than one employee, so don't count those. We have the analyst, we have a city engineer and several engineers, we have senior engineer, civil engineer, inspectors, traffic engineer, civil plan reviewer, capital projects manager. And then environmental programs has 3 people, a coordinator, specialist, and a technician. That's the organizational, but I think this is a better photo. Okay. The work plan for 26 is pretty lengthy. So the blue are stormwater work plan items, lower Stephen Creek restoration. We'll talk about that later. That's the lake outlet. I'm not going to go through all of them. Compliance with the NPDES permit. We're working through the stormwater TVing, so we understand our system and its condition. We're going to come back and talk about a surface water fee update based on the information we have, which we're talking about the sweeper and the vector, but we're talking about pipe replacements over time. The purple is engineering projects, so pavement preservation, traffic safety cameras, which we're going to talk about later. EDS update, capital project management improvements in general. And then more broadly, operations is going to get to crack sealing and pothole restoration this year. We have a crack sealer, which is a new piece of equipment. And we have a new hot box for them to do that work. Okay, what's next? Thank you. Okay, the accomplishments. Public Works gives presentations at the APWA conference every year now. We give presentations at the Northwest Public Works Institute, which is a state institute that trains public works employees. Lori's given several presentations at TLG.
Yep.
AWC, Association of Washington Cities. We were featured in the APWA Reporter, and we have staff serving on national panels and on an accreditation evaluator. Okay. We secure grants. We work with others to do that. That's there. We deliver our capital projects. We focus on operational excellence. We completed 10,342 work orders. When I started as the Public Works Director, we didn't have a work order tracking system. It was on a piece of paper. So it's a different Public Works Department today than it was then. I think we have a lot of workforce training, but again, I think we try to balance that with, are we training them for the position they have? Are we training them for the position they want or need? And I think we really focus on making sure that one thing we're working on is making sure that every employee who's a field worker can use every piece of equipment. I dislike it when I hear, I don't know how to run that piece of equipment. It doesn't make sense to me. So we're working really hard on that. Okay, what's next? Resources are scarce. We know that. Underground pipes are not sexy. Roads are a little bit more appealing, but we also sort of take them for granted. Maybe not that appealing. But if you're running buses, Sabina, you want the roads to be nice. Aging infrastructure. I think a lot of this infrastructure, especially the storm pipes, were installed in the 60s. So they're at the end of their useful life. It's really common. We have a changing regulatory landscape. Surface water requirements are tightening all the time. ADA requirements, those ramps that I talked about, we actually need to replace them all in a 40-year window. We're not trending that way. Emergency service standards and just aging standards in general. So some of our old standards are old and need to be updated. And then our current, and we're going to get to this later again, asset management system, the software we use to manage our assets and maintain them, is a legacy system. And that means it is old. It's a nice way, but okay. Oh, and then this is really neat, actually. This is the idea of pavement preservation. So that PCI index I was talking about, when you start getting lower, it starts costing substantially more to repair it. So if you get down into very poor where the road's nearly gravel, you're going to be at 8 times the cost you would have been if you had repaired it earlier. Okay, go next.
I think that's just the last slide. That's the last one. Yep.
That's a.
Good
Hey,
job.
Lori, how much time did he take?
So he took 22 minutes.
Aaron, you got a
Aaron,
question?
Yes, oh yeah.
You thought you were gonna.
Question, go ahead.
No high five
Get
again.
back up there.
Take those high fives back.
Right, oh, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd never appreciated the full role of street sweeping. Is that a regular schedule that we might be able to share? Because I can't tell you how many times out in front of my house I've seen the street sweeper have to navigate around, waste bins that are left out, parked cars, and I don't know if it would be helpful to try and let people know it's coming through beforehand.
Yes, we have a map. We track that sweeper and we have a schedule. So we can try to push that out on social media, but we know where they are and when they're gonna be there, so, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think, do you have an idea in terms of your staffing levels and ideal staffing levels for the type of maintenance work you do, for the number of facilities you maintain? As part of your accreditation, I'm sure that if you're putting forth best practices, is there best? What are you missing right now? What is the level of staff that you?
Good question.
Yes.
There are two ways to do, and I've thought a lot about that. There's the industry standard, which I know what that is. So this many maintenance workers per this lane miles of roadway. We know what that is. I'm not a big fan of that metric. I really want to have a metric that's based on data. So I want to say, okay, where are we falling behind on preventative maintenance and reactive maintenance? And then make sure that we have the people there to do it. So the work order system that we have now does a fair job. We have about 3 years of data. So we're going to come back this year when we get into budgeting and talk to council about what that looks like. The industry standard versus what we think we need for Lake Stevens.
I just had a quick question of the little over 1,000 calls or that you got from citizens. How many of them were through Citizen View?
I can speak to that.
Yeah.
It's really hard to actually pull how the service requests come in. But I'm not sure, we can try to work with IT and come back with a more firm answer, but playing around with the filters and the various ways of trying to search for data in the system, I wasn't able, after about an hour of searching, able to find the fields that would yield the results of that for that question.
So the way it works though, in terms of process is somebody calls the Public Works front desk. We enter a service request for them on the. So there's no other system. So those 2,000 or whatever it was service requests, there's a variety of those are calls, but a lot of them are just on your app, from the app on their phone.
I've used it numerous times and you guys are quick.
Yeah.
You're out there quick.
Yeah, good.
Aaron, question on the ADA, since it's a moving standard sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So if you did a bunch of sidewalks, let's say in 2025 up to the ADA standard for 2025.
Yeah.
And they changed the standard in 2026.
Yeah.
Do they allow a grace period for those newer ones for like a lifespan, or is it just a number of years?
Yeah, good question. So we have what's called an ADA transition plan, which says we have so many years to get into compliance. And so we'll keep updating that as the standards change, we'll adjust our plan. The window of the ADA transition plan is 40 years.
Okay.
Which is big.
Yeah.
Now, City of Seattle lost a lawsuit over that. 40 years was too long for that judge. So most cities like us say 40 years, but sometimes they shorten it.
That's generally the rule, the standard, and then if there's obviously if there's an accident or something needs to be repaired.
Yeah. Yeah, any development adjacent to a non-compliant ramp or sidewalk would upgrade those, so they are compliant.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, it becomes part of the plan. For example, like when we do pavement preservation, it's not just pavement, but if there's any touching ramps, those have to be part of that plan.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so if we do an overlay along the road and they do it, like you said, Mayor, if they put new asphalt in front of that ramp, we have to upgrade that ramp first.
When we do that. And then like the sewer district going up 20th, they have to do all the ramps when they repave.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay. Thank you
all. Real quickly on this, when you're later on talking about council travel plans, a conference I highly recommend other than the AWC conference is the APWA conference. And you can talk to, Angie's been to it. You actually, Public Works is over a third of your budget, and some of you don't even know what a backhoe looks like. Right? Some do, right?
I'll tell you what, I was blown away, and I talk about it all the time. That was a couple of years ago now. And I'll say too, Public Works is probably the department I knew the least about, so it felt like I had a lot of learning to do, but the workshops were amazing. Just like walking the floor and learning about all the different types of you know, all the things and why they're important and listening to experts talk about, you know, just all that, it blew me away. I would highly agree.
It's Houston this year or Atlanta? No, I think it's Houston this year. It's really worthwhile. One of the things, and Sarah mentioned it, parks and safety, that's important to us too on roadways, right? So we had a fatality recently, a cyclist died on South Davies Road. So we look at that really happened. Those things really happen. So we really do pull that accident report. We ask the chief for it. And we go through it. That's a big part of the job. We take it really seriously. We had the protest down on Lundin Parkway. That matters to us, what's happening on the roadways, and we'll put people out there.
Great. So let's go ahead and transition. Russ is going to walk us through the comprehensive plan overview, and you have about 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And some questions were posed in the last session. So when those seem relevant, you want to those again, we'll spend some time talking about some housing issues and economic development. You've seen sort of the prior to this a couple of weeks ago, but I'm going to walk you through a little bit more detail on what we do with the comprehensive plan and why it matters. So again, I'm going to start with a little bit of information you've already seen. Takes everybody, 3 times going through something before it starts to stick. I try to do that in a couple of different formats, some with graphics, some with text. But we've talked about before when the Growth Management Act, the GMA, was enacted, which was 1990, which sets the planning framework for Washington State and how cities plan. So look to the future and organize their goals. And you've heard from all the other departments what they do, and they all interact. You've heard about safety. You've heard about metrics, levels of service. Those are things that come out of your comprehensive plan to organize your local community. So it was enacted to deal with urban development, reduce sprawl, looking at your transportation system, your housing, your environment. So that's your built and natural environment. We just heard about how you are ensuring water quality in your city. Shoreline management. We're very unique in that we have the largest lake in the county, and we have 3 streams that are also water bodies of the state. So we do have a significant amount of shorelines in the city, not just the lake, that we have to consider. Again, Aaron talked about it for fish health, habitat health, you know, those are things we consider in our comprehensive plan, and then the development regulations that come from that. One of the newer things we have to think about is climate change and resiliency. We'll come back to that one in a minute. We need to think about our open space and recreation. Are we providing those for our community? Not just for active recreation, it's for mental health, passive use. And a lot of the time that also helps us with our goals for preserving natural resources and resource lands. We need to make sure that we are engaging our population. We need to consider property rights. How does this all impact the economic development of the city? And I think you're all getting a flavor of how these things are interconnected. What public facilities do we need to plan for? That's just what Aaron was talking about over the next, in this case, the next 20 years. And what are the services we need to provide, and where do you as a council need to put that emphasis? And then we're also looking at the history of our community and what is the historic preservation, historic buildings, landmarks, etc. Okay, this slide you saw before. So there is a hierarchy of planning within the state. We start with the Growth Management Act. Then we have the Puget Sound Regional Council Vision 2050 and Transportation 2050 plans. So for the 4-county area, those set sort of more goals to define, again, everything we've already talked about, all of those services, elements. How do we integrate those to make sure that this metro area functions together and we have a similar framework? From there, this goes on down to the county. That's where we really start to refine our planning process. we're working with, it's already been mentioned, Snohomish County tomorrow. We're able to set the planning goals, the countywide planning policies that then go to the executive committee and on to the steering committee. And so as we were talking about this earlier, and sort of what we do, I have an active role in Snohomish County tomorrow and have had for a long time. I am the chair of the Planning Advisory Committee and sit on the executive committee as well as an advisory committee on looking at the whole organization. How do we want to help restructure that with elected officials and some other staff members throughout the county? So it's very important, this countywide role we have, because that's where we can take what's happening at the state, regional level, and really start thinking about how do we want to craft that to make sense for the entire county, set our growth targets, et cetera, where we agree on and then distribute those out to the cities to make sure that everybody is working in concert. And then we go to our local plan and our development regulations. So then we create our own plan, and I'll go through each of the elements. So you sort of get a flavor for what those look like, and then how do we implement those? So those are our actual code regulations that come in front of the council. They might be administrative policy. They might be programs like the pavement preservation, the ADA transition plan, our trails plan, our pros plan. So there is an implementation tool from all of these elements that we work on. Any questions before I move on to sort of our local plan? Okay. So again, this is repeat information. What is a comprehensive plan? It is a document the city adopts that helps organize a variety of topics in the community. These are mandated through the Growth Management Act. So there's a land use element, housing, natural resources, parks and recreation, economic development, public services, transportation, and capital facilities. The big list, and again, it just really helps us organize our government, what's important to us. We establish our growth targets in that document. We identify what are our infrastructure needs over the next 20 years, 6 years. We track the changing demographics in the city, which really helps us then annually look at our plan to make sure that, you've heard the term check and adjust. That's what we've done forever in comprehensive planning and with the annual docket. Are we missing something? And I mentioned that earlier when we were talking about housing. We're seeing that shift to now be more in line with what the market is asking for, with different housing stock. And then it helps prioritize the community goals for infrastructure and amenities. So when we talk about public participation, it's always sort of a touchy subject, and we believe in it, and it's very important, but it's also an honest discussion with our population. Sometimes it's, we have to do this, or you may not understand this. They might have a complaint about a particular intersection where the data doesn't align with the perception. So we measure things on what's called a PM, peak hour volume. So that's an industry standard. That's what we're measuring efficiency with. And because they travel through that intersection during the morning rush hour to get to school, they have a different experience, but it doesn't mean there's a problem with the infrastructure. It means there's a problem with necessarily their behaviors, their kid could be taking a bus, but instead they choose to bring their child to school. They're in the walking distance to the school. Chief's laughing. You could be walking your child to school. So it's, those patterns might be reflective of other things, but it might not be a failure. Okay, I'm going to focus a lot of this on our 2024 comprehensive plan periodic update. That's how we got to the current plan and the areas of interest. So this took us about a little over probably 18 months to get through our comprehensive plan update. So that starts out with the public engagement, going out to the community at different events, sending out surveys, and then check-ins with the Planning Commission, City Council, as well as groups like Rotary, Commerce, Youth Advisory Committee, lots of different groups we try to engage, get their feedback. Then we take all of that and do the policy plan development, and that's going to, what are the requirements coming out, again, the Department of Commerce from the state, Puget Sound Regional Council for the region, check in, is it consistent with the countywide planning policies? And then we're going to draft all of those regulations, send it out for a public review. Again, another check and adjust. Did we capture what the community's interested in? And have we addressed it? You know, again, public may not like the answer, but we've heard them, we've thought about it, and where we can build in their thoughts and concerns, we do. And then it goes on to a hearing process and a certification process. So that happens every 10 years that we go through this process, midway through, and do sort of a 5-year check-in and do a semi-larger. So what changed with 2024? The biggest things are we adopted our new growth targets. The GMA now has policies that we need to look at the equity of our plans. Does our plan affect any disassociated group? And so we need to make sure we're looking at economic diversity, racial diversity, cultural diversity, and making sure that our plans, again, are meaningful to all of the members of our community and that we're identifying some potential disparate impacts that may have been artifacts of past law, past zoning. We need to look at that and correct that if those things still exist. And then I already mentioned climate change is now focused on all the comprehensive planning elements or decisions. It's not a formal element yet, but it will be in the future. So I think I shared this with you before, but we do have specific targets we're working towards. So you see what our 2020 estimates were, that was sort of the measuring stick, what our 2044 targets are going to be, and then what do we need to get there. You've already heard today a couple of times that our population is over 42,000. We're working on our census update right now that gets released in April. We typically grow by 1,000 people a year. So my guess is our new number will be somewhere around 43, could be as high as 44, but probably somewhere around 43,000. So then that number 96 is going to be going down to 3,600. So again, we still have more growth. And the question was posed, where is that growth? I've already sort of talked about that historically we've had a lot of single family development. Now we're going into this next phase where we're seeing townhomes with sort of the transition. That's where we've heard a lot of people want to move back to the community, can't. And your townhomes, they're going to be at around that 80 to 100% of your area median income. So that's sort of the measure of affordability in county. And then even your ADUs, they're still almost up at that 80 to 100%. Single family homes, they're at 120% of AMI. And then apartments are really in maybe that 80 to 100, maybe a little bit below. And then it's subsidies if you want to get anything sort of below that point realistically. We also have job targets we're working towards. And then one of the new things was not just a population and employment metric. Now jurisdictions have to actually account for their housing and specific types of housing. And that's where we sort of talked about earlier, we've met and exceeded our single family quota. We still have a lot of single family property in the city because it's appropriate for those properties to be zoned that way. But we took a really concerted effort to identify areas that we could increase multifamily in the last cycle. And so we have to be planning housing for every demographic, and which is very challenging. Again, we can plan for it. We plan for the zoned capacity, but we don't have the tools. And I think that was a question over here that we don't have the tools to necessarily enact that as the city. Our job is to give the community the tools to work on. And then we can talk about a little bit of the subsidies we do in a little bit.
I have a question.
Sure.
You said if the population is growing 1,000 residents per year, that means we're gonna be at our goal by what, 2032? What do we happen when we reach that maximum of 48,000?
We'll have had a new population assigned to us by that time and we'll be
Okay.
pushing for something else again.
Okay.
That's the tongue in cheek answer, but it is likely that we will meet our population goal prior to 2044. There is gonna be a plateau because we do have a finite amount of developable property. So that's sort of the growth curve you've been seeing for new production. It is gonna flatten out at some point where we're probably gonna start seeing smaller growth, and what we're gonna start seeing is infill development. So somebody with a half-acre lot in the city is gonna divide that into 3 lots. So you're going to start seeing more accessory dwelling units. So that's where the population growth is going to trend, rather than these larger neighborhoods.
Thank you.
So climate change is something the city's been thinking about for a while. In 2023, we adopted our climate sustainability plan. So what this is a set of best practices, and it's community-wide. We've engaged with the different departments. And so as a city, what are the things we can start doing to lowering our impact on climate change, climate resiliency? And it's everything we've talked about, from how do we order paper? Well, when we order paper, make sure that it has a large percentage of recycled material in it. You know, trying to, at some point, we need to electrify our fleet. Public Works has started that with one of their vehicles. And we've gone to a program where we're leasing vehicles to make sure we have clean vehicles on the road, new vehicles. We have a lot of maintenance issues. So there are a variety of things we need to do as we build out our infrastructure. We need to make sure that we have LED lights instead of fluorescent incandescent lights. As we upgrade our heating and cooling systems, we need to make sure that they're very energy compliant. In fact, going through the museum project, we have to go through a LEED certification. So that's an environmental designation that it is a clean and green building, which has everything from, we need special inspections for the windows. We need special inspections for the mechanical systems to make sure that they're all functioning as highly efficiently as they can. So that's a goal of the city. How do, again, we just reduce our carbon footprint and consider the environment in some of our administrative decisions. And then in 2029, that actually has to become part of our plan. Since we had just adopted our climate sustainability plan, we opted not to create a standalone element this time. But the first step is, how do we integrate those climate sustainability principles into each element, so everybody is starting to think about it as we set these goals and policies.
Last question.
Sure.
I thought I heard you say we need to electrify our fleet. Is that actually a state requirement, or that's a city goal?
It's a state requirement that fleet vehicles have to have I don't know if they have to be electrified, but they have to provide a certain percentage of fuel efficient and green, whether it's hybrid electrification or hydrogen.
Okay, so it just has to be something. It's not all electric vehicles or anything like that, that specific.
Correct.
Just because of the recent trends, right? GE, Jeep, all these other people are pulling way back on this all electrified fleet mentality. So I just want to make sure we're not over rotating and putting ourselves in a bad position, or we're buying more expensive vehicles or whatever that is. Okay.
Are you using R99 diesel, or is that part of the?
You'd have to look the Aaron to answer the question.
No?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, just because it cuts emissions by, I think, 60%, so some agencies have switched their fleet. There's no cost in switching in terms of equipment. You just use R99 instead of your regular diesel, so there's no cost except for the regular cost fuel. But the emissions are reduced by 60%, so that it's a step in that regard, but it's a.
Okay, let me look into it.
What was it called?
R99.
R99 diesel?
Yeah.
Diesel fuel. Thank you.
Yeah.
So just again, turning to engagement a little bit. we try to do pretty robust engagement when we do large planning efforts that happen with the climate sustainability plan, lots of the plans we do. So for the comp plan update, we were at Aquafest, we were at the different markets. We had project websites, social media, we had open houses, online surveys. We created an ArcGIS story map to help graphically show what some of the proposed zoning changes were going to look like and why. Again, trying to reach out to different learners. Went through several boards and commissions as we went through this process. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the individual elements and what they do. When I say element, it's just means chapter in the plan. So in the land use element, we need to, number one, demonstrate that we have capacity for our projected growth. So that's for the population, that's for the different economic segments and housing types, and it's for employment. So that's number one that we have to do. So the colors on the map have to be able to match that projected growth. And then we have to secondarily go through a process. If we can't adequately provide for those growth targets, we have to go through a process in through countywide planning policies, reasonable measures. So we've done X, Y, and Z to try and achieve these goals. We can't quite get there, but these are the new programs metrics we're going to try and implement to get there. So, and reasonable measures can be, we've increased our floor height from 4 stories to 5 stories. We have gone from 50% lot coverage, so how much building hard surfaces on your lot, to 70% to allow for that expand. So those are the things you have to think about with reasonable measures. Are we using all of the tools we have at our disposal to get to these sort of different targets? And then one of the things the land use element has to do, and you've heard about this a lot today, it needs to be interconnected with all of the other elements. So as we think about police services, as we think about parks, as we think about all of the things we do, the growth we're expected, we have to anticipate with our other departments and the services functions they provide, even our partner agencies like the sewer district. We had a little discussion the other night. So all of our goals are aligned as we move forward. Again, we need to be cognizant of what is this doing to existing residents and businesses. Looking at the quality of life, we've talked about climate change, and then emergency services. So again, I mentioned that we look at the map to make sure that we can adequately plan for these different things. So that's our land use and our zoning designations. Land use designations are the big broad things. Residential, it could have any type of zone in it that's residential. Commercial could have some more specific zonings that are going to be tied to, is it on an arterial? Is it near a bus route? You know, does it have this? Does it have that? So we're setting some metrics, and it can provide different opportunities again for these different segments. So as we looked at our map changes going into 2024, we wanted to make sure we still had the adequate zone capacity for our industrial. So we actually expanded our downtown boundaries a little bit. We clarified our intent for our industrial area to keep it industrial. And then I think we did a couple of minor map amendments on our 20th Street to increase a little bit more commercial footprint there. And then we did a focus on how do we create opportunities for different housing types that are going to be below that 80% of the area median income. So that's plain speak, that's planning for where can we put apartments or more dense dwelling. And sort of the big point, the criteria we look at there again, is it close to services? So are there either zoned or existing retail professional services there? Is it near a transit line? is it walkable? So really using some key metrics to sort of say, yeah, let's make these decisions and make these recommendations. And we made some recommendations to expand those zones near 99, Frontier Village area. And then there were just some map cleanups in general where we had some old zoning designations that don't match what was actually built there. So just some cleanups to say, let's call this what it is. Any questions before I move on from land use? Okay. Housing. Okay, so talked a little bit about this already, but again, the city has to plan for different housing types at different income levels. And so when I talk about AMI, that's the area median income. So that's really looking at King and Snohomish County. What are the salaries that households are bringing in? And then for affordability, that means that you're not putting forward more than 30% of your income towards your housing and utilities. That's pretty comparable whether you're doing a purchased home or a rental home. So that is sort of the metric of affordability. And we need to plan for different types of housing. We've talked about those, everything from single family, small multiplexes to apartments. And as far as what has the city done, we adopted our permanent supportive housing initiative this last year, emergency housing, as well as some co-housing. And the council adopted some subsidies for impact fees for lower income projects. And we have some standing programs for tax exemptions and some development bonuses if affordability metrics are met. And so I'll just, this is, I think you've seen this before and I won't go over this, but we have work to do ahead of us still to get that lower below 80 AMI. We can probably get there, but the 0 to 50% AMI without subsidies, housing partners coming in, that's really not the role the city has or the expertise to build affordable housing projects. We can just put the rules in place to help get there. Environment and natural resources. I won't spend a lot of time here, but you've heard about from other departments that they are taking care of the lake. And that's something we value. When it comes to the planning, we're more responsible for the critical areas itself. So the development regulations, are we impacting wetlands? Are we impacting streams? Are we impacting the shoreline? So our role is the new built environment when projects are getting constructed, are they being done in an environmentally sensitive manner that doesn't contribute to any loss of habitat or function in these areas? And one of the implementation tasks we're working on right now is our critical areas code update.
Can I go back to the housing conversation for a minute? Earlier, we had talked about, when we're out in the community or we're talking to people about like Stevens and how awesome it is and wanting to grow our retail opportunities, that's something that we could mention. Do you think that there is a similar strategy, and this is probably a bigger conversation, that we could adopt regarding wanting to attract those necessary partners for development of low income and transitional housing opportunities? So having conversations with the Housing Hopes and the Hascos and partners who are experts in that field to say, hey, the city of Lake Stevens is interested in exploring whether or not this is something. Are those similar conversations we could have? Is that a similar strategy to bring that to our city?
Yes, I think I've heard Councilmember Packard that he's interested in the council providing some goals or a work plan. Councilmember Edwards definitely I've heard is interested in looking at sort of affordable housing. I know you are. The conversation that we had at the AHA meeting the other night, I've actually wanted to meet with you and talk about some of the outcomes from that. So yeah, I think that if that's a desire of the council, and that is part of what the planning team would like to come back to you and talk more about can we provide additional subsidies or incentives that were not for lower income, affordable, attainable housing? So I think that is a conversation we can continue to have, and if that's council's desire, we can definitely work towards that.
Can I ask one question real quick? It said the goal for Lake Stevens was to have 300 plus emergency beds. Do we have any emergency shelter beds right now?
No.
Thank you.
Parks and open space is another one of the elements, and I'll just leave that really high level. So in parks, we have an inventory of parks. We have levels of service. Right now, the level of service is based on how a radius to parks and different types of parks. You'll see in the pros plan, a very similar metric is going to come out. It's measuring it, I think, more in a walk shed versus just a radius, but it really didn't show a lot of difference in what I've seen in the initial draft. And then just the big goal is how do you provide these parks and recreation open space facilities to, again, all members of the community and all across the community, not to centralize, any specific area. Economic development. So again, this is the local goals and policies for economic growth and vitality. We've talked a lot about that it's tied to the services you're providing. It's tied to the amount of housing and then the availability of resources. So for example, the industrial area, one of the key things that we've focused on is working on grants to bring in infrastructure into that area. The city's worked on a couple of grants for sewer in the last few years. One of them is going to construction and one has gone to a 30% design for a lift station that would allow to bring in sewer for the other half of the area. So it's that investment in infrastructure that also we've taken the lead on downtown. We rebuilt the road and we're seeing the benefits. Frontier Village, we've reinvested in that area of the city and we've seen return on growth. So it's that interaction between the services you're providing, knowing your demographics and working towards those in a very deliberate manner. Public services and utilities. So this covers everything from police services, fire services, school services. So they're all of our partners in the community. They have to plan for their growth and we need to understand what they're doing. They need to understand what the trends are for the city. And for all of these partner agencies and internal departments, then we end up adopting their plans by reference into our plans. So we acknowledge those. We've looked at the capacity and they align or they don't, most of the day. Transportation. Spend a little bit of time here because it's important. That's where I'm sure you're getting a lot of questions. So for the transportation, again, it's based on the land use projections that the city has. What does their transportation system need and what are those levels of service? And so that was really a big focus of our transportation element, was redefining our transportation plan. So that's all the transportation projects we need, both motorized and non-motorized. You'll hear us use terms like multimodal, active. That's all the same thing for the non-motorized sort of improvements. And we had to get new levels of service. So level of service for vehicles, it's measured at peak hour. How long does it take to get through an intersection? What does that mean? How long are you sitting at a stop sign or any intersection between 4 and 6 o'clock? That's how it's measured, A through F. A is you're moving freely, F is you're waiting for 30 seconds. It's sort of a false metric that it measures someone's perceived convenience or inconvenience. So again, it's you can accept lower levels of service, like in a downtown area. You can accept that, hey, we're more interested in walking than we are and how fast we're moving vehicles. Collectors, arterials, yeah, you want to be moving vehicles. In residential areas, downtown commerce areas, it might be more important, how are you moving your people. And that was something new in the planning realm for transportation, is we did have to adopt active transit levels of service. And so those are measured green, orange, and red. Green is good, through red is poor. And again, they're not as strong of metrics that are measured in time. They're measured in comfort. So are there situations that are this traffic pattern? So if you have no sidewalks and you're walking on a narrow shoulder, that's a poor condition. Versus if you have an 8-foot or 5-foot sidewalk, that's a very good condition. So it gets back to the comfort of the pedestrian or cyclist. Are they able to move through that safely? So that's something we're really taking seriously. And a lot of our capital projects relate specifically to improving, increasing our active multimodal transportation.
I have a question on that.
Sure.
When we're looking at that A through F, when there are the traffic impact studies or
Mhm.
surveys done,
Yes.
is that the scale that is used to grade those?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And there's more than that. They're also looking at the distribution, but it's all distributes out to, we have a list of key intersections, maybe 30 key intersections at the city. And those are really the ones we're measuring. In some areas like 20th Street, we have a corridor long LOS. Again, 20th Southeast functions differently than some of our other arterials and collectors.
Thank you.
Follow on to that, when a development is done and you're engineering an intersection, do you always design it for level A, or you have to just at least design it for level C, for example? Like, what's the minimum
You
threshold?
don't have to design it for level A, no. You want it to not be at a level F. So if you're getting to F, you could just do, say, if you add a turn pocket, you restripe it, you rechannelize it, you might go from an F to a D or a C, and it's no longer failing. So no, you don't have to plan every intersection to the highest level.
Does the city have a design standard? I mean, do we say, hey, in all practicality, we try to do level A, or we're just targeting C? I mean, it just depends on the situation.
Aaron answered that question from an engineering.
And we don't have to, I don't want to sidetrack.
No, I think it's a good question, and we're working through our engineering standards update, and I think we're gonna take a look at that. I think Russ said it well. It depends on the type of intersection. I think if you're in a neighborhood or you're Main Street and 20th at the roundabout, do you want it to be a level of service A, where traffic is really moving through at 25 or 30 miles an hour? Probably not. So we'll bring that back to the council when we get the EDS updates advanced a little bit further. Really look at that intersection level of service, I think.
Sure.
Does that answer your question?
I think so, with that particular situation. I don't want people going 25 miles an hour through there, but I also want enough space so that it's not backed up, right?
Yeah.
So agreed. How does that fit into that criteria?
Yeah. And that's always the engineer
Building for
solution
growth
here.
and, yeah. Okay.
Because you don't want it to fail again in 5 years.
Correct.
Right, I think you have engineers who want traffic to move rapidly, and you have some that don't, and I think the current understanding, like I said, especially with our engineering team, is let's go on a bit of a diet and make some of these intersections a little bit, especially where you have a lot more neighborhoods, a little slower. So, and we'll bring it back and we'll see what the council thinks of it.
We won't spend a lot of time here on capital facilities. We're going to talk about that in this presentation. But essentially, just like everything we've been talking about in the planning world, you start up here really broad, you have your 20-year capital facilities plan. So that's everything we think you need to do for the next 20 years. And then it gets more imperative as you get down to your 6-year plan. Oh, we're running up against this window. This intersection's going to fail in 2 years, or we have X amount of fatalities, traffic collisions, whatever. Yeah, we need to plan to do that in the next 6 years. And then to the annual budget. Yeah, we've collected the dollars, we have the design, now it's time to do it. And this is just the same thing, 20-year, that's looking a ways out. The 6-year, that's we got to do it now and start working towards these things over the next few cycles. So I know I ran a little bit long. any quick questions before we start talking about capital facilities? And I can pull that up on my machine if you want, Aaron, since I have it, that slideshow.
Okay, so the capital, well, I'll let you show the list and then I'll ask a question.
Okay, well, that's part of the next presentation. So just generally, any questions on the comp plan, what's in it, why we do it? You guys getting a little burned out?
Thorough.
The twinkles in my eyes, not the least.
It's a lot of information, right? It's like drinking from a fire hose today.
My job doesn't have any like retreat.
Yeah.
One of the small. Very cold. Feel like cold. Feel like we don't like
I'm trying to try. You don't think about the arm this goes fly. It's like slapping up the side.
Like a little.
Toastmaster, that's right. I'm gonna stand up. I like standing.
I will advance.
I was a, look, I was a Toastmaster for a lot of years. And I missed Toastmasters. COVID kind of killed it for me, but I want to go back. It's tough. They would mark me down for that. We're gonna do this in 3 sections, 4 sections, and I'll start with the introduction of the capital improvement program. And then the other directors who are responsible for projects will speak up. And they have sections. So here's what we're gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about what is a capital project, what's its life cycle, how do we prioritize them, acronyms. Government loves acronyms. The more we can get, the better we are.
That's true.
How are projects funded, recent successes, public works project, parks, community development, questions. Not in that order. Parks, I think, is first. But here we go. Let's go. Slide.
This is a great quote from Phil. There are 2 types of concrete. Concrete that is cracked and concrete that hasn't cracked. Here's capital facilities.
Yeah.
It will work.
That is right. So you'll walk a project with Phil, and I hope you get the chance to meet Phil, our capital project inspector. He's very passionate. And you'll look at a crack and they'll say that. Okay, what is a capital project? It's a major expenditure for the acquisition, construction, or improvement of physical assets. That's it. That's a capital project. It's a major expenditure for the acquisition, construction, or improvement of physical assets. So if we're gonna do that thing, it's gonna go in our CIP, which is part of your budget document. And that's the way it works. Okay. This is the acronym game. There will be a quiz at the end. CFP, Capital Facilities Plan. It's a 20-year project plan. It's in the comprehensive plan. And they're generally, not always, unfunded. It has a combination of unfunded and funded projects. Doesn't have to be funded to be in the CFP. When you update the comprehensive plan, this is an element. This is how you're going to shape the city over 20 years. CFP. Okay, CIP, Capital Improvement Plan, 6-year project plan. It's in the annual budget. It's for funded projects only, generally speaking. Sometimes the funding is just for one phase of design. It's not a fully funded project. Partially funded is generally okay, but it has to be balanced. Wish list. Reality. Wish list is not very nice. Fair, okay. Transportation Improvement Program, TIP. 6-year project plan. Sort of like the CIP. It goes in the annual budget. Our street section is our TIP. And it's for funded transportation projects. It's one and the same for us. It's not always one and the same for every agency.
Yeah, and that's really the distinction is we have. The tip is always in CIP, but when you go out for funding with other agencies, it has to be in their document called a TIP.
Yep. And they'll say, where's your tip? And we go, it's our CIP. And that's what we have. STIP, Statewide Transportation Improvement Plan. It's a 4-year plan. Required for federal funding, maintained by WashDOT. So we submit our tip to WashDOT to get in the STIP for federal funding. So they'll ask, right? We'll say, can we get federal funding for this project? Go, is it in the STIP? And we'll go, not yet. Or we might say this. Okay. It's just, here's the capital project life cycle. And it's roughly 5 years, really. And the answer is yes. Can we do it faster than 5 years? Maybe. Mayor asks, no. I'm kidding. Favorite story about you. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Just remember, Shannon's really smart.
No. Very, very sharp, actually.
I walked right in there. No, it isn't always 5 years, and we always want it as fast as we can get it, but I'm trying to temper expectations, okay, so it goes into the capital facilities plan. There's an idea. It goes into the capital facilities plan. Council approves it as part of the capital facilities plan. We go look for money, so we might get a grant, or we try to find money locally. It goes into the CIP. Now it's funded, right? We pass the budget. Now we develop a charter to design the project, consultant contract. So this column here is the council action, right? This is when you get to see it. So yes, it's CFP, yes, it's CIP, yes, it's the consultant contract, which is the design engineer, if it's over $250,000. If the contract is under 250K, we don't bring it to you. Go through permitting, which can take 6 months or more, or less, 3 to 6. SEPA posting periods, we have things that can slow it down.
6 is great.
6 is great.
Local, but that's only local. And
Only
if there
local.
are state or federal permits, then
Years.
Yeah, if it's federal wetland, you know,
If
just.
it's a federal permit, it's years.
It's cool.
More on that later. And then it comes back to council for construction contract award only if it's over $350,000. Otherwise, it just, the administration awards the contract and moves on, as long as it's in the CIP. If it's not in the CIP, we have to bring it back to you.
Hey, Aaron, can you explain the charter and what the purpose is?
Yes, the charter is up here, develop a project charter. Purpose of a charter is to define the scope, schedule, budget of a project really before it goes beyond initiation. So before we hire a consultant, before we get into construction, we in Lake Stevens do a charter. I'm a PMP, a project management professional through PMI, anyway, more acronyms. But that's a requirement. It's something we do. It's something Lake Stevens does. And what it does is it requires that a sponsor sign off on those deliverables, those requirements, scope, schedule, budget. And the sponsor can either be someone like me or Russ, or oftentimes it's Gene or the mayor. We've agreed to a contract for project delivery as a city. Just actually pretty unique. Not every city does it that way. And the great thing about it is, I'm not going to say the mayor because Shannon is threatening. When Russ comes up with a new idea to add to a project. When Russ comes up with a new idea to add to a project, I go, Russ, is it in the charter? And if it's not, we have to amend the charter or say no.
And Russ answers, looks in the comp plan.
It does.
That's referred as scope creep.
That's scope.
We avoid scope creep.
Yeah.
It kills projects. We have a really good track record of delivering projects, yes, on scope and schedule. So, yeah.
Hey, I was gonna just make a small correction with that.
Sure.
With the 350, it is actually 250. That still has to go to council. 350 is just when we have to go to formal competitive bidding and can no longer use a smaller roster. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Matthew. Matthew's our resident auditor.
He's just helping us all excel.
I love it. Yes.
Point of order. Next one. Russ, I think this is your slide.
They just saw this and I just talked about it, so it's still the same.
Okay.
Boy, we're getting to the end of the day.
Yeah. These retreats get a little,
Trying to spice it up. Okay.
We have more money in the budget, right? If we just took the pyramid the other way.
Have you ever wondered how we prioritize projects? Like, why are we building a sidewalk on Soper Hill Road? We're gonna do that eventually. Like, we should score it objectively, right? And that's what we do. So this is a scoring matrix for sidewalk projects that every sidewalk project is run through as it goes into the capital facilities plan. And so we have values, we have sort of metrics, right? So if it's zoned commercial, it scores higher than if it's zoned single family. A lot more people, fewer people. If it's on a certain roadway type, arterials versus neighborhoods, we have more than one bike ped accident, it scores higher than say one with a road with no accidents. The cost is lower, the scoring goes up. It's easier, lower barrier, right? One of them is there a medical office within a quarter mile? Is there a library nearby or a senior center? Scores higher versus it's just any old road. Yeah.
Where would schools fall onto that?
It's up here, it's at the top.
Okay.
Yeah, schools adjacent to a school. Yeah, we've done a really good job, I think, with schools. If there's political support, it scores higher. So if the council's like, we want this, and a majority of the council wants a sidewalk somewhere, can get a higher score. Does it have grants and is it fun?
So just a quick question for you. When you're talking about prioritizing sidewalks for schools, are you prioritizing just around the campus or the 1 mile radius that people can walk to school from?
We look at the 1 mile radius.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And painted crosswalks,
And painted crosswalks.
that 1 mile radius.
That's part of it, yeah. Okay. Federal project funding adds 50% cost in several years to the schedule.
Is that Mayor Daley quote?
No, it's anyone who's ever worked with the federal government.
That's fine, you don't want his quote.
More. That's a very utopian. Right there.
There's no.
That's AI.
No
four-letter
words. No four-letter words. All right. Okay, how are projects funded? We have 3 columns. We'll start with local funding first. We have the general fund, parks mitigation, street capital. When you get the CIP, these will all be in there. We have transportation impact zones. There are 3 of them in the city, 1 through 3. Old part of town is 1, moving west is 2, and down at the south end is 3. When a developer comes in and gets a permit for a new building, they pay into the TIZ fund for the impacts created by their new infrastructure, new buildings. There's a transportation benefit program, that's the sales tax, voter group sales tax. $1.5 million a year. First 500,000 goes to pavement preservation, the remaining $1 million goes to capital projects. Fee in lieu, so there are a variety of ways where if the development is happening and it doesn't make sense to put sidewalks or make frontage improvements, they can pay a fee in lieu to the city to do those later or turn them somewhere else in the area. Real estate excise tax. I can try to explain it, but every time a home or property sells in the city, there's a certain portion of taxes that are paid into REIT, called REIT. There's REIT 1 and 2, and there are different requirements. I'm not going to cover that right now. There's a surface water capital fund that comes out of your surface water rates that are paid every month, a certain amount to set aside. Okay, state. These are kind of the buckets of grants that we really target. TIB, so when the mayor says we're going to get a TIB grant, he means Transportation Improvement Board grant. Those are state dollars. They're the best kind of dollars we can get. We want those dollars. WashDOT grants, also state dollars, usually, almost always. Think safe routes to schools. That's really common for sidewalks near schools. Recreation and Conservation Office, that is Sarah's department. She deals with that. Federal and state funding is in that bucket, but they're administered by the state office. She goes after those every year.
Every time that you can.
Every time she can. Okay, legislative directed spending, that's what the mayor works on in Olympia. Those are earmarks. Ecology grants, that's what Shannon works on. Public Works Trust Fund loan, we have one of those for the 36th Street Bridge. It's a great pot of money, really low interest rate. But we do have to pay it back. And the state legislature sweeps this fund or threatens it every chance they get. It's true. My entire career.
Well, right now, they're doing it, a big poll, 75 million or something.
Yeah. And it's the best kind of money. The state's investing in infrastructure across the state and they get the money back. Federal funding, this is the dark place of the world. FHWA funding, which is through the Puget Sound Regional Council. Really don't want federal funding on projects unless the funding is $5 million or more. Just really don't want to touch it. It's too problematic. Congressionally directed funding, which is earmarks, which are kind of still new. Federal government had done that for a long time. FEMA has some funds, community development block grant, which we have gotten in the past, I believe. USDOT, and then there are others. So that's kind of the pots of money we chase every year. Recent successes. If you haven't walked the first phase of the Bayview Trail, I hope you do soon. There are a couple of playgrounds, but dog parks and fields, and Sarah's team did a great job maintaining it. Main Street redevelopment is almost done. And then this was Sunset Beach Park, totally reshaped it. One full space. Okay, what's next? Okay. Well, this is how the money is sort of allocated based on a quick analysis. So public works projects, streets, stormwater, things like that, $10 million. Parks, $4.5 million. This is just for this next year, and $11 million in community development. Most of that is civic campus or museum. If you were to categorize them by type, about $1 million on roadways, $4.5 million on sidewalks, $600,000 on utilities, which is the 131st sewers. Environmental projects, that's the lake outlet work. Parks, again, 4.5 million, and then facilities, we're going to spend $11.5 million this year, and probably part of next year.
Park projects. These are the ones approved in this year's budget, the things that we're working on. They are at various stages. Some of them just now going into design and engineering, other ones going into construction. Frontier Heights Phase 2, that will be the synthetic turf field for pickleball courts, as well as some other elements going in. That is under construction right now. Likely it will reopen in phases. The glue for the synthetic turf, for instance, has to wait for warm weather. So we'll update the public as that starts to occur. This one is right now completely under the Public Works Engineering oversight. They're the ones that actually do the project management once we're in the construction phase. Jill, our team, is still very much involved and needs to make decisions almost weekly on this stuff, but they lead the way over at Public Works. North Cove parking lot and recreation building, that is essentially visioned at this point, and we will need to go into design and engineering contract. Likely in a few months is when that one will open. The Lake Stevens Bayview Connector Phase 0.5, this one is waiting to go to bid still for construction, but it's engineered and ready to go. So that should be built out this year. Continuing on to Bayview Phase 1.0, that's the next set of design. We currently have a contract open. It came to council for approval earlier, and we are building it from that 30% engineering phase, which is where it's at, all the way up to the 100%. That'll also have to include some acquisition pieces for the rights to use the land along the pathway. So we're going through all that right now. Eagle Ridge Park, this one's been on hold. This one's been a very long project, more than 10 years in the works at this point. It got put on hold when we had the opportunity to purchase the residential home that was surrounded by the park. We own that land. This one needs to get picked back up by engineering, needs to incorporate that remaining piece and then take this past the 30% engineering mark. So that'll be happening this year, hopefully picked back up in just a couple months. Cedarwood property has a contract open on it right now. With that one, we're building what that park is going to look like. So design through into this year. We also just signed a contract for engineering. It came forward to council. You approved it just recently for the North Cove Marina feasibility and marine unit relocation. That's going to really need a lot of public involvement, help spread the word on that one. The new dock will be larger and we need to decide how that's configured. And we really need public input there. Westlake Park Recreation Amenities, we have a $100,000 grant. And so we're trying to decide what works best here. Is this where a pump track will go, or are we going to till up the field and continue to have it as a practice field, or can we do both? We nixed the idea of a playground there. It's not a good fit. It's too close to the road. We can't put up a fence power lines have a lot of restrictions. And the last one on the list is the Davies Beach Pier resurfacing. We have to continually redo all of the hardware. It's backing out. That wood is extremely aged. So we've had the structural engineering done last year, and that should be advancing this year for just the actual replacing of the boards. We're gonna try to minimize impact to recreation. We hate closing off that portion when it's July and heavily used, so we'll time that around. This is just an overview of where Eagle Ridge project is. This map's available on our Sin City website project pages. If you have any other interest in looking further into it, let us know if you have questions. This is the current photo of the Cedarwood Recreation Building. That one will be torn down and it'll essentially be a big park. You'll hear this still referred to as a recreation center. That's because of how the federal funding came in. We can't change the title. So don't be confused. It's going to be open to the elements. And just a photo of North Cove. And then this is that really big map of the Bayview Trail. When you look at it on a PDF, you can actually zoom in and see all the details. This is just the Lake Stevens portion to show you the different sections and phase. So the 0 and the 0.5 are not on this map as we started our project without that partnership with Marysville. So phase 1 is what we're engineering right now. Thank you.
Just high level, that parks list, the 4.5 million, what percentage of that is coming out of our budget versus funded by grants and other things?
Great question. I have $5 million of secured funding for all of those projects totaled. Some of these projects, so we don't have this as a percentage, I can get you that.
Ballpark?
Ballpark, more than 50%. We might be pushing the 75% level.
Paid for by grants.
By grants,
Okay, thank you.
absolutely. It's very vital we continue to do that as our dollar can only stretch so far.
Yeah, that's good enough for now. I don't.
Okay. Thanks, Sarah. I just handed out a list, a spreadsheet and a map of the projects, so you can orient yourself. I think we live and breathe it, and it's hard for us to sometimes remember that. There's $10 million, like we talked about, it's on the map. It's a variety of things from traffic safety cameras to bridges and a lot of sidewalk projects, a culvert replacement at 99th Avenue Southeast, the 131st Avenue infrastructure improvements we've already talked about, pavement preservation, sidewalks, ADA ramp improvements, citywide striping. There's a lot there. And then the phases, so here's where, well, go back real quick, sorry, no, you're doing great. The phases are here, which I think is important for you to understand that, you know, we're not gonna be building the Catherine Creek Bridge this year. It's in design. It won't advance beyond design. It's a bridge. It's a critical area. It's probably a 27 construction. So, okay. Thanks, Russ. There's a couple of slides on traffic safety cameras. The ordinance was adopted by council September of 25. Traffic safety ordinance, which is good. It's a good thing. Purpose of the exercise is to use traffic safety cameras to reduce speeds on roadways, and the revenue generated will be used to improve safety. Not a very good sentence, but that's the purpose. So the funding that is generated by traffic safety cameras can be used to review the traffic safety camera video, issue the infraction, deal with the court costs and so forth. And then the remainder goes to capital. Goes to administration, we'll call it, a traffic engineer, projects, things like that.
Police officers.
No, you can't.
We're supposed to
Traffic
consider
safety
that.
improvements.
It can pay for their time, but it can't.
You can pay for their time to review,
Yes,
but that's just extra time.
it's just extra time. Where they can be used are speed school zones and walk zones, which is in the ordinance, public parks and hospital zones, roadway work zones, high-risk crash areas, and stoplight violations. I think the strategy, the current approach that I suggest we take is speed school zones and walk zones, and I'm gonna show you why in just a minute. Yeah, so here's the fatality chart that we all use. It's a standard. 20 miles an hour, you hit a pedestrian, 9 out of 10 survive.
30 miles an hour, 5 out of 10, and beyond 40, you're at 1 out of 10. Kids are children are particularly obviously susceptible to this. They're lower, so they're less likely to go up and over. They're also just not as aware of vehicles. So that's why I suggest we focus on school zones. The next steps, we're here. We're at the study of locations, safety and equity. We've gone through these first steps. So after that, we'll identify locations and execute a contract to have the cameras put in. That will be this year. You will have people in the council chambers asking about their infractions. And the answer should be something like, why were you speeding in the school zone? Okay.
We're supposed to just refer people to the appropriate director.
Fine.
Yes. Good job.
Fair.
See,
you're listening.
We just refer them to the court.
We have data on speeding. It's I've been through it. I did it in Lake Forest Park. And the council gets a ton of questions up front. And we got to that point where it's just asking why they were speeding in the school zone. It usually ends the conversation. Okay, here's what happens. Here are the schools across the city. And you can see vehicle trips versus speeds. 85th percentile speeds. So we have the data. We're gathering it all the time. The areas where you have high speeds are really not necessarily surprised, but on 91st, this is an arterial. We have 2 elementary schools and a middle school, and we have speeds of 32 and 31 miles an hour in a 20-mile-an-hour zone when the lights are flashing. We just had that previous image that told us 5 out of 10 people hit at 30 are going to die. Right? They're going to be fatal collisions. So this is going to be likely going to be a target, 91st. We also have decent volumes, which is a problem. Stevens Creek Elementary, adding another elementary school up there, it's 32 miles an hour, which surprised me. So we're adding another elementary school there, it's a problem. And then the other one is Mount Pilchuck Elementary, it's 29 miles an hour, it's right on the edge, but that's one, you get a fair amount of speeding through the school zone, if they can get through.
2 of those are on hills. Or is it going down, is it both ways up and down? Because both of those are on hills, up by Stevens Creek is on the hill and Mount.
It's not about hills.
It's not
It's about access. So if you look at these areas, that's 91st has become the thoroughfare because you can't go up 79th without going all the way around. 91st, you go to 91st and you go straight up. You will see people coming out of Granite Falls and stuff. It'll come down 91st instead of going down Highway 9 because it's a straight shot into Costco or it's a right turn onto 20th, especially during school days.
Yeah.
You'll see that they'll go the back route to get around those.
Okay. Erin, can you remind me, did we decide on how many cameras yet? Or
We
is that-
talked about 3
Okay.
zones, so probably six cameras.
Okay,
total.
I can't remember if that was a for sure decision or if we're still gonna be making that decision.
We're still gonna be making that
Okay.
decision, but 3 was kind of what we were contemplating.
Okay.
Yeah. And then there are 2 options for those school zone cameras. There's one that they're enforcing while the lights are flashing, which would be that hour-and-a-half period during pickup or drop off. Or the school walk zone period, which is 24/7. Okay, so we would enforce the posted speed limit. If the lights are flashing, it's 20 miles an hour. If the lights are off, it's whatever's posted, 30 miles an hour off the road, 25. The idea behind that is the schools attract kids. They're coming and going at all times. So if we can agree on that conceptually and we have high speeds, I think that there might be some room to agree on the school walk zone. It's in the ordinance, that can happen. But I think this council is gonna wanna be
Plus on-
aware of that.
Plus on the afternoons, there's a lot of after school activities that are not during that open and closing day.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're also trying to change behavior. Our goal is not to generate a lot of revenue. The goal is to change behavior. So we want people to think, I'm in a school zone in Lake Stevens, I should slow down. Okay. What's next?
One other thing that was a kind of a turning point for me during the early conversations too was along those lines, the goal is to change behavior and that if we ever get to a point where, gosh, this is no longer a problem in this area, behaviors change, people aren't speeding, we can take those cameras and move them to other areas where there would be problem areas.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Yeah.
The idea actually might be to generate enough revenue to build a project like sidewalks and bulb outs and speed things that change behavior structurally so that we can move these cameras to another location. That should be the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Ryan's got a question.
Yeah, Brian.
Sorry, just every time that comes up, because this is being broadcast, I feel compelled to say, you know, a lot of students view this as a de facto tax. And I want to reemphasize the part you already said, where the goal is to change behavior, not necessarily generate the money. If people don't speed, they don't pay. So it's not a tax. It's not a money grab. We are simply trying to keep kids safe.
All right. Frontier Heights Park, as Sarah mentioned, is under construction. They're actually putting the big vault in right now. Kind of fun to look at. I recommend if you get a chance, drive by it. They're sort of like egg crates. They're walking in and stacking like Legos. We have a job for you.
Tell me where. On a bigger scale. It's an unused skill at my job. I can.
Not a job if you love what you're doing.
6,000 of them out there.
Is it Lord of the Rings theme? Because that's usually what I like to build, so, yeah.
And then this is Main Street paved. I try to give you some interesting pictures. And so this one's for Sabina, actually. This is a bus, an articulating bus moving through the roundabout at the proposed roundabout at 20th and Main Street. It's for everyone. You can all come. And it's moving north and going to the west through the intersection, but you see it has a real tough time making the turn. That area is so tight. We have Francisco's and a creek. We have a bridge. We have the sacred chicken drive-ins. And so we really can't move much. And community transit's very concerned about this movement in particular, because they're mounting this roundabout, which is going to be mountable, but then the front end of their bus is hanging over the sidewalk. So we're going to redesign this and already have and shift things around for that. So we do this on every intersection. We run what's called auto turns to make sure the vehicles can get through it.
And an articulated bus is actually easier to turn around than a 40-foot bus. So.
I know. Which makes it worse.
Right.
Yeah.
And you got school buses too.
Dang it, Sabina. You're on this. No, you're right. It's school buses and fire apparatus, right? Therefore, there's some that are 40 feet long. We run all of those scenarios. Okay.
No planting.
Oh, this is just a better picture of the roundabout so you can feel for it. These are raised crosswalks.
Yes.
Just at two corners, not these other corners. And the reason for these two is we couldn't get the deflection. The engineers couldn't get the deflection because of the constraint. So when you enter a roundabout, they make you do this chicane thing, right? To slow you down. But if you've seen the roundabouts, we have some in the city, there's no chicane or not enough of one. So what we're gonna do here is add some raised crosswalks to get vehicles to slow down.
Those are not typically good for transit.
No. We're so tight in there. So. This is the profile of the detail of the 131st Avenue sidewalk project. And sewer project. It doesn't show the sewer, but the project includes this natural swale, 7-foot swale, and an 8-foot asphalt sidewalk on one side of the road and a new paved roadway. What's neat about this project is this swale will really function. It's one of the areas in the city where we actually have infiltration. So the water will go down into the ground and be treated. We don't have to have a lot of infrastructure to do it. So that's a neat use of the space. Oh, this is a little more. Here's the profile for the sewer. We're putting sanitary sewer in at the same time as the rest of the project. So you can see how deep it's going, right? So at that hill, as you're going up and over the hill, it's like 15 feet deep there. And we're actually thinking about trying to go deeper to support development, 22 feet deep. That's really tricky work on a narrow road. Okay. We're at the end of Public Works. This is the 91st Avenue Sidewalks project. This is a TBP, Transportation Benefit Program, sales tax, voter approved sales tax project. It's a sidewalk on this is 91st and 20th. There's a sidewalk on this east side that we're gonna be constructing. But as we work through these projects, we always look at legal crossings. So how are we gonna make this pedestrian crossing safe near this intersection where you have all of these vehicles moving in here? So one of the options is that we're looking at is, this is gonna be, this 719th residential neighborhood is gonna be a right in, right out. It makes sense, and from a safety perspective, it does not make sense from, it will not make the people happy who were able to turn left into that neighborhood. But for the safety of everyone else, that's likely what will happen. Okay. Any questions on those?
So a lot of this is roads, infrastructure. I think I was talking to the mayor about this at AWC. Do we have a list of all of the buildings that we own? And do we have a plan for fixing those buildings? Do we know when they're gonna fail? Is it in our budget to start saving money now so that in 5, 10, whatever years, they need to be well, whatever's needed to for them?
Such a great question.
Yeah.
We did a study, okay, in 24. We hired a consultant to go through every building. Okay, so we have the data. We're refining the plan and we'll bring that to council this year.
The plan for what money is needed each year to keep okay, so it's not currently in the budget.
This is an area where we're fixing a problem. So we're gonna come back and say, here's what it did. We bought this campus. What, over a year and a half ago. How do we get it back up to our standard? We're gonna bring that back to council this year.
Okay, I'm gonna talk about 3 projects pretty quickly, some facilities projects, a little more detail maybe than a couple of the other projects, just because they're very forward facing, and then a little bit about our beautification program, so the council understands what that is and why we do it. So the Municipal Services Campus, you heard about this a little bit, so this project goes back probably 20 years. The city has been looking at a place for a permanent home. Before we were in the portables that we're in now, we used to be in an old bank building and an old home that had been converted into a real estate office that we got to share space with a lot of critters, and that was always fun. In 2018, we bought the portables that most of City Hall is in now. And around 2020, well, we purchased the building that Public Works is at about that same time, and they moved into those facilities 2020, 2021.
Yeah, 21.
Somewhere in there, so, but we have been at max capacity at the City Hall. And we'd looked at 2 other initiatives and got through the planning phase of those. And the city just couldn't afford the price tag. So that's what led us to this property, that we were able to acquire these buildings and do the renovations for less than the cost that it would have been to build new. And so that's been a good project for us. We've been working really hard to meet the needs for all of our teams and departments, trying to get them all back under one roof. Back with the police department, so we truly are a unified city campus, with the exception of Public Works and Parks that are still across the way, but we are planning to have drop-in space for that group to, again, have that more connection.
What's the expected completion date for that?
I'm hoping fall to winter, probably more like winter of this year.
This year? Oh.
Yeah. So again, just these are some of the things we looked at and why we did this. All community service needs are met at a campus. We've gone through and refined our layouts to get to something we can afford within the budget we have. Part of the project is funded through bonds. Some of it's funded through property sales and a variety of other resources. We're planning to keep some of the tenant space in here. That helps us pay our bond debt, and then those spaces that tenants are in, we can use in the future when we need the growth. So very long-term vision for this campus. And then council had approved the revised budget for this last July. Just what this is going to look like. All of the buildings are going to get a fresh paint job. Cleanup improvements, landscaping. We're going to be redoing some of the site here. The parking lot will get restriped. Some plaza areas will be constructed to turn it into a true municipal campus and not feel like a strip retail mall. So that's the goal. And again, we want people to come in here and know that this is something that it was not before. So where are we at? We're getting close to having our permit drawings ready to go. And then we need to get the bid package out and again, go to construction. And then hopefully we can move in by the end of this year. At museum, several of you were at the groundbreaking. And for those of you who weren't, this has been a project we've been working on since 2018. It's gone through some iterations, but the big thing is we wanted to have a new museum. That was one of the promises back to the Historical Society. But we also knew to implement our downtown plan, we had to have a regional attractor is what we call it. So we created 2 retail spaces in there, and that really helps with the economic development and the investment we put in downtown to bring in, commercial tenants to help keep that space activated. They'll support the museum by having, the patrons will go through the museum, and then our residents and visitors in the park will also have a place to go for dinner, coffee, something like that. So really important project. This is kind of where we've been at. We got the permit package through this last year. The project is paid for with existing funds, bond, some of our federal pandemic recovery funds that were transferred to local funds, grant and other local funds. Yes.
My recollection is that the Historical Society is responsible for funding the interior furnishing.
For their space, that is correct.
Right. Do we know if they have that funding secured?
They have some funding right now for design consulting.
Okay.
And I don't know how they are funding. I think they're going out on a fundraising campaign right now, but I don't believe they have all of their funds for construction.
So we don't know, we know what our timeline is for getting the building done-ish, but we don't know for sure that they'll have the funding they need to then be able to, when they'll be able to open.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
I was talking with the Historical Society about that, actually. They're going to do like exhibit by exhibit, so they're planning on working on like the biggest, most important one. And then as the funding comes in, that's what I understood when I talked with them.
Okay. Great. Thanks.
Yep.
We'll hold off on that conversation.
And then that led us up to the groundbreaking. So one of the other capital projects that we work on that you may not think of as a capital project, and I've mentioned this a couple of times, is our beautification efforts. So in 2018, we adopted a beautification plan. The goal was to have a common identity for the city. At that time, we identified some new icons for each district of the city. And that's just based on geography. And, some of the things you can see, like the mountain view would have been great if you're in West Lake Stevens. Looking east, you have that great mountain view. And then likewise, you can see the Olympics the other direction. East Lake Stevens, the eagles that hang out in this area, South Lake Stevens, Fish, and then Old Town, our water tower. So again, we wanted to look at what was unique about each district, but what are the common elements we can bring in? So it's not just iconography, it's also hardscape. So that would be sidewalk treatments, roundabout treatments, when the city's doing landscaping, there is a common landscape palette. So it's really trying to have unified public spaces. And so every year for the last several years, council has given us a budget to do different beautifications. In the lower left, you'll see our wayfinding signs, the directional signs. That was the first thing we did. That points you to different locations throughout the city. We did the large gateway sign when we had the new roundabouts constructed. And then the most recent additions have been the vertical gateway signs. You've probably seen several of those throughout the community. We have, I think, 5 or 6 more waiting to be installed. And then the most recent additions are our banners. That's something we've been waiting for Main Street to get done so we can get the banners produced and hung up. So we've done that. And each banner represents one of the districts. And then we've created a series of seasonal banners as well. What I didn't put in here, and that was a pet project the mayor gave me a few years ago, was the city flag. So out of this effort, we also designed the city flag to take to the Association of Washington Cities that again looks at all of these different neighborhoods, the branding exercises we've gone through to come up with a cohesive and representative Lake Stevens flag. So you'll see beautification. We don't have a beautification budget for 2026, but we do have some carryover beautification projects from prior year budgets that will get completed this year. And this is, when we talk about economic development, again, this is one of the things we look at. It's branding for the city, that it's a memorable experience and you can identify with the commonalities throughout the city. And you'll see everything from the slideshows we've done to our staff reports, to our letterhead. They're all following this basic branding guide that we've worked on. So that's it for me for the community development capital projects. Are there any questions on public works, parks, or community development capital projects? I think there's one more slide. Is there one more slide? Oh, you have the summary, sorry. That's okay.
I added a little bit of analysis, just, I think it's interesting we talked about this earlier, so I'll cover it again. But if you look at basic project management hours, which I think is important, 7.5% of your project cost, industry standard, tells us we need around 14,000 hours of project management to deliver the millions of dollars of capital projects. That's about 6.7 FTE. What we actually have is 4. So what happens is, and it will happen this year, we will not spend all that money. It'll happen this year, I promise. It happens every year because we don't have the people to deliver the projects. That's okay, money carries over, we do it again, but that's the way it has worked. It doesn't have to work that way. When we get back to budget, we can talk about how we manage projects and whether or not we can add people to spend the money. The other thing that I think Councilmember Packard had a good question. O&M, if you were to put 2% for roads, which is sort of an industry standard, and 5% for facilities and parks, we're adding millions of dollars into capital facilities. Here's what it will take based on this number. Just use a simple number. Here's what it will take every year to maintain those things during their useful life.
That's different than the money it will take to replace them later.
This is
That's just the maintenance.
Yeah, it's just the people maintaining the thing, not replacement cost, which would be another one. That's all. And that's the forest for the trees, right?
And that's just today's rate.
Yeah.
That's not next year's rate.
So it's, I guess I offer that as perspective to new council members. I've been doing it for 20 years and I run the same calculations constantly, but you're new, it's interesting data.
Maybe I'll add one more comment. We talk about capital projects. So just remember it's a variety of things that why we need capital projects. It's safe, it's safety, it's function, it's livability. And it's also design aesthetic, so it's not just function, it's also form. And that's really, really important as you consider those decisions, because you want safe roads, you want people to like what you have. And I'll give an analogy. Public Works Director, a couple of Public Works Directors ago designed in-house the mini roundabouts up by Safehold. He was so proud. The two roundabouts cost $10,000, truckload of asphalt and some C curb, right? He's like, what do you think? I'm like, well, they function. Do not ever build another one of these again because they look like, and people aren't gonna buy it.
And they don't really function.
And they don't have. So anyway, it's capital facilities cover lots of things, not just the function.
But well, Russ's example is a great example that growing up as a city, right? Like today, we would not plan those roundabouts that way, right, on the back of a napkin. We have processes, we have engineering things that happen, right? Upgraded city services.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and do this. It is 2:37. Let's take a 10-minute break. Please be back ready to rock and roll at 2:47 for our next topic. So welcome back. As we are looking at the time, if we were to continue with all of our topics, we would run over. So there's a proposal to postpone 2 topics
Are you
here.
unmuted, Troy?
Yes.
So the 2 topics are item D, which is the council travel overview, and item E, the council procedures and review, including that Facebook topic. So are we good to postpone that to a future council meeting?
Yeah, we're gonna try for February 17th.
February 17th?
Right. So soon, even if it's not the 17th, and then the 24th or somewhere soon.
Yes.
The 17th or the next workshop is the 3rd, or I mean, we could do any of those, yeah.
Not too long away. We'll do it soon.
Okay, otherwise, I have the next topic that I'm going to be presenting here. So this topic is called the OpenGov project overview. And before I jump too much into the actual project, I want to give you a little bit of background and give you an idea of where we're going. So we have a current asset management system called ViewWorks. And this project is all about the proposal to switch platforms and go to a better platform called OpenGov. To help lay a foundation here about what asset management is, because some of you might not be familiar. Asset management systems essentially are a collection of processes and data that help us to understand what do we manage. So things like our streets, catch basins, ponds, vehicles, buildings, you name it. It helps us to understand the current condition. So Councilmember Packard was asking earlier, do we know when things need to be replaced? So our asset management system should help us to be able to better forecast those needs as well. It helps us to understand where these things are and what the maintenance plan is to take care of the things that we own. So today I'll bring you up to speed on the journey we've been on for about the last 10 months as we've been exploring other options and trying to make the best proposal possible. And we've really tackled this as objectively as we can. So we've really looked at it from a business perspective, a financial stewardship perspective, and we're here to pitch what our findings are. So here is the agenda that I will run through with you guys. I'm not going to read everything on the agenda, but we will go through it. What I want to plant a seed though, up front with council, is that at the end of my presentation, we're going to be doing a consensus check. We'll be checking in with each of you to make sure that we have consensus to keep going with this project. If the answer is yes, let's see how this goes and move forward. Then what will happen is at the February 17th council meeting, that's when we'll officially ask for action. And we'll be seeking a budget amendment. All right, so why change? I'm starting with why change because I will back up with some very specific examples and the rationale for why we're proposing change. But starting with our assets, we know that we have assets that are aging, and aging assets require more attention and resources to maintain them. For example, if we consider a segment of road, if we replace that road that's in poor condition too soon, that's a waste of money, right? But also, if we wait too long to replace that road that's in bad shape, it's actually going to cost us significantly more to replace that same road. We need asset management to help us understand and best gauge when to use our limited resources that we have so that we can, replace things in an efficient way. And you might remember from the last PowerPoint or one before, Aaron talked us through that idea of degradation. So we want to try to time our replacements and repairs in the best time possible. So additionally, we don't have resources to keep up. So we've noticed this is kind of a theme, right? Going into this current budget situation that we're in. For Public Works and Parks, we still have highly manual processes. So even though we have an asset management system today, we still have to supplement how we use that asset management system with numerous spreadsheets, multiple systems. We have to essentially buy or obtain data outside of this asset management system in a suite to help us manage our assets. You've heard already, we have limited staff. And from a process improvement perspective, we have really reached the limits in our current system from a technical perspective. I think you all have a good sense at this point that I'm all about process improvement. My first goal when I work with our teams is to try to figure out how can we fix the problem without spending any money. When it comes to this system, it's almost like, I'll use the analogy of like trying to squeeze a lemon, and there's just no more juice to really squeeze out of this. We're really at the brink of what we can do. So we need better tools to help us. We need to be more efficient and maximize the skills of our workforce. And we really should invest in the areas with the greatest impact. So what this means is being even more focused on having data-driven forecasting and planning. So I'm smiling at this quote that's popping up here. Aaron really wanted me to put this in here, and I say this all the time. So our workforce is the most expensive part of our business, next to the assets we maintain. We really should be looking at how to maximize their time so that they do value-added work for the community. And when we think about value-added work, it's really thinking about how do we position our crew members so they have the most amount of time out in the field with shovels in hand, doing that work that the community really wants to see. We want to minimize, excuse me, we want to minimize the amount of time that they're spending reworking and fighting a system that's not working in an optimal way for us. Okay, so the current situation, here's what we're experiencing right now with ViewWorks. We experience a system that is very time consuming and really frustrating to the people that are trying to use this system. We have consistent network slowness. For example, anytime I go to log in the mornings, it usually takes multiple minutes just for the interface to pop up and for all the layers to be ready for me to use. The system doesn't integrate with many other systems. We're constantly working with workarounds and trying to do rework. An example of some of the rework our supervisors do daily is they have to look at all of the work orders that their teams have completed. They're double checking to make sure that labor was added, that the equipment was added, the pictures were updated. And then when they see, wow, we're missing a picture, I think, they're having to call their teams, be like, hey, I don't see the completed picture. And more times than not, the team member will say, well, I uploaded 6 pictures, and the supervisor will see 1. So then it takes time away again from the worker to grab their phone and to try to upload those pictures again. It's really frustrating. From a public works, and I would say probably a parks leadership perspective as well, there's 3 other major issues that we're facing. Our current system does not write back to the GIS. So the GIS is the Geographical Information System, and it's essentially the map view of where our assets are at. So if the streets team goes out and replaces a sign, they're not able to actually update that they either added a new sign at that location, or they can't update the attributes saying that it's this type of stop sign with this kind of post at that location. This has created a workaround where either the work has to wait until the team comes back into the office and they can sit at a computer and log into a different system and update the attributes there. Or they have to put in a ticket to our GIS analyst who's on Troy's team, and then he has to go in and do that work. The industry standard now is really that the field workers should be able to do that while they're in the field as part of the work order. And then typically a GIS analyst would be doing at least spot checks to check for accuracy. The second issue that we have is around the facilities condition data. And that, like Aaron mentioned, we paid a firm to collect that data for us. Even though we selected a company that actually owns ViewWorks, the data they collected did not integrate into their own system. So again, we have a workaround that we're trying to make work with bubble gum and duct tape. But that's been a very big challenge for us. The final thing is work order proximity. So we cannot see the work that's assigned to others in the mobile view. All of our crew workers have cell phones that they rely on to help them see where their work is, what work order is coming up, so on and so forth. A technical limitation of this program, though, is that you can only see the work assigned to you. Why is this an issue? Well, if I happen to be out in the field and I wrap up my work 30 minutes early, I can't see who else might be nearby who I could go help to help them finish up their work. Or I can't see, wow, there's actually another work order 700 feet away from me that I could knock out if I have everything ready to go on the truck. So these are super frustrating.
If I can add to that, the director, you might also can't see any of those. And so I just have to keep adding them and hope I'm not getting efforts more.
Yeah.
Maybe another way.
Yes. I will show you the compare and contrast view of this for how we can see that today in ViewWorks and what OpenGov can offer us, which is way more streamlined. So this is a good opportunity for us. We've been doing a lot of work to bring ViewWorks up to speed as best as we can. So something that's not up here is as an opportunity, we're poised in a really good spot change management wise, as far as the people side of change. People are eager to have something that works better. They have bought into completing work orders and completing them as quickly as they can. So as far as being able to shift systems, which I normally don't recommend, but I am recommending it in this scenario, people are ready. Also, we're ready to move away from this legacy system to a more modern platform. As you can tell, we're very much into AI and exploring those opportunities here at the city. And OpenGov does have several built-in AI tools or features and agentic workflows. Agentic workflows, just a quick definition, it's like processes where the human element might start the process, and then there's several steps that are automated to help see some streamlined improvement. Also, we currently have 4 systems that we're using, including ViewWorks, StreetLogix. StreetLogix is the software we use for pavement degradation, meaning about how much life do we have on each segments of roadway and pavement. Asset Tiger, we use it to track some of our other non-spatial assets, including tools, fleet, things like that. And then we also use the LIST app for our fleet inspection forms. The key takeaway I hope you all can glean from this slide is that we're paying too much for our current system that's really not performing to meet our needs. I think it's time for us to transition and look at something that will meet our business needs and also help us to become more efficient. Okay, so here I'm going to transition and talk a little bit about OpenGov. Before I dive into the stuff on this screen, though, I want to bring you up to speed on the journey we've been on so far. We started looking at other asset management systems about 10 months ago. We looked at, I think it was 9 or 10 total, we being members of Public Works, Parks, and IT. Of those, we'll say 10 that we looked at, we narrowed it down to what we felt were the top 4. So we built out requirements for each of our divisions and teams. And we assessed to make sure that each of these vendors we were looking at could actually truly meet our requirements. So we narrowed it down to 4. And we worked with the vendors to bring the vendors in person to actually do a hands-on demo. So what this meant was we had a good cross-section of people from each of our divisions. We had a cross-section of people that were frontline crew workers all the way up to our directors. And we did a user interface assessment to see how well did they feel that that tool would meet their needs in the field. The tool that came out #1 for us by a long shot was OpenGov. So OpenGov is a public service platform. They have a number of apps. So you'll see like there's a number of things around in that circle. And the app that we're recommending we go with first, excuse me, is their Enterprise Asset Management app. So you'll see that highlighted in green. They also have lots of other apps that we could consider as a city to move forward in the future as possibly like a phase 2 or a multi-phase approach. For example, the financial management application was reviewed by our finance team, and it looks like it should meet all of their needs from a finance perspective. Another app that we would possibly consider moving forward in the future would be budgeting and performance. The final one that has a yellow box up there, but we haven't vetted it at all with our planning and community development team yet, so I'll just call that out, is permitting and licensing. So these are just considerations if we move forward with OpenGov that we could have additional paths forward to bring in additional efficiencies. One thing that would be efficient for us is instead of having these various systems that we have to pull data in from, is when you have one place where it's the system of truth, you know that you can trust your data and you can usually build reports and automations and things that are just going to help us save time, especially with our limited resources. There we go. Okay, so these are our project goals and vision. So the first thing here is future-proof. OpenGov is really cool because of the AI tools and the workflows that they already have built into the system. For example, when it comes to scheduling our work orders for with our supervisors, their current process is they have to look at a number of different factors, including what's the weather going to be, who's in, who's out from a labor perspective, do we have the materials on hand, or what's it going to take to get materials here to complete a job, and a number of other things. So they're manually having to figure out what is going to be our plan for the week based on the work orders that are in the queue. A cool feature about OpenGov is that it does a lot of that recommendation using AI. So it will look at the work orders in the queue and you can feed it with who's in, who's out, or who's supposed to be on vacation or away at training. So it will know if a job is supposed to take 4 people or 5 because there's supposed to be traffic control. And if it recognizes that, oh, somebody called out sick, it'll actually propose a different set of work orders for the day based on the materials on hand and who's there. This will save a fair amount of time for our supervisors, and it'll help to keep that work moving forward. Next one is operational efficiency. I keep hitting on this one, but we anticipate streamlined workflows, enhanced use for the mobile tools, and better planning so that we can continue to do more. Asset longevity. We anticipate improved and simplified preventative maintenance scheduling, again, using AI assistance. And when we are able to take care of our assets from a preventative maintenance perspective, oftentimes we're going to get more life out of that asset. Capital planning. The tool has a lot of different reporting mechanisms and applications as well to help us to be better at planning, or at least it'll give us more data so that we can make better strategic decisions. So better decisions by tying in the work history, asset condition, and risk, into our budgeting. System integration, in short, OpenGov has what's called an open API, and a very non-technical way to look at what an API is. It's like the gateway or the door that allows one system to easily talk to another. And it has an open API. So any system that can talk back to OpenGov, it can receive that information and also share information back. And then finally, succession preparedness. So centralized data will be in the system and not in people's heads or in fragmented systems. We've come a long ways in Public Works. In 2022 and 2023, we started re-implementing the use of our current system, ViewWorks. We spent a lot of time building out workflows, figuring out the best way that we can with the system to build out work order flows and so on. But we still rely on a lot of external tools to help make things work. For example, if I were to leave tomorrow, I don't know that most of my team would know where is my spreadsheet for doing the energy analyses that I conduct twice a year. And that's just one example. There's lots of examples like that. Okay, so now I'm going to do a little bit of compare and contrast on 2 examples, comparing how things work and look today in ViewWorks, and then comparing how they will look in OpenGov. So we're going to start with looking at the asset history in ViewWorks. So, for those of you who have ever maybe noticed on your furnace at home, oftentimes there's a sticker on your furnace that'll have the date, who came to do the inspection or repair, and what was done. And it's all right there on the asset. We wish that it worked like that today in ViewWorks, but it doesn't. So here are some screenshots of what I would do if I wanted to find out what was the last thing that was done to an asset. So my workflow would look like this. I would open up ViewWorks, navigate to where I can run a report. I would have to set my filters, so it'll be Public Works, and just to make sure that I don't accidentally not capture the possible responses for this query, I'm just going to keep it high level, and I'm going to search HVAC, HVAC, and then I'm going to hit apply filter. With this example here, it came back with 2,447 results. Whew, okay, that's a lot. My next step would be to go to the table view where I can see all of the work orders that have that search in it, including HVAC. Okay. Then what I have to do is I have to click into each of these work orders because I cannot search by asset ID because that would be too easy. And I can't see by looking at the data in the table view, I can't see which asset this work order is related to. So in this case, I picked the first work order in that queue, and I have to then click into that circled area where the asset is, and I clicked it, and you know what? Even though I searched HVAC, it's not an HVAC. It's something completely different. And so as I looked at this, I realized, well, the letters H and V and A and C were somewhere in the work order, and so it gave me that as a result. Highly inefficient. So you could imagine having to search through several of these to figure out when was the last time we changed a filter on an HVAC. It just doesn't make sense. So comparing this to OpenGov, you'd be able to select the building, click exactly where you believe that asset is, and then what would happen is on the side window here, you'll be able to see for the HVAC system you selected the whole history of the work orders completed on that asset. If you wanted to view them bigger, there's a click of a button to view that expanded view. So you can see, even more information. You can click into each of those work orders to see even more detail. And one thing that our team really appreciated about this, we can see the amount that we've spent to maintain that asset to date. And we might see like, oh, wow, we've had to repair something 6 times this year. Is there a warranty we should be going after? Is it actually time to replace that? Like, what is going on? We can do root cause analysis. It also includes a risk score. Risk score with OpenGov, it includes the likelihood of failure and the significance or the outcome of that failure. So for example, if you have a bathroom fan in the women's bathroom that's not working, it's pretty low risk. Might be annoying, but it's not going to stop operations or put anyone's life in danger. But if you have an AC unit at the senior center and it goes out in the summertime, you might have folks using that center who are overheating, and that's more of a safety concern. So that score helps us to understand how significant, like how important is it for us to consider replacing that asset. And the final thing that I'll point out is this part right here. So this here shows us the expected lifespan that's left on that asset. And then we can start thinking about, right, like, oh, wow, it's got 5 years left. Maybe we should start saving in a reserve account the amount of money we need to replace that asset. This will complement the work that we're doing to build out our facilities maintenance plan the rest of the way, so that we'll be able to also validate with the software and the AI the exact amount of money that we anticipate needing for these replacements. Okay, example number 2. So this is all around the work order proximity. So this was a screenshot I took from my phone. I'm an analyst, so I don't have a ton of work orders on the regular basis. But in this case, I have 2 work orders, and it's hard to see, but there's a little pinpoint where the work orders are at. Again, I can only see my work orders, and in that area, we have probably hundreds of work orders that are open or that are in a preventative state. I can't see them from my view. OpenGov, you have the ability to basically toggle on and off different settings. So in OpenGov, I can use color coding and symbology. Symbology means maybe if I'm on the storm team, I have like an umbrella, right? To show visually in a different way what kind of filter is set. So you can easily see the work that's assigned to you, and you can also see the work that's assigned to others around you. What else is cool is that it'll show you how far away the work orders are, and it'll have it in order from the ones that are closest to the ones that are furthest away. Aaron, while I grab a sip of water, anything to add?
Yeah, I said it earlier, I think that one of the main things I want to do is ensure that we're optimizing public works resources before we ask for more public works resources. We need this tool to do that. I can't have guys out replacing a sign on a post when working on that and then not know that the sign next to it also needs some work because it hasn't been assigned to them. It's terribly inefficient, and that's the system we're operating with now. It was a good system to bridge the gap. It no longer suits our needs. It was a stepping stone. And so, you know, again, before asking for more people, let's optimize the people we have. The people are the most expensive part of the business, right? I mean, other than the assets themselves.
Yeah.
This helps us do that. I think you're going to get to cost
We are.
soon. Okay.
So actually, and that's basically where we are now. So we're going to talk about ROI and then the cost of this potential change. I will say that this is a really, really conservative estimate that I helped put together. So when it comes to staff efficiency, we believe that we'll gain at least 1.1 hours per employee per week on average. This equates out to 1,540 hours of work that can be value added. So no, we're not spending this time working in a hard to use system. This would be more time with shovels in hand. And that equates out to $131,000 annually in labor. I based this estimate off of the 24 top users in public works that use VWorks today, and the top 2 users in parks. And I also included their fully burdened rates to come up with this calculation. Other staff efficiency we expect will be as far as scheduling preventative maintenance or PMs and automations. We already know that when we have to do reactive work, oftentimes it's 2 to 4 times more expensive. So we'll be able to help more implement our PM schedules more efficiently and fully. We also know poorly maintained assets don't last, and that we can really benefit from forecasting labor needs with AI. What's cool about this tool is that it will look at historical work orders of the same type and sometimes even location and other factors. And it'll help us to know, well, if we have this many work orders for this work order type, we're going to need this many hours to be able to complete that batch of work. This estimate does not include the efficiencies we can expect from scheduling work more geographically and by updating GIS assets while in the field. As far as inventory savings, again, this is super conservative, but our 2025 budget for inventory was about $475,000. Other cities that I talked to saw at least a 2%, if not more like a 4% savings by being able to leverage the tools and the data that comes out of using OpenGov. For us, this would equate at 2%. It's about a $10,000 savings per year. And it'll reduce some of the rework that we encounter when we don't have what we need. We also anticipate great efficiencies with improved seasonal ordering, improve the accuracy of costs on projects and fleet management. And it'll give our ICS, the inventory control specialist, and our mechanic the tools they need to actually fully build out their programs. Our ICS, he's really positioned. He's got the experience with doing strategic purchasing. He doesn't have the tools to do it. Okay, so what would this look like in today's world? As I mentioned, we have 4 tools to manage what OpenGov can do in one tool. Today, it costs us $52,000 to do what we're doing. If we go to OpenGov, we would be able to sunset these programs and avoid this 52,000 that we're currently spending here. Okay, and then the exciting part. So let's go ahead and talk about what this proposal is. What this proposal includes is the annual software subscription, the professional services implementation. That's really the cost that it's going to cost for us to migrate from ViewWorks to OpenGov. They would be helping us with the data migration, with data from the old system to the new, helping us to flesh out workflows that we currently don't have. And they would also be helping us with initial training. There's also ongoing support and maintenance included in these costs. The proposal is that this would be a 3-year and 9-month term. This would officially start on April 1st. And then the agreement would be up at the end of 2029. So you can see there the cost for the software and the cost for professional services. And this is a bit of a burning platform for us. So as I mentioned, we started this journey 10 months ago. The pricing that we received from OpenGov is based on their 2025 pricing. Unfortunately, their pricing for 2026 and beyond is about 20% more, which is about 66,000, if my math was right, more than what this current quote is. OpenGov extended our quote to be good for an additional 28 days. The quote was supposed to be up at the end of January, and they're not going to extend this quote any further. So let's keep moving forward. This is a slightly different look at the cost considerations, knowing that it's going to take us probably 5 months, maybe a little less, to fully migrate over to the new system. We still would have to pay for ViewWorks for about another 6 months. Troy, I think, just approved for a 6-month extension on ViewWorks instead of doing the full 1 year. And we are very, very confident that we'll be able to make this migration before that ViewWorks contract expires. Again, we think this will be, from a change management perspective, people are excited for hopefully having this change come their way. We have the experience and the chops now to be able to build out workflows and know what we're talking about with this migration, so it should be fairly fast. A couple of other things I'll highlight. I mentioned that today we're not taking action, we're checking for consensus. What we're essentially asking for will be a budget amendment that'll cover that implementation cost of about $85,000 and the difference in price from what we're paying currently for the ViewWorks subscription and what the really, in the big picture, it's a small amount more for this new subscription with OpenGov. Depending on the year, it's between 12,000 more per year and 19,000 more per year, but that's really like less than 2,000 more per month. And we're going to have a lot more capabilities than what we have today. I'm going to pause there. I'm sure there might be questions and concerns, and Angie.
I'm gonna start. And I work at Snohomish County. They're also looking at an ERP transition. So I've been reading, I didn't know what ERP was, so I've been reading a lot of articles about that. over the
What is
last-
an ERP?
Enterprise Resource Program. Planning. There you go. Yes. So a system that manages multiple functions within a government.
Yeah.
Right? Does this cost, you had the green rectangle and then you had some yellow rectangles. And I've heard,
There it is.
I've heard other departments talk about their frustrations with their current software, how it's not really meeting their needs, and the need to have a system where all the top softwares can talk with each other. Does this cost just include the green? The green
Correct.
box?
It does.
Okay.
We have, I should have brought it and I apologize, but we do have a very high level quote for what it would cost for the financial management and the budgeting and performance applications. Implementation is a little bit more for those. It's, they're guessing about 115,000, if I remember correctly, for implementation. And they would also come with their own software subscription as well.
And has your group that's been working on this for many months talked about what a timeline would look like to add to this program to incorporate other departments?
That's a great question. I don't know that we have something in concrete, but Troy, do you have a better sense of that?
We've been speaking about this from an IT strategic plan for years in our executive retreats. And yeah, we've identified a lot of these shared enterprise systems and looking towards getting towards this type of a platform. And you're right, more cities are seeing operational efficiencies by doing something like this. And so this has been one of our discussions. I think where our department heads are starting to realize that we need to start thinking strategically around these systems.
One of the things that, part of that calculus is Viewworks right now does not have API to talk to any other SaaS, right? But this, even if we didn't do the utility module, we stayed with Springbrook. I can't remember, Springbrook is doing API work, right, Troy?
Yeah, they're working on it. They're kind of, they have two different models right now, but they're trying to move towards the cloud-based,
Yeah,
which.
so what I'm saying is upgrading to this allows us to talk to other systems, whereas right now we can't.
Got it. And Springbrook's our accounting software.
Yeah. Brian,
Sorry, I'm trying to follow along here without a hard copy in front of me. So, okay, so really quick, what is the number for the budget amendment that we're looking at?
Yep.
less than a latte a month. For the city.
For everybody. Citizens included.
Where's he get his coffee?
Makes it at home.
So, Brian, so to answer your question, I'm pulling up my calculator to give you a better idea of what the budget amendment will be. We're looking at about 85,000 for implementation.
Okay.
Plus year one, looks like it's about 12,000 more. Year two is about 15,000 more than what we're currently paying. And then year three is 19,000 more per year. So this budget amendment, correct me if I'm wrong, Troy, it looks like it's about $131,000 is what we would be asking.
Okay, and then what was our projected savings per year on this?
And actually, so I'm sorry, I'm not more prepared to answer this, but it was just brought to my attention. It probably wouldn't be this full 131. It would be the difference for year one. So that would be 85,000 plus 12.
Yeah. Yeah, 100.
Minus the.
difference.
Okay,
And
so
then you would
97.
build it into your budget for 27, 28, 29.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
And
Okay, so we'd be looking at 97 is the ask on this?
Yes.
Okay, and then what is the projected savings for this coming year if we implemented this in what, February?
Yeah, so we believe that if we think about the projected savings from a labor perspective,
Each year is about an FTE in savings.
Yeah.
That we're losing to unnecessary work.
And what's the value of that?
Let's be clear, though, it's not actually savings.
Right. It's efficiency.
There isn't cost there, so you're saying, hey, we're losing the effectiveness of one person, but we're not actually saving 131,000 in budget in the county each year.
Correct.
You're spending.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're getting more work.
So the actual savings you're saying is the inventory, right, is the one thing, is the physical savings, right? Those are dollars you're not spending.
Yeah.
And that may be it in terms of the physical dollars.
Well, I guess that's.
All that predictive analytics, right, of how much labor you're gonna save.
Sure.
That's a tough one to meter.
There's efficiency you don't get, right? There's value you're not providing the city for those same dollars, but that's not the same as saving that money.
Well, and I guess that's my point is if we're becoming that much more efficient and the projected efficiency is significantly higher than the budget ask, do we need a budget amendment or could we operate that first year at a lower cost and pay for it that way?
My understanding is we would need a budget amendment for it.
We'll need a budget amendment.
Yeah.
Did we not get the quote in time to consider it in last year's budget workup for this year?
It's been a long process to get to this point, as far as reviewing and vetting out the solutions and getting the users to accept a proposal of this. And yes, we were trying to get it in for the 2026 budget, but just the way that things laid out, we just
Well, I guess I'm still not clear on why the budget amendment is the only option. I mean, it sounds like there is a potential with the efficiency gain, there's a potential to operate. I just want to make sure we're considering all the options before we go down the road of a budget amendment.
You're not
So-
laying off people. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
not laying anybody off. We're not cutting anybody's hours.
Yeah,
Right.
you'd be laying people, you'd have to lay people
Yeah.
off. Essentially, what you're
Hours.
getting back is time wasted. We should put it that way, time wasted using a software that's inefficient and takes rework for a system that is efficient, that updates our geodatabase, our GIS assets, that lets them work more smoothly in the field and provide more work. That's what you're getting. It's
Mhm.
optimization, right, of really expensive resource.
Plus better forecasting with
Very,
future budgets.
very much so.
I
Yeah.
go back to
Okay.
job satisfaction.
Yes.
That's another thing. I hear a lot of frustration on our current system, so I don't see so much like papered out cost savings as much as a more efficient system. We can get more done with the same number of man hours, we accomplish more. And what really hasn't been discussed is it seems like that job satisfaction will be up, burnout will be down.
Mhm.
Those are kind of hard to quantify on a graph like, like this.
Well, I just want to be clear that, we don't like the option of reducing hours or the workforce, but I want the council to be clear that we've talked a lot about budget on several points. And so we are looking at increasing the budget versus considering other options. And so I just want to make sure we're aware of that and that we have all the options on the table before we decide.
I think Councilmember Edwards, I think you had.
Yeah, I have two questions. Number one is what other cities locally use OpenGov? I feel like I've seen it used before.
Yes, it's used many places. I believe their statistic, it's about 1 in 3 cities use OpenGov. So locally, go
Yeah,
ahead.
this is actually Cartograph. So Cartograph was kind of the gold standard for enterprise asset management before OpenGov brought it in, so. A lot of cities use this.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, have you spoken with any of those city officials that are using it and gotten feedback from them on how they like it?
Yes, so we've talked with 2 cities. We spoke with Anacortes most recently. They love it. They found so many efficiencies, especially with the ability to write back to the GIS, that now their GIS analysts, I forget their exact titles, but at any rate, they're actually able to be doing more enhancements and they're doing more of the actual technical work on the GIS on the back end and less of the stuff that we're leveraging our current GIS analyst for, which is doing the updates to things that are simple. I'll use the word simple to update.
And then my second question was, we've heard a lot about the great things that this does. Besides the increase in cost per year, what else have you found that might be a con?
Yeah, so the biggest con, and City of Gig Harbor articulated this, they had Cartograph before OpenGov acquired them. And they said that they were a little bit frustrated with some of the response times from their IT help desk. So the issue that they found was when Cartograph was smaller, they were more nimble. So now that they are bigger and they have more clients, they don't make the quick changes that they used to. Anacortes didn't feel that same sentiment, but they had Cartograph before it was purchased by OpenGov. We also have 2 levels that we can discuss in the future if it becomes an issue. Our current quote includes the standard support services, is that what it's
SLA.
called? So it's an SLA. The times, depending on the severity of like an outage or an issue, typically is about it takes twice as long on the standard as it does for the premium or whatever they call it. As we talked about the risk though, from at least the public works side, and I apologize, we haven't really gotten Sarah's input on it from a parks perspective. We don't feel that it's a big enough issue today, a big enough risk today for us to pay the additional money for the premium. However, moving forward, if we get through year 1 of implementation and we're like, oh my gosh, we really should pay for that quicker response time, we could look at that in a future budget period. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey Lori, what funds does this come out Stormwater, streets.
Yeah, so stormwater, exactly.
Does any of it
Stormwater
come out of the
streets.
general fund?
Yes, it's good. There's a dispersion. Barb and I put together, on our, authorized software list, all the stuff inside of our 510 account, but we've got it broken down by the departments that are consuming that based off of their consumption. And so
But
it's spread
majority of
apart.
it is not general
It's,
fund.
yeah, mostly storm streets and.
It's mostly storm, streets, that sort of thing. So those are much healthier funds than general fund.
The parks portion would be general fund.
Yeah. You don't get to use it.
Sabina's hands.
No, open up for you.
Ryan's got a question.
I know.
We'll go Sabina and then we'll go back to Ryan. Sabina, please.
A couple of comments and then a question. I think it is a good business practice to consolidate software platforms. I think having a lot of smaller platforms talk to each other and integrate is harder long-term and it's more expensive. The price range that I see is, in my experience, typical, so it doesn't seem. The question I have is, what was the procurement process? Was this an RFI? Is this gonna be a sole source, or are you buying through Carousel?
We have a competitive bidding requirements off of this, so we've already fulfilled that. So as we did our investigation, we had all of our vendors that we reached out to. Because of the dollar amount off of this, it's on state contract as well.
Okay.
So it's just more of a competitive listing, and we can purchase it.
I'm gonna do a
Others-
small correction. So it's not a state contract, it's a Sourcewell contract.
Well,
Okay.
you're right.
It's not-
Okay, yeah, because it's not
Yeah.
full Carousel, Sourcewell, so it's
Exactly.
competitive pricing.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
We'll go to Ryan and then we'll go to Nathan. Ryan, what you got?
So I guess my other concern looking at this is you said it's a 20% increase from their 2025 to 2026 pricing.
Yes.
So this is, as I understand, I'm trying to frantically research this on my end. Looks like it's cloud-based. We've talked about AI integration, though, things that require ongoing expense and updating on their side. So my concern is, what does this look like if we get to, we get through 2029, it's working beautifully, it's become the nervous system of our city, and then all of a sudden they come back and say, okay, now it's 200% more, pay up or walk. What does that look like for the city? I don't know if we've thought that far, but what would the fallback plan be if we have to abandon this system at the end of the contract due to pricing? Do we start this process all over again? What?
Well, in the contracts, we can always pull our data out and move it into a new platform. And part of this, the Sourcewell contract, there is a clause in there. If there is no funding available due to something within the city, we can always terminate that. And we'd have to bring this information back. So there are some of those protections around that. But yes, just like any other SaaS application, there's many out there. We'd have to basically investigate alternatives if they check this too high.
Because ViewWorks could do the same thing.
Yes.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
So any stuff.
Well, and that's kind of what's happening now, right? Is we're like, okay, if ViewWorks is too expensive for what it does. I guess I'm trying to find out if there's any way to plan ahead or even prevent contractually ending up in this spot in 4 years again.
But you're right, like with a lot of these, where everything's going with AI and most every solution out there, whether it's Springwork or whatever that's putting AI into their tools, there's gonna be a cost recovery that is gonna take place because of the cost to run these models. And eventually you're gonna see just that natural progression as costs are gonna go up for certain kinds of systems like this, but it is what it is.
And also just on a technical standpoint with as us piggybacking off of them as well, we have to use the same contract stipulations in the that they did through the bidding process. So unfortunately, there's no way that we can extend that contract unless it's part of the contract.
Through Sourcewell.
Through Sourcewell, yeah.
So I guess what we have right now is, here's my needs. We have employees doing work on assets that aren't being tied to the assets. So if they go work on a sign, it's not always tied to the sign. The great thing about this system is it is tied to the sign. So if we have someone hit the sign and get hurt, or something happens, or the HVAC system goes down, or we have it tied to the geo database. That's ours. We own that. So if if OpenGov says, you know, we're closing up business, it's in our geo database. All of that data is for forever, as long as we store it. But right now we have this huge risk where people are working in the field. It's not attached to an asset. The asset's not being updated because it just is so cumbersome and so unpredictable. This is, for me, at least as a public works director, naturally, this is a no-brainer for a risk management thing and a workflow thing. You want to know what you have and how you maintain it at all times. It's incredibly important, and we don't have that right now.
Yeah, VWorks is more
In
kind
the
of like a
detail.
ticketing system that has assets associated with it
Yeah.
versus an asset management system where you actually track the tasks, so.
Okay, so on top of that,
Question?
3 items.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Nathan.
One, so Citizen View is the app. Is there an OpenGov app?
Yes.
Okay, so that gets replaced. So the citizens still have an opportunity to go in and put in stuff, okay?
Yes.
So are we actually signing up for multiple years?
It's the agreement. So the
Agreement is a
way,
4-year.
correct, it's basically a 3-year, 9-month agreement. We pay it 1 year at a time.
Sure, okay, but we are signing up for all 4, but we can drop that at any point with no
Yeah.
penalty.
Yeah.
If we
have
don't like it
multiple
in
ways to
12
terminate.
months, we can back out.
If the council doesn't fund it, there's certain stipulations around that.
Sure, I get that.
Yeah.
My other one is, I mean, I voted against the budget last year because I thought we were spending more than we had. How can we offset this 100K, right? So you said we're not gonna spend everything within our capital improvement project. Can we declare as part of the budget amendment? Maybe it's not a budget amendment. We're just not going to do something else and that's part of what we agree to. I mean,
It's so difficult, Councilmember Packard. The streets budget was cut by $988,000 this year. We had to move somebody out of that department.
Sure.
And from that division to another division. For streets, I don't know how we could do that.
I'm just saying, you told me there are things we're not going to do. So
In-
things that we said,
Yeah,
things that we have budget for that you know we're not going to do. Can we just officially say we're not going to do them by pulling them out of the budget to offset this 100K formally in the budget?
Except it's a different fund.
that's the tricky part. So capital
slippery.
is capital funds. They're dedicated. We can't be spent on other things, you know, a lot of those. So that solution isn't there. We don't have very many general fund dollars in capital. I don't know if we have any this year.
Yeah, but you also just said it's very little of this is gonna be funded by general, right? It's by these other funds, so.
Yeah,
I'm just asking,
The
can
answer
we?
is for storm, yes. For the storm portion, yeah, we can find some savings and expenditures to pay for this. For streets, I'm not as confident.
So that would just be my request is coming into next week is you bring the proposal that says, how do we offset that?
Sure.
That's my request. I'm gonna be hesitant to vote in favor of it. I get there's value. I think.
I'd be the same.
Concerned with that. So can we document the things we are not going to do? If we know we're not going to do them.
Yeah.
Let's document that and pull it out.
Yeah.
And
It's a bit silly, but I'm just trying to make a point in terms of documenting it.
That's fine. I hear
I
you.
think that makes sense, and I wanna be really mindful of the fact that if we don't hit this February 28th deadline, we're paying 20% more potentially on something that seems like something we need, so. I think that would be great to see, but I wouldn't want that to push out the process past this.
We can do another budget amendment
Hold on.
later if we need
Hold on,
to.
Tasha had, Tasha has.
Yeah, I was just along the same lines. I was thinking, you know, when you guys, if we come to consensus today and we say, yes, we want to hear more at the next meeting. You guys will be able to come with something solid that says we went over the budget. These are the areas where these funds would come from. Like, I would be hesitant to vote on something without knowing where those funds are coming from.
Yeah. We can do that. We'll prepare that as part of the report. I mean, I need to sit down with the finance director. I think we can absorb this into operations and try to make those cuts and report back regularly on where we stand on absorbing this cost. That's what I can more easily promise, right? I can't predict if it's gonna snow. For example, you know, I'm gonna cut snow and ice supplies by $30,000 to pay for this.
No, I'm
Not a
not saying
good
that.
move.
I'm just saying, you said there are things you know you're not gonna do out of that project, out of that plan.
Capital separate.
But those are different funds.
Yeah, I can't do that.
It's efficiencies and time saving. That's really hard to measure dollar amount wise, right? Until you get into it.
Yeah. But I hear you, and so let us do some work on it.
You just gotta worry about year 2 and 3, that's all.
That's what I gotta worry about.
If it's on the first year, you gotta get the second.
With
year,
this,
three.
with this, I'm
Come
more
back on
efficient, you
the
might actually
February
get more of the
17th.
things done that you're saying
Yes.
you're not gonna be able to get to now.
I wouldn't want it to be pushed out past that.
We really can't afford for it to be pushed out
Right.
past that. I agree. So here would be the proposed schedule. We're here today looking for consensus to move forward. At the 17th, we'll come back. The new laws require that we allow for public comment when we're doing budget amendments. Is that correct? Which is why we're doing it on the 17th at a regular council meeting.
Yeah, it's actually scheduled for a workshop. We're gonna make it a special meeting because we may need to take action on this and something else too. So, yeah, we will have citizen comment.
Great. And then assuming that that city council authorizes the mayor to enter into that agreement at the 17th, then essentially he would sign the agreement the next day or so. Planning for this project would begin in mid-February and implementation would take place officially in March, and it would wrap up, we anticipate, fully in August. There would be possibly some stuff that's new that we currently don't have with ViewWorks that might carry over to September.
Okay, Ryan, you had your hand up.
I was just gonna say, if we're under the gun for time on this, I mean, we did cancel a meeting next week that we could always try and add back if we needed to, but I know no one wants to. I'm just throwing that out there.
I think timing wise, we're probably okay for the 17th. It would make me probably sweat bullets if we waited till the 24th. But I think the 17th is safe.
Then if we do it Tuesday, that doesn't give you much time to look at things we're asking you to look at.
Correct.
Yeah, it gives you one day and then the meeting's the next day.
Oh, that's what we could do.
And there's a holiday Monday.
They have all next.
Oh, and it's a holiday Monday.
Just throwing that out there.
No, we'll be fine.
You get tomorrow?
We got tomorrow.
I'm still feeling a family. How are you?
We'll get those answers. Let's go to the next one.
Perfect. Okay, so next topic.
Sorry, real fast. I know we said we weren't gonna do the travel thing. Just my concern, there's this event in mid-March on the travel agenda, and I'm afraid if that doesn't get in the February 17th meeting, that's too late. So if you can
Be talking NLC.
I'm
NLC.
talking NLC, it's too late on March 3rd to say who can sign up to go to DC in 2 weeks is what I'm
Does
getting.
anybody want to go to NLC?
I think,
I don't know what it is. but-
I think new folks would need to know more maybe about what it is.
We'll bring it back on the
So if it can
17th.
come on the 17th.
Yeah, we'll bring it on the 17th.
It's on that
Yeah.
agenda, then that's
It will
great.
be, yeah.
I just don't want it to postpone to.
And I can send some more information out about what it is. And the list that's in your packet are just things that council could attend and could spend their budget on.
Sure.
So that's just to consider as well. Once I send it out, just take a look at it and then we can get consensus if that's interesting and would be valuable. As far as what's on that list.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
I want to add one more thing about the viewers thing that we just really haven't really talked about. Viewers as a whole, this is a tier 1 application for the organization. We can't live without it. ITS had many occasions where viewers have done some updated world stuff and it's caused major operational issues. It's been a huge problem for us. There's been security vulnerabilities that we see with that. And it's something that my GS team are up to here with trying to support. So it is something that is a very big problem for us. It's a legacy system. It doesn't meet our needs and we have to innovate and upgrade our systems. So we've vetted a lot of solutions. And we're just, that's my strong recommendation.
I think the council's clear. They're asking us to go look at how we can absorb the costs. And so we'll do that. That's fine. No problem.
All right, next agenda.
Next topic item is council agenda discussion.
Okay, I'm on it. So really quick, I just wanted to propose this to my fellow council members and then open it up for feedback. If everyone agrees, we could make a change today, or we could talk about it later, or you can tell me to pound sand. Essentially, over the years of, watching council meetings unfold, it has occurred to me that oftentimes the agenda items where we are asked to, really think about something, discuss it amongst ourselves, or take action tend to fall towards the end of the meeting. And that usually results, well, I shouldn't say usually, but oftentimes it can result in time pressure on what I feel are some of the more important things we are tasked by the citizens to do during our meetings. So my proposal would be that we kind of flip-flop parts of our agenda and put things like, public hearings, action items, even executive sessions, and then discussion items after that, more in the middle of the meeting. And then we save for the end of our meetings, things like city department reports, guest business, council business, and the mayor's business, so that we make sure we have sufficient time to, dig into the stuff we need to and maybe push some of the things that we could better afford to push. So I'll leave it there.
I agree.
Mayor, do you want me to share the sample? that we-
Yeah, so in anticipation of this, we reworked the agenda look, and so see if this is acceptable to everyone.
I was just gonna say real quick while you're loading that slide of reworking it. I agree, there's been many times when we've been close to 8 o'clock and felt rushed to make a decision without having all of our questions answered.
So take a look at that agenda and see if that meets your thought process.
That is almost exactly what I mocked up on my phone, with the exception of I optimistically tried to put executive sessions farther up too. I know that's a little awkward because we have to clear the room, but I also think that maybe that's still outweighed by the fact that those can often include some really important items that we need to take action on. So with the exception of that one that we can discuss, I agree with this.
We tapped your phone and that's what we got.
Well, that's scary because I did it on my personal
Can
phone.
we zoom in on that?
No, not on your personal.
Oh,
Can we zoom in a little bit?
can I? Great question.
It's a notepad file with agenda items on it. I don't think it falls under public.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to put the executive session any sooner just because citizens are gonna leave, right? I find that a little unfair to say, hey, go sit in the hallway for 20 minutes and then come back, right?
Or longer, yeah.
Yeah, the other stuff, if they don't want to stay for mayor's business, council business, okay, that's their choice, but I'm not a big fan of saying, hey, come to the meeting and then go sit in the hall for a half hour while we talk and then come back. I would be hesitant to do that.
That's my concern too, for like, I was just talking to Gene, is the ones where we bring in the oath of office and introduction of staff, is that gonna be handled under guest businesses? Otherwise, our staff sitting there for a 3-hour meeting, we need to get introduced and stuff.
Oh, good. We typically do those under guest business
yeah.
for the purpose of getting that done so that those people don't have to wait for the entire meeting with their families.
Is this acceptable?
I like it.
The only thing I would say with the executive sessions, so I thought about that too, and I realized sometimes it could be awkward. The other thing though too is it does provide kind of a natural intermission. So if people don't want to stay for some of the more discussion, less action oriented stuff, that gives them a natural breaking point to leave if they want to. And the people that really care about what action we're going to take afterwards could come back in. So yeah, it can be awkward, but I would also prefer that we leave ourselves time to discuss in executive session rather than leaving at the end of the meeting where we feel rushed sometimes.
I guess I would disagree. I think the people that want to stay are willing to sit out in the hallway for 30 minutes, that I still don't feel like that feels fair to our constituents and to the community. And I think it's our job to make time to talk through the things we need to talk through, and we are gonna have late meetings sometimes. We need to create enough space to talk about what we need to talk about in executive session. But I don't think putting it in the middle is the right thing for our community.
I agree.
And
Well, let me put it this way. I'll take what I can get. I think this is an improvement over what we have. Historically, I think we've run up against the clock and not made that time. If we want to make a more concerted effort to do that with the executive sessions, let's give this a try and see how it goes.
And more often than not, I think after an executive session, there is not action. It doesn't seem very common that there's action
Less common,
after.
yeah. We decide how much time we have for executive session. So we can be more liberal in asking for 20 minutes or 30 minutes instead of 10 or 15 to give ourselves more time, but that's our decision.
I agree. I'd rather see us be able to take more time at the end of the meeting on the executive session so that we can spend the time hashing it out. And put it in the middle where we know we have citizens waiting, where we only have 20 minutes or whichever, whereas at the end of the meeting, we might not want to stay later, but we can.
Yeah.
Well, that's my concern is historically, we have not extended the meeting to extend the executive session. We've said, oh, we've got, 10 minutes until 8 o'clock. Let's wrap this in 10 minutes. So
Make a motion, Ryan.
I will motion the heck out of this if that's what we want to do.
Brian, I hear what you're saying and I've seen that as well, where we get short on time and, when it goes up to extend, there's no votes and yes votes, but, I hear what you're saying and it's a very valid statement.
We've talked about it, and it sounds like the consensus is we handle that with motions at the end to extend the meeting. So let's give it a try with this new format that the clerks have put together.
All right, great. Next item.
Next item, last one, council SharePoint site demo. Search, you got the.
This will be quick. Yeah.
7 minutes.
So I don't know if everybody got the email that I sent out and then that Vanessa sent out on how to get to your guys' designated SharePoint site, but I just thought I would pull it up. If you guys want to pull it up with me in real time, we just want to make sure that everybody can get there. The purpose of this, look, I'm just gonna do it on screen. The purpose of the site was to take place of like the large archaic binders that you would get when you were onboarded with like a physical copy of our comp plan and a physical copy of our employee handbook. And to give staff a place to drop items that are frequently requested, like could I get a copy of that council procedures? Could I get a copy of the alias list that Barb provided so you can use that while you're reviewing vouchers? We're able to put some dynamic links in here, so it isn't like copies of a copy. So we have a link to our comp plan that's on the website. You just click the link and it takes you there. We created a folder with some historical documents around our engagement with the sewer district. So there's good information there. And then as we go along, if there's these sort of legacy useful documents that you guys would be referencing a lot, we'll be putting them in here and then labeling them under topic so that you can sort it and you can go look for what you need. So, you know, if you need to self-reference multiple times throughout the year, you can do that without having to email us or having printed copies floating around your home.
Nice job.
That's awesome.
This
Any
is
questions on
awesome.
that?
This is great.
Can we do travel in 5 minutes?
Travel?
Travel?
The travel item.
Oh,
Jean, how much time do you need to go over the
It's
action
gonna
items?
take me 2 minutes to run through the list of follow-up items.
Okay, so can we do travel in 3 minutes?
Gonna start now.
we can touch on the topic and I can send out follow-up information. So if you want me to just touch on what's in there and why
Touch
it's
it.
in there. Okay, good. I'm definitely prepared to go fast. So essentially, every year council has travel opportunities that are specific to council. And then the one that's not in your list in the packet would be the APWA that's department specific that council has attended. What we did this year in order to account for overall reduced travel budgets, and I think the one for council is 35,000, that was similar to what was spent last year, so it's not a dynamic reduction. But we're wanting to do real-time tracking of that money and make sure that it is equitably shared between the council members and that it is not overspent. So you'll see in your packet, and we can go over that more if you guys have questions, but a procedure that includes the council president position and asks that person to act as a liaison to help me, you know, organize travel and say, okay, you know, come March, we're gonna pull some real-time actuals from Adri. She's processed accounts payable, she's paid her bills. I'm looking at your amount, you have, you know, $29,000 left and this many travel events. Who wants to go where? Or does NLC make sense if we all wanna go to this other one, we can save money here and go there? Or if we wanna add APWA in, maybe we'll only send 2 people to this event. So that was my proposal. Our proposal with Jean was to work with that council president position to communicate, have that dialogue, and then we can help track that money in real time and then make sure that everybody gets a chance to go where they want to go. The last piece that would be helpful for me is sometimes I don't get enough heads up. People are like, ooh, I want to come, and it's 2 weeks in advance. The registration is extremely expensive. There are no hotels that are within the block rates. And so it makes it complicated. So I would love to work with this position to do better communication on getting that in early registrations, make sure we have everything we need. So we don't have any surprise expenses that runs that amount up.
And just for new council members, that the process up until now has been there is no process. It's sort of a free for all. Like people just raise their hand and that's who's going. And it has been sometimes days before somebody is like, oh gosh, I think I want to do this. So I think what we're trying to do is be more planful, really have a conversation about who does it make sense to send? How many people does it make sense to send? What is our budget? How much have we spent? And to be more involved in this process.
If I could throw in a couple 2 cents, bang for buck, AWC. Number one, then I would say APWA, then I would say the EASC fly-in, and then I would say NLC.
Caitlin, do you have a link to these events where we could go and do some research on what they're all
Yes,
about and all that
yeah.
stuff? Cause
I
I
can send it out
found
to you.
through years of traveling like that, some of them.
I can put it in your SharePoint. Yes, absolutely.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that was 3 minutes. Jean, you got 2.
Oh, hold on. It's
Oh, we got
it's
more.
$35,000, but that also includes like, if you go to the SCCT dinners, that comes out of that line item. If we bring in an outside trainer for council, that comes out of that line item. It's per diem, it's flights, it's hotels. So that's why we tried to estimate the dollar amounts you'll see in there of about, we overestimated of about how much per person. So like that's shared amongst all of you for multiple types of things. Yeah.
And I would love to have conversations about, do we wanna, do we wanna blow it all and send everyone to DC with EASC? Or do we want like 2 people here and 2 people there? And so that, I think that those are further conversations.
Matthew, that's what I thought was happening today. That's not today. You're just wanting to lay the groundwork of.
Yes.
Should have those.
Yes.
So when are we going to have, because again, there's an event on March 16th, right?
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
put it on the.
So I can bring it back on the 17th if you want, and we can talk about it. Yeah.
I want to point out on the same item with the city council on travel is we saved a lot of money doing this here instead of at the Bellwether Hotel in Bellingham, like we've done in the past.
Yeah.
So.
And some of those travel conversations we can have outside of meetings.
Yes,
I mean,
yeah.
I can reach out to you individually in between meetings when there are things coming up and we can sort of talk about what makes sense, so.
Kim, just to clarify, that retreat line item is a different line item than council travel, but we are looking for ways to reduce in the events that we're planning for you. Typically, Nathan, NLC for the last couple of years, this one in March, council has not attended because they have defaulted to the DC fly-in. So we're kind of focused on that. We can definitely talk about the one coming up in a few weeks, but typically it's just Brett and Jean have gone. So it's on the list, but it hasn't been attended.
Yeah, real quick, for reimbursement requests, Caitlin does a great job of filling those out for you. So just be mindful when you do get those, just make sure if there's costs that you're not sure about, go ahead and ask Caitlin, or and if she doesn't know, she'll ask us on what the procedures are and all that stuff. So just if you're putting your name and signing into it, just be careful and just look through it before you sign it to make sure that it seems appropriate. So.
Okay, we good? Gene, give us a brief back.
Okay, Angie and Jean, explore council goals. Should council have them? What do they look like? Jean and Russ, 20th Street Southeast, give an update, talk about the plan, how we're gonna promote it, what revenues we're expecting to have. Anya and Jean, and back staffing ratio, staffing plan. As it relates to all the parts. Jean, Brett, Troy. Think about how AI impacts workloads, time savings, et cetera. This will most likely be a question that pops up in the future as this evolves. Okay, Jean and Troy. Look at consistency on the website, contact information, employee pictures, et cetera. Russ. Bring back information on the 378,000 and change square feet of new commercial space and what timeline was that over? Lori and Aaron. Look into how many maintenance requests come through Citizen View versus other methods. Aaron. Look into R99 diesel. Are we drinking it or are we using it?
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, Russ.
I already started.
Bring back a conversation about how we attract affordable housing, such as Housing Hope. And should it be council goal? Maybe. Aaron Russ, when updating the EDS, look at minimum service levels for intersections, A through F. Do we want it minimum? Aaron and Lori, bring back facilities plan once complete. Lori, bring back OpenGov on 12/17.
217
or 217.
2/17, my bad. We missed the deadline.
That's gonna cost us 20%.
Aaron and Lori, OpenGov discussion, bring ideas how to cut budget to pay for versus budget amendment, operating cost savings perhaps. Kelly and Caitlin, bring back the council travel overview on 12/17. We may or may not have to do that now, but.
He's got 12 in his mind, I think.
That's 12, too, sorry. He has two. I confirm.
It's been a long day.
It has, yeah. Kelly and Caitlin, bring back procedures, review for Facebook discussion. No, council procedures and Facebook discussion on a future agenda. That's the one that we didn't do today. And Caitlin and Kelly make changes to the council agenda for the council discussion. And the last one we just talked about is Caitlin is gonna put the travel events on SharePoint for council to look at these events.
Did I miss anything?
Good job, Gene. Was there anything on there that you're like, don't tell me that? We don't need it.
I think you talked about the 4 million square feet of commercial. I had asked the question. I don't need that to come
Okay,
back.
anything else on there we can strike?
The citizens view, that was just a curiosity thing. You don't need to
Okay,
spend staff
perfect.
time on it.
Anything else we can strike? Striking work is good if we don't need to do the work.
I don't think we
Okay,
need
cool.
to see if we're drinking the diesel.
I love that.
I just wanna know.
What the hell? All right, we are done. Thanks for all your time. Thanks for taking off your Saturday. And go thank whoever you have at home waiting for you, mad at you. Thank them for being here.
Thank you.
Go Hawks.
Go Hawks.
Go Hawks.